The Reluctant Bride, an arranged marriage romance. Prologue, the offer. The late afternoon light filtered through the tall windows of the Whitmore Museum, casting long shadows across the polished hardwood floors. Elena Morgan stood before a 17th century painting, her hands clasped behind her back, her head tilted slightly as she studied the brushwork. The portrait depicted a young woman in elaborate dress, her face pale and resigned, her eyes looking somewhere beyond the frame, beyond the viewer, beyond her gilded cage. The arranged marriage. The placard read, Artist unknown, circa 1680. Elena had always felt a strange kinship with this painting. Perhaps it was the subject's expression. Not quite sadness, not quite acceptance, but something suspended between the two. A woman caught in the moment before her life changed forever, before duty eclipsed desire. It's beautiful, isn't it? Elena murmured to herself, making a note on her tablet. The painting would be the centerpiece of the new exhibition she was curating. Women in Power in Colonial America. 3 months of work, countless hours of research and negotiation, all coming together. This exhibition could change everything for her career, for the museum, for Elena. The voice came from behind her, rough and weary. Elena turned sharply, her tablet nearly slipping from her hands. Her father stood in the doorway of the gallery, and for a moment she didn't recognize him. Thomas Morgan had always been a commanding presence, tall, broad-shouldered, with silver hair and the kind of confidence that came from 3 centuries of family legacy. But the man before her now looked diminished, his shoulders hunched, his face gray with exhaustion. He wore his suit like it was too heavy, and his hands trembled slightly at his sides. "Dad!" Elena crossed the gallery quickly, her heels clicking against the floor. "What are you doing here? I thought you were in meetings all day." "I was..." Thomas attempted a smile, but it died before reaching his eyes. "I need to talk to you, sweetheart. Is there somewhere private we can go?" The knot in Elena's stomach tightened. Her father had never come to the museum before, not once in the 5 years she'd worked here. He'd always been too busy with Morgan Maritime, too consumed with keeping the family shipping company afloat in an industry that had long since moved on. "My office," she said quietly, leading him down the corridor. The curator's office was small and cluttered with books, auction catalogs, and framed photographs of artwork. Elena cleared a stack of papers from the visitor's chair, gesturing for her father to sit, but he remained standing, staring out the narrow window at the parking lot below. "Dad, you're scaring me. What's going on?" Thomas turned to face her, and Elena saw something in his expression that made her blood run cold. Defeat. Her father, who had weathered economic downturns, industry shifts, and the death of her mother 10 years ago without ever breaking, looked defeated. "I've tried everything," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Every bank, every investor, every option I could think of, but it's over, Elena. Morgan Maritime is finished." The words hung in the air between them. Elena sank into her desk chair, her legs suddenly unsteady. "What do you mean, finished?" "We're $50 million in debt. The creditors are circling, and I have 60 days before they force us into bankruptcy." Thomas rubbed his face with both hands. "The company, the house, your grandmother's estate, everything will be seized. 300 years of family history gone." Elena's mind raced. She'd known the company was struggling. Everyone in Boston's maritime community knew it. Container shipping had evolved, regulations had changed, and Morgan Maritime, with its aging fleet and traditional practices, had failed to adapt. But bankruptcy? Losing everything? "There has to be something we can do," Elena said, hearing the desperation in her own voice. "We can sell assets, downsize, restructure." "I've tried all of that." Thomas moved to the chair and finally sat, looking older than his 62 years. "There's only one option left. One person willing to invest enough capital to save us." Hope flickered in Elena's chest. "Who?" "Richard Hartford." The name hit Elena like cold water. Richard Hartford, the corporate raider, the man who bought struggling companies and stripped them for parts. She'd read about him in the business sections, heard her father curse his name over Sunday dinners. Hartford Holdings had a reputation for ruthless efficiency and zero sentiment. Hartford wants to help us. Elena couldn't keep the skepticism from her voice. Not help, acquire. Thomas looked down at his hands. He's offering to inject capital, restructure the debt, and take a controlling stake in Morgan Maritime. We'd keep the name, keep some autonomy, but ultimately he'd own us. Elena processed this, relief mixing with unease. It wasn't ideal, but if it saved the company, saved the family legacy, wasn't it worth it? Okay, she said slowly. That's not what you wanted, but it's better than bankruptcy, right? The company survives. There's a condition. Thomas met her eyes, and Elena saw something there that made her skin prickle. Richard has a son, Cole. He's 31, runs the investment side of Hartford Holdings. Richard wants to ensure the two families are permanently aligned, that there's no backing out of the arrangement once the papers are signed. The gallery seemed very quiet suddenly. Elena could hear her own heartbeat, loud in her ears. What kind of arrangement, Dad? Thomas stood and walked to the window again, as if he couldn't bear to look at her, while saying what came next. A marriage. Between you and Cole Hartford. Richard wants the families united legally and publicly. He says it's the only way he'll agree to the deal. For a moment, Elena couldn't breathe. The words didn't make sense, couldn't make sense. This was the 21st century. People didn't arrange marriages like pieces on a chessboard. This was Boston, not some medieval kingdom. You're joking. But she knew he wasn't. I told him it was absurd, Thomas said, his voice thick. I said you were a person, not a bargaining chip. That you had your own life, your own career, your own dreams. But Elena... He turned to face her, and she saw tears in his eyes. I've run out of options. This is the only way to save everything. The company, the estate, the family name. Everything your mother built. Everything your grandmother preserved. It all depends on this. Elena stood on shaking legs, her mind spinning. Marriage. To a stranger. To save a company she'd never wanted to be part of. To preserve a legacy that had always felt like a weight rather than a gift. I've never even met Cole Hartford, she whispered. I know. I don't know anything about him, except that he has a reputation for being absolutely ruthless in business. I know. And you're asking me to marry him? To tie my entire life to someone I don't know, don't love, for the sake of a shipping company. Thomas crossed the small office and took her hands in his. His palms were rough and calloused from years of working on ships, and they trembled against hers. I'm asking you to save 300 years of family history. I'm asking you to honor your mother's memory. She loved this company, loved the legacy. I'm asking you to give your father a chance to retire with dignity instead of shame. His voice broke. And I know I have no right to ask any of this. I know it's unfair and archaic and wrong. But Elena, sweetheart, I'm desperate. I have nothing left to give. This is our last chance. Elena pulled her hand away and wrapped her arms around herself. She felt cold despite the warm office, felt unmoored from reality. This morning, she'd been worried about wall placements for an exhibition. Now her father was asking her to sacrifice her entire future. What do you know about him? About Cole? Thomas seemed to relax slightly, as if her question signaled acceptance. He's educated, Harvard MBA. He's been with Hartford Holdings for 8 years, managing their investment portfolio. By all accounts, he's brilliant but difficult. Cold, some say, married to his work. He paused. Richard says he's not thrilled about the arrangement either. If that helps. It didn't help. It made it worse somehow, knowing she'd be shackling herself to someone equally trapped, equally resentful. How long? Elena asked, how long will we have to stay married? The contract specifies 2 years minimum. After that, you could divorce quietly if you wanted. The business arrangement will remain intact regardless. 2 years. 730 days of living a lie. Playing a role. Pretending to be something she wasn't. Elena thought of her career trajectory. She'd been approached by larger museums, had interviews lined up for positions in New York and Chicago. All of that would disappear if she became Mrs. Cole Hartford, wife of a Boston businessman, tied to this city and this obligation. I need time, she said. I need to think. You have 7 days. Thomas moved toward the door, then paused. Elena, if there was any other way. I know, Dad. After he left, Elena sank back into her chair, staring at the cluttered desk without seeing it. 7 days to decide whether to auction off her future. 7 days to choose between her dreams and her duty. Her phone buzzed with a text from her best friend, Maya. Drinks tonight? You've been working too hard. Elena almost laughed at the normalcy of it. Maya knew nothing about Morgan Maritime's troubles, nothing about the bomb that had just exploded in Elena's carefully constructed life. Tonight she'd been planning to finalize the exhibition layout. Maybe grab takeout, fall into bed exhausted but satisfied. Instead, she'd be researching Cole Hartford, trying to understand the stranger who might become her husband. She turned back to her computer and opened a browser, typing his name into the search bar. Images loaded. Press photos from business events, charity galas, corporate announcements. Cole Hartford was tall, dark-haired, with sharp features and eyes that looked gray even in color photos. In every image, his expression was composed, controlled, unreadable. He wore expensive suits like armor and stood slightly apart from others in group photos, as if proximity itself was a threat. The Ice King of private equity. One headline read, Hartford's hatchet man makes another killing. Read another. Elena studied his face, tried to imagine being married to this man, waking up next to him, building a life, even a temporary one, in his shadow. She couldn't picture it. He looked like he'd been carved from granite, someone incapable of warmth or spontaneity or any of the small kindnesses that made life bearable. Her eyes drifted back to the exhibition notes on her desk, to the photograph of the arranged marriage she'd taken for the catalog. The young woman in the painting stared back at her across 3 centuries, and Elena wondered what choice she'd made, whether she'd had any choice at all. Standing, Elena walked back to the gallery where the actual painting hung. The museum was closed now, the light fading, and she stood alone before the portrait in the gathering dimness. "What would you tell me?" she whispered to the painted woman. "If you could speak across all these years, what would you say?" But the portrait offered no answers, only that same expression of resigned acceptance, that gaze fixed on some distant point beyond the frame. Elena pulled out her phone and called her father. He answered on the first ring. "Elena, I need to meet him," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "Before I make any decision, I need to meet Cole Hartford, face to face." There was a pause, and "I'll arrange it." "Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you." After she hung up, Elena stood in the empty gallery for a long time, watching as the last light died and the shadows grew long. In 7 days, her life would change forever. The only question now was whether she'd be brave enough or foolish enough to let it. She thought of her mother, who had died too young, who had loved a family legacy with fierce pride. She thought of her grandmother, who had taught her that sometimes a woman's strength lay not in defiance but in sacrifice. She thought of all the women who had come before, who had made impossible choices and lived with the consequences. And she thought of herself, Elena Morgan, 27 years old, who had spent her entire life being what others needed her to be: dutiful daughter, reliable employee, quiet, accommodating, easy to overlook. Maybe it was time to find out who she could be when everything else was stripped away, when the only thing left was the choice itself. 7 days to decide if she'd become a transaction, a merger, a solution to someone else's problem, or perhaps, against all odds, something more. Elena took one last look at the painting, then turned and walked out of the gallery, her footsteps echoing in the empty museum. Behind her, the arranged bride watched from her gilded frame, forever suspended in that moment before everything changed, forever waiting for an answer that never came. Chapter 1. The Meeting. Cole Hartford didn't suffer fools, and the man sitting across the conference table was testing the absolute limits of his patience. As you can see from the projections, the CEO droned, gesturing to a slide that showed unrealistic growth curves. "We anticipate a 300% increase in market share over the next 18 months. "Stop." Cole's voice cut through the presentation like a blade. Around the table, the 6 other members of Hartford Holdings Investment Committee shifted in their seats. They knew that tone. The CEO, Martin something, Cole hadn't bothered to remember his last name, blinked rapidly. I'm sorry. Your projections are fantasy. Cole leaned forward, his gray eyes cold. You're asking us to invest $20 million in a company that's hemorrhaging cash, has no competitive advantage, and whose leadership clearly can't distinguish between ambition and delusion. He tapped the financial report in front of him. Your burn rate is unsustainable. Your customer acquisition costs are triple the industry average. And this 300% growth? It would require you to violate several laws of physics and possibly economics itself. Martin's face flushed red. Mr. Hartford, if you just look at our innovative approach. I've seen enough. Cole closed the folder with finality. Hartford Holdings passes. Please see Miss Chun on your way out. She'll validate your parking. The room fell silent as Martin gathered his materials with shaking hands, his humiliation palpable. Cole felt nothing watching him leave. Not satisfaction, not guilt, just a cool assessment that he'd save his investors from throwing money into a black hole. That was his job. That was what he was good at. As the door closed behind Martin, Cole's senior analyst, David Park, let out a low whistle. You know, one of these days you could try the gentle approach. Why? Cole stood, buttoning his suit jacket. He wasted our time with a pitch that wouldn't survive freshman-level scrutiny. Should I have wasted more time explaining why? Most people call it courtesy. Most people go bankrupt because they're too polite to tell the truth. Cole gathered his tablet and phone. If there's nothing else, I have actual work to do. He was halfway to the door when his assistant Claire appeared, her expression carefully neutral, which meant trouble. Mr. Hartford, your father is on line 1. He says it's urgent. Cole's jaw tightened. Richard Hartford's definition of urgent ranged from genuine emergencies to want to complain about his golf handicap. Tell him I'm in meetings. I did, he said, and I quote, tell my son if he doesn't pick up this phone in the next 30 seconds, I'm coming to his office, and he won't like what happens. Around the conference table, his colleagues suddenly found their phones fascinating. No one wanted to be present for a Hartford family drama. Cole bit back a curse and stalked his office, Claire trailing behind him. The corner office on the 42nd floor had floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Boston Harbor, minimalist furniture, and absolutely no personal touches. It looked like what it was, a command center, not a home. He jabbed the blinking button on his desk phone. What? Is that any way to greet your father? Richard Hartford's voice boomed through the speaker, hearty and aggressive, in equal measure. You threatened Claire. I'm being generous even taking the call. Cole remained standing, looking out at the harbor. A container ship was making its way slowly toward the port, and he watched it with detached interest. What do you want? I'm doing you a favor, and you're going to sit there and be grateful. Cole closed his eyes briefly. Here it came, whatever scheme his father had cooked up this time. At 65, Richard Hartford should have been thinking about retirement and golf. Instead, he spent his days finding new ways to expand the family empire, usually at someone else's expense. I'm not interested in your favors. You will be in this one. Remember Thomas Morgan? Morgan Maritime. Vaguely. Cole actually remembered quite well. Morgan Maritime was a dying company, a relic from an era when shipping meant tradition rather than innovation. What about it? They're drowning in debt. $50 million in the hole, creditors circling. The old man came to me last week, hat in hand, begging for help. Cole felt the familiar calculus running through his mind. Assets, liabilities, potential for turnaround. And you're considering it? Why? There's no value there. The fleet is outdated. The client base is eroding. The management is stuck in 1950. Because I'm not buying the company, boy. I'm buying the connections. Richard's voice took on the quality it always did when he was particularly pleased with himself. Morgan Maritime has contracts and relationships going back 3 centuries. Political connections, dock access, union relationships that would take us decades to build. If we acquire them, we don't just get a shipping company. We get a key to every port on the eastern seaboard. Cole had to admit, grudgingly, that it made sense from a strategic standpoint. Hartford Holdings had been trying to expand their maritime investments for years, but they were always outsiders, new money trying to break into old circles. Fine. Draw up the acquisition papers. I assume you want me to handle the due diligence. Already done. The deal's moving forward. But there's a condition. Something in his father's tone made Cole turn from the window. What kind of condition? Thomas Morgan has a daughter. Elena, 27, Yale-educated. Works as a curator at some museum. Never been married. The pieces fell into place with sickening clarity. Cole felt his blood pressure rising. No. Hear me out. No. Absolutely not. Cole, listen to me. Richard's voice hardened. This is how real power is built, not just through contracts and numbers, but through alliances, through family ties that can't be dissolved by a competitor's better offer. The Morgans are old Boston. Real old money, real connections. A marriage unites the families permanently. It ensures they can't back out of the deal, can't sell to someone else down the line. Cole's hands clenched into fists at his sides. This is insane. Even for you. It's business. Smart business. And before you throw one of your tantrums, you should know that Morgan's already agreed. His daughter knows the situation. She understands what's at stake. Good for her. My answer is still no. Cole. Richard's voice dropped into the register he'd used when Cole was 12 and his mother had just died, when he told his son that crying was weakness and Hartford men didn't have the luxury of grief. You're 31 years old. You've never had a serious relationship. You work 18-hour days and have no life outside this office. This arrangement actually solves multiple problems. You get a wife for appearances, which helps with our corporate image. Clients like dealing with family men. It makes you seem more stable. The girl gets financial security and social status. And Hartford Holdings gets the Morgan connections. Everyone wins. Except for the two people being forced into a marriage neither of them wants. Force? No one's forcing anything. It's a choice. You can choose to step up and do what's best for this company, for this family. Or you can choose to be selfish. The accusation landed like it always did. Cole's entire life had been defined by his father's expectations, by the pressure to be harder, stronger, more successful than everyone else. After his mother died, Richard had thrown himself into building the company, and Cole had learned that love was a liability, that caring about people meant losing them. He'd built walls so high that no one could scale them. He'd turned himself into exactly what his father wanted, a machine that generated profit and asked for nothing in return. And now his father wanted to use that against him. When would this wedding supposedly take place? 3 weeks. Richard sensed victory and pressed forward. Small ceremony. Immediate family only. Then a year or two of maintaining appearances. Attending events together. Looking like a proper couple. After that, you can quietly divorce if you want. The business arrangement stays intact either way. 3 weeks. Not even enough time to properly meet this woman, let alone decide if he could tolerate being legally bound to her. I want to meet her first. Of course. I've already arranged dinner for tonight. 7 o'clock at Juliana's. Don't be late, and for God's sake, try to be charming. The line went dead. Cole stood in his office, fury and frustration warring in his chest. He wanted to throw the phone to the window, wanted to call his father back, and tell him exactly what he could do with his arranged marriage. But years of discipline held him in check. He pulled out his phone and opened a browser, typing in Elena Morgan, Curator, Boston. A handful of results appeared. A staff page from the Whitmore Museum, a few mentions in art journals, a photograph from a gallery opening 2 years ago. The photo showed a young woman in a simple black dress, standing slightly to the side of a group, her face partially turned away from the camera. She had dark hair pulled back in a neat bun, delicate features, an expression that suggested she'd rather be anywhere else. She looked uncomfortable in the spotlight, overshadowed by the more flamboyant personalities around her, not what he'd expected. When his father had mentioned the daughter of a shipping magnate, Cole had pictured someone more obvious, aggressively social, probably surgically enhanced, the type who spent their days shopping and their nights at clubs. This woman looked like she'd be more comfortable in a library than a boardroom. He studied the image, trying to find some clue to her character, her motivations. Why would she agree to this? Was she as mercenary as his father, willing to trade herself for financial security? Or was she, like him, trapped between duty and desire, unable to see a way out? Claire knocked on his door. "Mr. Hartford? You have a 2:30 with the Silverman Group. Then call scheduled until 5:30. Cancel everything after 5. I have dinner plans." Claire's eyebrows rose fractionally. Cole never canceled meetings for social obligations, but she simply nodded. "Of course." "And Mr. Hartford? Your sister called while you were on with your father. She said it's important." Lily. Cole felt a familiar twist of guilt and love. His sister was the one person in the world he'd never learned to be cold toward, the one weakness in his armor. "Get her on the phone." A moment later, Lily's voice came through, bright and irreverent. "Big brother, I hear Dad's finally found you a bride. Congratulations, I think. How did you already know about this?" "Dad called me right after he called you. He wanted me to help convince you it's a good idea." There was a pause. "It's not a good idea, right? Please tell me you're not actually considering this medieval nonsense." Cole sank into his desk chair, suddenly exhausted. "I don't know what I'm considering. I'm meeting her tonight." "Cole," Lily's voice softened, "you don't have to do this. I know Dad's been pressuring you your whole life, but you're allowed to say no. You're allowed to want something different." "What if I don't want anything different?" The words came out harsher than he intended. "What if this is exactly the life I've chosen? Work, success, concrete achievements instead of messy emotions." "Then you're lying to yourself." Lily had never learned to be diplomatic, and Cole loved her for it even as it frustrated him. Remember when Mom died? Remember what Dad said? That caring about people was weakness. That love made you vulnerable. Lily! He was wrong, Cole. He was grieving and scared, and he handled it by shutting down completely. And he taught you to do the same thing. But you're not him. You volunteer at that youth center. Don't think I don't know about it. You help people. You care. You're just too afraid to admit it. Cole stared out at the harbor, watching the ships move in their predictable patterns. "I'm meeting her at 7. That's all I'm agreeing to right now." "Okay, but Cole, try to actually see her. Not just the arrangement. Not just the business deal. See the person. She's probably just as trapped as you are." After Lily hung up, Cole sat in his office for a long time, watching the light change across the water. His calendar showed 14 items before his dinner reservation. Meetings, calls, reviews that all demanded his attention. He forced himself to focus, to push the evening's obligation to the back of his mind. But as the day wore on, he found his thoughts drifting. What did you say to someone you were supposed to marry? How did you have a conversation with a stranger about binding your lives together for the sake of corporate strategy? At 6:30, he left the office. His driver was waiting with the car, and Cole changed into a fresh shirt in the back seat, checking his reflection in the tinted window. He looked the way he always looked, controlled, competent, completely unreadable. Perfect. Giuliana's was the kind of restaurant where senators and CEOs brokered deals over $1,200 bottles of wine. The maitre d' recognized Cole immediately and led him to a private table in the back corner, away from prying eyes. "Your guest hasn't arrived yet, Mr. Hartford. May I bring you something while you wait?" "Scotch. Neat." Cole sat with his back to the wall, another habit learned from his father. Always controlled the vantage point. He pulled out his phone and reviewed the briefing his assistant had prepared. Elena Morgan's employment history, education, social media presence, which was minimal. No scandals, no drama, nothing that would complicate the arrangement. On paper, she was exactly what someone in his position should want. Educated, cultured, unlikely to cause problems. On paper. At 7:15, the maitre d' returned. "Mr. Hartford, Ms. Morgan has arrived." Cole looked up and felt something unexpected. Not attraction exactly, but a sharp awareness. Elena Morgan stood in the doorway of the dining room, scanning the space with obvious nervousness. She wore a navy dress that was elegant but understated, her dark hair loose around her shoulders. She was prettier than her photograph suggested, with expressive brown eyes and a delicate bone structure that reminded him of the classical sculptures in his mother's old art books. But it was her expression that caught him. Uncertainty mixed with determination, as if she was forcing herself to go through with something frightening. She saw him and straightened her shoulders, walking toward a table with careful composure. Cole stood, the ingrained manners from childhood asserting themselves. Elena Morgan? Mr. Hartford. Her voice was quiet but steady. She extended her hand, and he shook it briefly. Her palm was cool, her grip firm but not aggressive. Please sit. He gestured to the chair across from him, waiting until she was settled before reclaiming his own seat. Would you like something to drink? Wine would be good. White, please. Cole signaled the waiter and ordered for her a Sancerre new paired well with the restaurant's menu. When they were alone again, an awkward silence descended. Elena looked at him directly, and he was surprised by the intelligence in her gaze. This wasn't someone who could be easily manipulated or intimidated. So, she said finally, with a hint of dark humor, should we address the absurdity of the situation, or would you prefer we pretend this is a normal date? Despite himself, Cole felt his mouth twitch towards something that might have been a smile. I don't date, and this is clearly not normal. I don't date much either. She accepted the wine glass from the waiter with a small nod of thanks, which makes me particularly unqualified for an arranged marriage, but apparently that's not a relevant consideration. For what it's worth, I didn't orchestrate this. Cole found himself wanting her to know that, though he wasn't sure why it mattered. My father informed me of the arrangement approximately 6 hours ago. Her eyes widened slightly. 6 hours? That's it. He has a gift for presenting decisions as fait accompli. My father gave me 7 days. Elena took a sip of wine. I'm not sure if that's better or worse. More time to agonize over an impossible choice. The waiter appeared with menus, and they both ordered. Elena choosing the salmon, Cole his usual ribeye, but neither seemed particularly interested in food. When they were alone again, Cole studied her. Why are you considering this? There must be other ways to help your father. If there were, don't you think I would have found them? A flash of something sharp in her eyes. Frustration, maybe resentment. My father built his entire life around that company. His father before him, going back 10 generations. If Morgan Maritime fails, it destroys him. His legacy, his identity, everything he believes gives his life meaning. She set down her wine glass carefully. And you? Why are you here if this wasn't your idea? Cole considered lying deflecting, but something about her directness demanded honesty in return. Because I've spent my entire life doing what's expected of me. Building the company. Proving I'm worthy of the Hartford name. Making sure my sister is protected. This is just another expectation. That's a terrible reason to get married. Do you have a better one? No. Elena laughed, but there was no humor in it. I suppose we're both just very good at sacrifice. Their food arrived, providing a temporary reprieve from the conversation. Cole found himself watching Elena as she ate, noting the way she cut her salmon into precise pieces, the way she seemed to retreat into her thoughts between bites. There was something almost meditative about her movements, as if she was more comfortable in her own mind than in the present moment. What do you do at the museum? He asked, surprising himself with genuine curiosity. I'm a curator. Exhibitions, acquisitions, restoration work. Her face changed when she talked about it, animation replacing the guarded expression. Right now I'm preparing an exhibition on women in colonial America. The opening is in 6 weeks. My mother collected art, Cole heard himself say. She used to drag me to museums every weekend when I was a kid. I hated it at the time, wanted to be outside playing sports, but she said art taught you to see the world differently. Elena's expression softened. She was right. Art is about perspective, about finding beauty or meaning in unexpected places. She paused. She died when I was 12. Car accident. I'm sorry. That's young to lose a parent. There was genuine compassion in her voice, not pity. My mother died 10 years ago. Cancer. It's different, but the absence is the same. They sat with that shared understanding for a moment. 2 people who'd learned too early that the people you loved could disappear without warning. "This is strange," Elena said finally. "We're sitting here talking about marriage, and we know almost nothing about each other. What do you want to know? Are you cruel?" The question took him off guard. "What?" "I've read about you. The ice king of private equity. The man who dismantles companies without a second thought. I need to know, are you cruel? Because I can handle cold. I can handle distant. But I can't handle cruelty." Cole set down his fork, considering his response carefully. "I'm not cruel. I'm efficient. When I evaluate companies, I look at numbers, at viability, at whether the business model is sustainable. If it's not, liquidating assets and selling parts is sometimes the most honest thing to do. It's not personal." "Everything is personal to someone," Elena countered. "Those are people's jobs, their livelihoods. Would it be less cruel to let them hold on to false hope? To watch a company slowly die while they convince themselves it might recover?" He leaned forward. "I don't enjoy destroying things, Elena, but I don't pretend that kindness and good intentions are enough to make a failing business succeed." She studied him for a long moment. "You actually believe that?" "I do." "Then we're more different than I thought. I spend my time restoring things, finding value in what others have discarded. You see failure and cut it away. I see potential and try to preserve it. Maybe we both have the same goal," Cole said slowly, "salvaging what's worth saving. We just have different definitions of worth." "Maybe." Elena didn't sound convinced, but she didn't look away either. The evening stretched on, their conversation circling around the central question neither wanted to address directly. They talked about books, about Boston, about the changes in the city over the past decade. Carefully neutral topics that revealed small things. Elena's love of historical fiction, Cole's unexpected interest in architecture, their shared appreciation for the ocean, even though both claimed to hate sailing. Finally, as their plates were cleared and coffee arrived, Elena said what they'd both been avoiding. "We should talk about logistics. If we actually do this." Cole appreciated her pragmatism, even as something in him resisted reducing this to a transaction. The contract would specify 2 years minimum. After that, we could divorce quietly. The business arrangement between our families will remain intact regardless. 2 years of pretending to be happily married. 2 years of maintaining appearances in public. What happens in private is our own business. He kept his voice neutral. "I have a penthouse in Back Bay, large enough for 2 people to maintain separate spaces, if that's what you prefer. And you expect what, in terms of the marriage?" Cole understood what she was asking. "I expect nothing. This is a business arrangement. We attend events together, present a united front, maintain the appearance of a partnership. Beyond that, you're free to live your life however you choose." Elena's hands wrapped around her coffee cup. "So, we be roommates who happen to be legally married." "Essentially. That's the strangest arrangement I've ever heard of, and yet it makes more sense than anything else about this situation." She looked up at him. "And after 2 years? What happens to me then?" "You'd be financially secure. The prenuptial agreement includes a substantial settlement. You could pursue any career opportunity you wanted, anywhere in the world. You'd be free." "Free?" She repeated the word like she was testing it. "I'm not sure I've ever been free, Mr. Hartford." "Cole," he said, "if we're going to be married, you should probably use my first name." "Cole." She said it carefully, as if learning a new language. "And you should call me Elena." "Elena." He found he liked the way it sounded, the softness of it. They sat in silence for a moment, and Cole felt the weight of the decision pressing down on both of them. This woman across from him was a stranger, would remain essentially a stranger even if they went through with this. And yet, there was something about her, the quiet intelligence, the carefully controlled emotions, the sense that she was holding herself together through sheer force of will, that resonated with him. "I'm not good at this," he found himself saying. "Relationships, emotional connections. I've spent my adult life avoiding them because they're complicated and unpredictable, and I prefer things I can control." "I know. I researched you too." A hint of a smile. "You have a reputation for being impossible to work with, brilliant but cold, someone who values spreadsheets over people." Yet here you are. Here I am. Elena set down her coffee cup. Because as impossible as you might be, the alternative is watching my father lose everything he's worked for. Watching 300 years of family history disappear. Living with the guilt of knowing I could have prevented it and chose not to. Is that guilt worth 2 years of your life? I don't know. Is your father's approval worth 2 years of yours? The question hit harder than Cole expected. Was that what this was about? Even after all these years, was he still trying to prove himself to Richard Hartford? Still trying to fill the void his mother's death had left? Maybe we're both making a terrible mistake, Cole said. Maybe. Elena met his eyes. But maybe we're making the best of an impossible situation. The waiter returned with a check, and Cole handed over his credit card without looking at the total. As they stood to leave, Elena swayed slightly, catching herself on the table. Are you all right? Fine. Just stood up too quickly. But she looked pale, and Cole instinctively reached out to steady her elbow. When's the last time you ate properly? Before night. Yesterday, I think. I've been too anxious to be hungry. Cole felt an unexpected surge of protectiveness. You need to take care of yourself. Stress is no excuse for not eating. That's rich coming from someone whose assistant probably has to remind him to sleep. But there was no real bite in her words. They walked out of the restaurant together, and the October night was cool and clear. Elena pulled her coat tighter around herself, looking out at the Boston skyline. I need a few more days, she said quietly, to think about this, to make sure I'm not making a decision I'll regret for the rest of my life. Take the time you need. Cole surprised himself by meaning it. I'm not going anywhere. But your father... Let me worry about my father. He gestured to where his car was waiting. Can I give you a ride? I have my own car, but thank you. Elena turned to face him, and in the streetlight, she looked younger than her 27 years. Vulnerable. Cole, if we do this, I need one promise from you. What is it? Don't lie to me. I can handle a lot of things. Coldness, distance, even indifference. But I can't handle dishonesty. If you promise something, keep your word. If you can't promise, don't pretend. Cole thought about all the ways he'd learned to navigate the world. The careful deceptions, the strategic omissions, the performance of confidence even when he felt none. But looking at Elena, at the earnestness in her expression, he found himself nodding. All right, no lies. Then I'll give you my answer in 3 days. She walked toward the parking garage, and Cole watched until she disappeared from view. Then he climbed into his car, giving his driver his address. As they pulled into traffic, Cole leaned his head back against the seat, exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with the late hour. He pulled out his phone and found himself looking at Elena's photograph again, the one from a gallery opening where she stood at the edges, observing rather than participating. He thought about what Lily had said earlier, that he should try to see Elena as a person, not just a piece in a larger strategy. Tonight, he glimpsed someone more complex than he'd expected. Someone who understood sacrifice and duty, who carried her own burdens with quiet dignity. Someone who, like him, was trapped between what they wanted and what they owed. His phone buzzed with a text from his father. How did it go? Cole considered his response, then typed, We'll see. It was the most honest answer he had. 3 days. In 3 days, Elena Morgan would decide whether to bind her life to his, and Cole would find out whether he was capable of being something other than the Ice King everyone believed him to be. The car wound through Boston streets, and Cole looked out at the city he'd spent his entire life conquering through sheer determination and carefully maintained emotional distance. Tomorrow, he'd return to his office, to the predictable world of numbers and negotiations where he knew exactly how to succeed. But tonight, he couldn't stop thinking about a woman who restored broken things and wondered if, against all logic, he might be one of them. Chapter 2, Terms and Conditions. Elena stood in front of her bathroom mirror at 6:30 in the morning, trying to decide who she was supposed to be today. The woman staring back at her looked composed. Dark hair smoothed into a professional bun, minimal makeup, a charcoal gray suit that her friend Maya had once called armor disguised as business wear. But her eyes betrayed her. They were the eyes of someone who hadn't slept, who'd spent the night running through scenarios and outcomes, calculating the cost of every possible choice. 3 days had passed since the dinner with Cole Hartford. 3 days of agonizing over a decision that felt both inevitable and impossible. She tried to continue with normal life, going to the museum, working on the exhibition, having coffee with Maya, while carefully avoiding the topic that consumed her thoughts. But everything felt surreal, as if she were moving through water, watching her life from a distance. Last night, she'd finally called her father. "I'll do it," she'd said, the words coming out flat and final. "Tell Richard Hartford I agreed to his terms." Her father had wept with relief, and Elena had felt nothing, just a vast, empty numbness that might have been shock or might have been the death of something she couldn't name. Now, 12 hours later, she was preparing to walk into Hartford Holdings for what her father had called finalizing the arrangements, which apparently meant sitting down with lawyers and negotiating the terms of her own life like it was a corporate merger. The irony wasn't lost on her. Elena's phone buzzed with a text from Maya. "Coffee before your meeting? You're going to need it." She'd told Maya everything 2 days ago, unable to keep the secret any longer. Her best friend had cycled through disbelief, outrage, and finally a grudging acceptance that Elena had made up her mind. "Can't. The meeting is at 8. But thank you. You don't have to do this. You know, there are always other options." "Are there?" Elena typed back, then deleted it. Instead, she wrote, "I'll call you after." The Uber ride to Hartford Holdings took 20 minutes, each one feeling both too long and too short. Elena watched the city pass by her window, joggers in the public garden, early commuters hurrying toward the T, the normal rhythms of Boston life that suddenly felt impossibly distant from her own reality. Hartford Holdings occupied the top 15 floors of a glass tower in the financial district. Elena had passed the building hundreds of times without really seeing it. Now, walking through revolving doors into the marble lobby, she felt like she was entering enemy territory. "Elena Morgan," she told the security guard, "I have an appointment with 42nd floor. They're expecting you." The guard handed her a visitor badge with a smile that felt like pity. The elevator was mirror-paneled, and Elena avoided looking at her reflection as it climbed. When the doors opened, she stepped into a reception area that screamed wealth and power, original artwork on the walls, furniture that probably cost more than her annual salary, floor-to-ceiling windows with views that stretched all the way to the harbor. A woman in her 40s approached, her smile professional and warm. "Ms. Morgan, I'm Claire Mitchell, Mr. Hartford's assistant. Please, follow me. The others are waiting in the conference room." "The others?" "Mr. Hartford Sr., Mr. Hartford Jr., your father, and the legal team." Claire led her down a corridor lined with photographs of Hartford Holdings' various acquisitions over the decades, a visual history of corporate conquest. "Can I get you anything? Coffee, tea, water?" "Water would be good." Elena's mouth felt like sandpaper. Claire showed her into a conference room that could have seated 30 people comfortably. Today, it held only 6. Richard Hartford at the head of the table, radiating satisfaction. Her father, Thomas, looking exhausted but hopeful. 2 lawyers she didn't recognize, and Cole. Cole stood when she entered, and Elena felt her heart rate pick up despite herself. He wore a dark suit that probably cost more than her car, his gray eyes unreadable as they met hers. "Ms. Morgan," Richard Hartford boomed, rising from his chair. "So glad you could join us. Please sit." Elena took the chair across from Cole, trying not to feel like she was facing a firing squad. Her father reached over and squeezed her hand briefly, and she squeezed back, drawing what comfort she could from the gesture. "Now then," Richard continued, settling back into his chair like a king on a throne, "I understand you've agreed to our proposal. Excellent decision. This arrangement will benefit both our families tremendously." He gestured to one of the lawyers. "Gerald here has drawn up the necessary documents. A prenuptial agreement, the business contract between Hartford Holdings and Morgan Maritime, and a few other formalities." Gerald, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses, slid a stack of papers across the table to Elena. "Ms. Morgan, if you'd like to review these with your own legal counsel before signing." "She doesn't need her own lawyer," Richard interrupted. "Everything's standard, fair to both parties." "With respect, Mr. Hartford," Elena said, her voice steadier than she felt. "I'd like to read through the documents before agreeing their fare." Richard's smile tightened fractionally. Across the table, Cole's expression shifted. Was that approval? "Of course," Richard said smoothly. "Take all the time you need. We have the room reserved for the morning." Elena pulled the stack toward her and began reading. The prenuptial agreement was first, and it was exactly as cold and transactional as she'd expected. Prenuptial agreement, the header read in bold type, between Cole Nathaniel Hartford and Elena Rose Morgan. She scanned the clauses. Article 3.1, duration of marriage. The parties agreed to remain legally married for a minimum period of 24 months from the date of the wedding ceremony. Article 3.2, separate residences. After an initial cohabitation period of six months, either party may maintain a separate residence, provided both parties continue to make regular public appearances together to maintain the appearance of marital unity. Article 4.1, financial arrangements. Elena Rose Morgan shall receive a monthly stipend of $15,000 for personal expenses during the marriage. Upon divorce after the minimum period, she shall receive a one-time settlement of $2 million. Article 5.1, fidelity clause. Both parties agreed to maintain discretion in all personal matters. Public scandal or infidelity that damages the reputation of either family shall be grounds for immediate termination of the agreement with financial penalties. Elena read each word carefully, feeling Cole's eyes on her. The language was clinical, reducing what should have been the most intimate relationship of her life to a series of obligations and contingencies. She turned to the next document, the business agreement between Hartford Holdings and Morgan Maritime. The terms were more favorable than she'd expected. Richard Hartford would inject $40 million in capital, restructure the debt, and take a 49% stake in the company. Thomas Morgan would retain 51% ownership and remain as CEO, though with a Hartford Holdings representative on the board. "I have questions," Elena said, looking up. Richard gestured magnanimously. "Of course. The prenuptial specifies a 6-month cohabitation period." "What does that mean exactly?" Gerald adjusted his glasses. "It means you and Mr. Hartford would live together in the same residence for at least 6 months, maintaining the appearance of a traditional marriage. After that period, you may choose to maintain separate residences while still fulfilling the public appearance requirements." "And these public appearances, how frequent are we talking?" "Approximately 2 to 3 events per month." Gerald consulted his notes. "Charity galas, business dinners, family gatherings. Occasions where the Hartford and Morgan families would naturally be expected to appear together." Elena nodded slowly, then looked at Cole. He'd been silent through the entire meeting, his expression carefully neutral. "And you've agreed to all of this?" she asked him directly. "I have," Cole said, "though I'd like to propose an amendment." Richard's head snapped toward his son. "What kind of amendment?" Cole pulled out his phone and forwarded something to Gerald. "I had my own lawyers review the documents last night. I want the business arrangement modified." Gerald's phone chimed. He opened the attachment, and his eyebrows rose. "Mr. Hartford, this is quite different from what we discussed." "What is it?" Thomas asked nervously. Cole's eyes remained on Elena as he spoke. "The current agreement gives Hartford Holdings increasing control over Morgan Maritime over time, with an option to acquire majority ownership after 2 years. I want that clause removed. Morgan Maritime remains majority owned by the Morgan family in perpetuity. Hartford Holdings provides a capital injection and management consulting, but the company stays in your hands." The room fell silent. Elena stared at Cole, trying to understand what he was doing. "Absolutely not," Richard said, his voice hard. "The whole point of this arrangement is to secure our investment, to ensure we have leverage." "The whole point," Cole interrupted, his tone brooking no argument, "is to form an alliance between our families. That alliance doesn't require us to own their company. It requires mutual trust and benefit. Cole, we discussed this." "You discussed it. I'm modifying it." Cole finally looked at his father, and Elena saw something pass between them, a battle of wills that had probably been playing out for decades. "These are my terms. If you want to go through with a marriage, this is non-negotiable." Richard's face flushed red. You don't get to make demands. Actually, I do. You need me for this arrangement. Elena needs certainty that her family's legacy is protected. And I need to know that I'm not participating in a slow-motion hostile takeover disguised as a partnership. Cole's voice remained calm, but there was steel underneath. So we modify the agreement, or we cancel the entire arrangement. Your choice. Elena's father looked like he might cry with relief. Cole, that's incredibly generous. It's fair, Cole corrected. And I want 2 more amendments to the prenuptial agreement. Gerald was typing frantically on his laptop. Go ahead, Mr. Hartford. First, the museum where Elena works receives an endowment of $1 million. Unrestricted funds to be used at her discretion. Second, Elena has complete autonomy over her career decisions throughout the marriage and after. No interference. No requirements to quit her job or curtail her professional activities. Elena felt her breath catch. She hadn't expected this. Hadn't expected Cole to think about protecting the things that mattered to her. Why? She asked quietly. Cole met her eyes. Because I meant what I said at dinner. This is a business arrangement. But that doesn't mean it has to be exploitative. You're sacrificing 2 years of your life. The least I can do is make sure you don't lose everything else in the process. Richard looked like he wanted to argue further, but something in Cole's expression must have convinced him it was pointless. Fine, he bit out. Gerald, make the changes. But I want this finalized today. The wedding is scheduled for 3 weeks from now, and I won't have any more delays. As Gerald and the other lawyer began modifying the documents, Elena continued reading to the remaining paperwork. There were clauses about social media, about interviews, about what would happen if either party became incapacitated or died during the marriage term. It was all so clinical, so devoid of anything resembling emotion or connection. And yet, Cole's amendments had transformed the agreement from something that felt like indentured servitude into something almost bearable. I have a condition of my own, Elena said. Everyone looked at her. My best friend Maya-chan, stands with me at the wedding or there's no wedding. I won't do this without her there. Richard waved a dismissive hand. Fine. Cole, you'll need a best man as well. Who are you planning to ask? My sister Lily will stand with me. Your sister? That's highly unconventional. I don't care, Cole said flatly. Those are my terms. Elena felt a spark of something that might have been gratitude or might have been kinship. They were both finding small ways to maintain some autonomy within this arrangement, small rebellions against a machine that was grinding forward. The lawyers worked for another hour, printing revised documents, making notes, ensuring every detail was captured. Elena read each version carefully, ignoring Richard's obvious impatience. Finally, Gerald slid the final documents across the table. If both parties are satisfied, we're ready for signatures. Elena stared at the signature line, her pen hovering above it. This was it, the moment where she legally bound herself to a stranger for 2 years, the moment where she traded her freedom for her family's security. She thought about the woman in the painting at the museum, frozen forever in that moment of decision. Had she felt like this? Terrified and resigned and strangely numb all at once? Elena, her father said softly, you don't have to do this if you're not ready. But they both knew that was a lie. She had to do this. There was no other option, no magical solution that would save Morgan Maritime without sacrifice. She signed her name. Cole was next, his signature bold and decisive. Then their fathers, then the lawyers as witnesses. And just like that, it was done. In 3 weeks, she would marry Cole Hartford, and her life would never be the same. Excellent, Richard said, gathering the documents with obvious satisfaction. Now then, we need to discuss the wedding arrangements. I've taken the liberty of booking the chapel at our estate. Small ceremony, immediate family only, followed by a private dinner. Wait, Elena said. Don't I get any input on my own wedding? Richard looked at her as if she'd suggested something absurd. My dear, this is a business arrangement. The wedding is merely the formalization of the contract. We keep it simple and efficient. Even business arrangements can have some personal elements, Elena countered, feeling her temper rise. She'd been compliant all morning, signing away her future with barely a protest. But this, reducing even the ceremony itself to a transaction, was too much. Cole spoke up. "What would you like, Elena?" "I'd like to choose my own dress. I'd like flowers that aren't just efficient. I'd like to feel like a person getting married, not a product being delivered." "Cole, don't encourage," Richard began. "She's right." Cole stood, buttoning his jacket. "This is still a wedding, and Elena should have some say in how it happens. We can keep it small and private like you want, but the details should be hers to decide." Richard looked between his son and Elena, clearly calculating whether this was a battle worth fighting. Finally, he sighed. "Fine. Coordinate with my assistant about the details. But keep it tasteful and keep it quiet. The last thing we need is media attention." As the meeting broke up, Elena felt exhausted down to her bones. Her father hugged her tightly, whispering apologies and thanks into her hair. She hugged him back, trying to find comfort in his familiar presence. "Mr. Morgan," Cole said, approaching them, "could I have a moment alone with Elena?" Thomas looked at his daughter, who nodded. "Of course. I'll wait downstairs." When the room had cleared, Cole turned to face her. They stood on opposite sides of the conference table, the signed contract between them like a tangible barrier. "You didn't have to do that," Elena said. "The amendments, protecting my father's ownership, the museum endowment." "I know. Then why did you—" Cole was quiet for a moment, seeming to weigh his words carefully. "Because at dinner, you asked me if I was cruel. I'm not, and I won't start being cruel just because this is a business arrangement." He paused. "Also, you were right about something." "What's that?" "Everything is personal to someone. Those contracts we just signed, they're not just legal documents. They're your life, your family's legacy, your career. The least I can do is acknowledge that." Elena felt something shift in her chest. Not attraction exactly, but a lessening of the fear that had been her constant companion for the past 3 days. Cole Hartford might be cold and calculating, but he wasn't heartless. And right now, that distinction felt crucial. "Thank you," she said quietly. "Don't thank me yet. We still have to actually go through with this." Cole picked up his phone, checking something. "I need to get back to work." "But Elena, if you have questions about the living arrangements, about anything practical, have Claire set up a time for us to talk. Better to work out the details now than be surprised later." "All right." He started toward the door, then paused. "And Elena, at the wedding, you don't have to pretend to be happy. But try not to look completely miserable. It'll make the photographs awkward." Despite everything, Elena almost smiled. "I'll do my best." After Cole left, Elena stood alone in the conference room, looking out at the Boston skyline. Somewhere out there was her museum, her exhibition, her old life that was rapidly disappearing in the rearview mirror. She pulled out her phone and called Maya. "So," Maya answered immediately. "How did it go? Are you legally sold into marriage yet?" "Not yet. 3 more weeks." "Elena," Maya's voice softened. "Are you okay?" "I don't know." Elena pressed her forehead against the cool glass of the window. "I just signed a contract that basically makes me Cole Hartford's property for 2 years. How okay can I be? He's not buying you. You're entering a partnership, a really weird contractual partnership, but still." He changed the contract, made it more favorable to my family, protected the museum, even gave me control over my career. Elena watched the plane taking off from Logan, heading toward some destination she'd never see. Why would he do that if this is just business? Maybe because he's not the Ice King everyone thinks he is. Or maybe because even Ice Kings have consciences. Maya paused. Or maybe because he actually sees you as a person worth protecting. We barely know each other. Sometimes that's when people are most honest. Before all the complications set in, there was rustling on the other end of the line. "Come over tonight. Bring wine. We'll get drunk and plan how you're going to survive the next 2 years without losing yourself completely. I have to work on the exhibition. The exhibition will still be there tomorrow. You need your best friend tonight." Elena closed her eyes. "Okay, I'll be there at 7. Good. And Elena, whatever happens, you're going to be okay. You're stronger than you think. After hanging up, Elena gathered her things and made her way to the elevator. As she rode down the lobby, she caught a reflection in the mirrored walls. The same composed exterior she put on this morning, but now with shadows under her eyes and a tightness around her mouth that hadn't been there before. She looked like a woman who'd just signed away her freedom, but she also looked like a woman who was still standing, still breathing, still moving forward despite the weight of impossible choices. Her phone buzzed with a text from a number she didn't recognize. This is Cole. Claire mentioned you'd need my contact information. Let me know when you want to discuss living arrangements. Elena stared at the message for a long moment, then typed back, Tomorrow? I have a meeting at the museum until 3. 4:30 at my office? We can go over the logistics. Fine. As she stepped out of Hartford Holdings into the October sunshine, Elena felt the surreal quality of the morning settling over her like a fog. In 3 weeks, she would marry a man she barely knew. In 3 weeks, her entire life would change. But she'd survived this morning. She'd read every clause, asked her questions, even found small ways to assert her own agency within constraints of the arrangement. Maybe Maya was right. Maybe she was stronger than she thought. Elena walked toward the T station, joining the flow of people going about their normal lives. And she tried very hard not to think about the fact that normal had just become something that belonged to her past, not her future. 3 weeks until the wedding. 21 days to prepare for a lifetime of pretending. Chapter 3. The Wedding Day. The morning of her wedding. Elena woke to rain drumming against the windows of her childhood bedroom. She lay still for a moment, staring at the ceiling she'd memorized over 27 years. The crack that looked like a river, the water stain from when the roof leaked during the blizzard of 2015, the glow-in-the-dark stars she'd stuck up there when she was 8 and had never bothered to remove. Today was the last day this would be her room. Tomorrow, she'd wake up in Cole Hartford's penthouse as his wife. The thought made her stomach clench. Elena! A knock at the door. Sweetheart, are you awake? Come in, Dad. Thomas entered, carrying a mug of coffee. He looked better than he had in weeks. The lines of stress around his eyes had eased, and there was color in his cheeks again. Saving the company had saved him, Elena realized, which meant her sacrifice had been worth it. She had to believe it had been worth it. Thought you might need this, he said, setting the coffee on her nightstand. He sat at the edge of her bed, the mattress dipping under his weight. How are you feeling? Elena pulled herself up against the headboard, wrapping her hands around the warm mug. Like I'm about to jump off a cliff, and I'm not sure if there's water at the bottom. Elena! It's okay, Dad. She managed a smile. I'm not backing out. I need to be honest about how terrifying this is. Thomas reached over and took her hand. His palm was warm and calloused. Familiar. Your mother would have hated this. She always said you should marry for love, that the old ways of doing things were barbaric. But she married you for love, and you built the company together. This is different. It doesn't have to be. Thomas, squeeze her hand. Cole Hartford is a good man, underneath all that ice. I've done some asking around. He takes care of his sister. He's loyal to his people, and he keeps his word. That's more than you can say for most men in his position. He's also emotionally unavailable and married to his work. So were you before this happened. Thomas smiled gently. Maybe you're more compatible than you think. Elena wanted to argue, but he had a point. She'd spent the past 5 years pouring everything into her career, avoiding romantic relationships because they were complicated and unpredictable. In that sense, she and Cole were perfectly matched. Two people who'd chosen work over emotional risk. What if I forget how to be myself? Elena asked quietly, what if I become so good at playing Mrs. Hartford that I lose track of who Elena Morgan is? Then you hold on to the things that make you yourself. Your work, your friends, your passions. Thomas stood, smoothing down her hair like he used to when she was a child. And you remember that this is temporary. 2 years, then you're free to build whatever life you want. After her father left, Elena forced herself out of bed. Maya would be arriving in an hour to help her get ready. and she needed a shower and pull herself together before her best friend saw her falling apart. The dress hung on the back of her closet door, still in its garment bag. Elena had chosen herself during a single, efficient shopping trip. Ivory silk, simple and elegant with a sweetheart neckline, and a skirt that fell to just below her knees. Not a traditional wedding gown. But then, this wasn't a traditional wedding. She showered, dried her hair, and was applying mascara when Maya burst through the door, arms full of flowers and bags. "Okay," Maya announced, dumping everything on Elena's bed. "I brought champagne, chocolate, emergency tissues, and enough bobby pins to construct a small building. We're doing this right, even if the circumstances are completely insane." Elena turned from the mirror and felt her eyes fill with tears. "You brought flowers." "Of course I brought flowers." Maya pulled out an armful of white roses mixed with greenery. "You said Richard Hartford was handling the chapel flowers, and I know exactly what that means. Some corporate arrangement that looks like it belongs at a shareholder meeting. So I got these. For you." Elena crossed the room and hugged her friend tightly. "Thank you. Hey, no crying yet. We haven't even done your makeup." Maya pulled back, studying Elena's face. "How are you really? And I want the truth, not the brave face you've been showing everyone." Elena sank onto the bed. "I'm terrified. I'm sad. I'm angry that this is how my life is going. And I'm also—" She paused, trying to find the words. "I'm curious about Cole, about whether we can actually make this work in some weird way. Does that make me crazy? It makes you human." Maya sat beside her, opening the champagne with a pop. "And for what it's worth, I've been researching your future husband." "Maya, listen, if you're going to marry the guy, I need to make sure he's not a secret serial killer." Maya poured 2 glasses and handed one to Elena. "So I called in some favors, talked to people who've worked with him, and the consensus is complicated." "How complicated?" "He's brilliant. Everyone agrees on that. Absolutely ruthless in business, but apparently fair. He doesn't make promises he can't keep, and he doesn't screw people over for sport like some of his competitors." Maya took a sip of champagne. "But here's the interesting part. He's also got this whole secret charitable side. Volunteers at a youth center in Dorchester, donates to kids' programs, mentors troubled teenagers. Very quietly, very anonymously." Elena remembered Cole mentioning the youth center during their logistics meeting the week before. He'd said it in passing, as if it wasn't important. "Why secretly?" Elena asked. "Because he doesn't want people to think he has a heart?" Maya shrugged. "Classic emotionally unavailable man behavior. Can't let anyone see the vulnerability." "Great. I'm marrying an emotionally unavailable man with secret depths. That's exactly what every woman dreams of. Could be worse. You could be marrying an emotionally unavailable man with no depths at all." Maya clinked her glass against Elena's, to making the best of impossible situations. They drank, and then Maya went to work on Elena's hair and makeup. For the next hour, Elena sat still while her friend transformed her into a bride. Soft waves in her dark hair, subtle but luminous makeup, the pearl earrings that had belonged to her mother. "You look beautiful," Maya said finally, stepping back to assess her work. "Absolutely beautiful. And if Cole Hartford doesn't realize how lucky he is, I have permission to punch him, right?" "I'll put it in writing." Elena slipped into the dress, and Maya zipped it up carefully. When she turned to look in the full-length mirror, she barely recognized herself. The woman staring back was elegant and composed, almost serene. She didn't look like someone being marched to her doom. She looked like an actual bride. The doorbell rang downstairs, and Elena heard her father answer it. Voices drifted up, male voices, professional tones. The photographer Richard Hartford had hired. "I guess it's time," Elena whispered. Maya squeezed her hand. "You can do this, and I'll be right there with you every step." They made their way downstairs, where the photographer was setting up in the living room. He was young and efficient, taking shots of Elena with her father, Elena holding the bouquet Maya had brought, Elena looking out the window at the rain. "Beautiful," he kept saying. Very editorial. "Mr. Hartford will be pleased." Elena wanted to snap that she didn't care whether Mr. Hartford was pleased, but she held her tongue. This was her life now. Pleasing the Hartfords, maintaining appearances, being the perfect corporate wife. At 11:30, the car arrived, a sleek black town car that felt more appropriate for a funeral than a wedding. Elena hugged her father one last time before climbing in with Maya. "I love you, sweetheart," Thomas said, his eyes bright. "Your mother would be so proud of you." Elena wasn't sure that was true, but she nodded anyway. The drive to the Hartford estate took 40 minutes, winding through Boston suburbs into Connecticut horse country. The rain had eased to a drizzle, and the landscape was gray and somber under low clouds. "Very romantic," Maya muttered, staring out the gloom. Nothing says happily ever after like apocalyptic weather. Despite her nerves, Elena laughed. The Hartford estate appeared through a break in the trees, a sprawling colonial mansion with white columns and perfectly manicured grounds. Even in the rain, it was imposing, a monument to old money and older power. They were greeted at the door by Richard Hartford's assistant, a woman in her 50s who introduced herself as Patricia. "Ms. Morgan, welcome. The ceremony will be in the chapel. It's just through the garden. We have umbrellas, of course." The chapel was a small stone building at the edge of the property, probably original to the estate. Inside it was warm and surprisingly beautiful. Wooden pews, stained glass windows, and yes, corporate-looking flower arrangements that were exactly as impersonal as Maya had predicted. Elena's breath caught when she saw who was already there. Cole stood at the altar with a woman, who could only be his sister Lily. He wore a dark suit that looked like it had been tailored specifically for this occasion, and when he turned at the sound of Elena's entrance, his expression was unreadable. But Lily was grinning. She was petite and blonde, with her brother's gray eyes but none of his ice. She practically bounced down the aisle to greet them. "Elena, finally!" She pulled Elena into an unexpected hug. "I've been dying to meet you. I'm Lily, as you probably guessed, and you must be Maya." "That's me." Maya sized up Lily with a look that was half suspicion, half approval. The best friend who gets to punch Cole if he steps out of line. "I support that fully." Lily linked her arm through Elena's. "Come on, let me show you where to put your flowers. And I have to warn you, my father is in full dictator mode, so just ignore him. Cole and I do." As Lily led them to a small side room, Elena caught Cole's eye. He gave her a small nod, acknowledgement, maybe reassurance. It was hard to tell. In the side room, Richard Hartford was holding court, directing the photographer and the minister like a general commanding troops. When Elena entered, his eyes swept over her appraisingly. "Good. You look appropriate." He turned to the minister. "Let's keep this brief. 15 minutes maximum. We have a schedule to maintain." "Dad," Cole's voice came from the doorway. "Could you give Elena a moment to breathe before you start barking orders?" Richard's jaw tightened. "I'm simply ensuring everything runs smoothly. You're ensuring everyone is miserable. There's a difference." Cole stepped into the room, and Elena noticed he was holding a small box. "Elena, could I speak with you for a moment? Alone." Richard looked like he wanted to object, but Lily intercepted him smoothly. "Dad, I need your opinion on the flower arrangements. They're all wrong." As Richard was dragged away protesting, Cole gestured for Elena to follow him to the far corner of the room. Maya positioned herself protectively nearby, but gave them space. "You look beautiful," Cole said quietly. It sounded sincere, not perfunctory. "Thank you. You look very suitable for a corporate merger." His mouth twitched in what might have been amusement. "Fair assessment." He held out the box. "This is for you. Traditional, I suppose, but necessary." Elena opened it to find a ring, a platinum band with a single diamond, simple and elegant, not ostentatious, but clearly expensive. "I wasn't sure what you'd like," Cole admitted, "so I went with classic. If you hate it, we can exchange it. It's beautiful." Elena lifted the ring from the box, watching it catch the light. "I didn't think about rings. I should have gotten you one. I took care of it." Cole pulled out a simple platinum band from his pocket. Matching set. Seemed appropriate. There was something surreal about standing in a chapel, discussing wedding rings of a man she was about to marry despite barely knowing him. Elena felt like she was watching herself from outside her body, like this was happening to someone else. "Cole," she said suddenly, "are we making a terrible mistake?" He was quiet for a long moment, his gray eyes searching her face. "Probably. But we're making it together, which might count for something. That's not reassuring." "I'm not good at reassurance. I'm good at honesty." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Listen, I know this isn't what either of us wanted. I know it's bizarre and outdated, and probably doomed from the start. But I meant what I said in that meeting. I won't make you miserable. I'll keep my word about everything. The contract terms, your freedom, your career. This doesn't have to destroy your life. Just reshape it completely." Yes. He didn't try to soften it. But maybe that's not entirely a bad thing. Maybe we both needed reshaping. Before Elena could respond, Richard's voice boomed from the chapel. "Can we please get started? We're already behind schedule." Cole rolled his eyes. "My father, ladies and gentlemen, a master of romance." Despite everything, Elena felt herself smile. "Okay, let's do this before I lose my nerve completely." The ceremony was exactly as Richard wanted it. Brief, efficient, devoid of any real emotion. Elena's father gave her way with tears in his eyes. Maya stood beside her, radiating protective energy. Lily stood with Cole, occasionally shooting encouraging looks in Elena's direction. The minister, a man who probably officiated hundreds of Hartford family events, went through the traditional vows with professional speed. "Do you, Cole Nathaniel Hartford, take Elena Rose Morgan? Do you, Elena Rose Morgan, take Cole Nathaniel Hartford?" Elena heard herself say, "I do," and wondered if her voice sounded as hollow to everyone else as it did to her own ears. Cole's "I do" was firm and clear. A business confirmation, not a romantic declaration. "The rings, please." Lily handed Cole the band Elena had chosen. Platinum, simple, masculine. He took Elena's hand, and she was surprised by how warm his skin was. She'd expected him to be as cold as his reputation. "With this ring, I thee wed," Cole said, sliding the band onto her finger. His eyes met hers, and for just a moment there was something there, not love, but perhaps recognition. Two people trapped in the same impossible situation, trying to make the best of it. Then it was Elena's turn. Her hand shook slightly as she took Cole's ring and slid it onto his finger. "With this ring, I thee wed." The metal looked strange on his hand, a tangible symbol of the arrangement they'd entered. She wondered if he'd ever take it off, or if he'd wear it like armor, one more piece of the impenetrable exterior he showed the world. "By the power vested in me by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts," the minister intoned, "I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride." This was it, the moment Elena had been dreading. She'd never even kissed Cole Hartford, and now she had to do it in front of their families, in front of a photographer who was already positioning himself for the shot. Cole stepped closer, and Elena tilted her face up. He hesitated for just a second. Enough time for her to see something flicker in his eyes, something that might have been uncertainty or might have been question. Then he leaned down and kissed her. It was supposed to be perfunctory, a brief press of lips, formal and meaningless. But when Cole's mouth met hers, something unexpected happened. The kiss was soft, careful, but it lasted longer than necessary. His hand came up to cup her cheek, and Elena found herself leaning into it, her eyes fluttering closed. For just a moment, it felt real. Then Cole pulled back, and the moment shattered. Elena opened her eyes to find him looking at her with an expression she couldn't read. Behind them, the photographer's camera clicked rapidly. "Ladies and gentlemen," the minister announced, "I present to you Mr. and Mrs. Cole Hartford." The small gathering applauded politely. Richard looked satisfied, as if he'd just closed a particularly profitable deal. Thomas was crying openly. Maya and Lily were both watching Elena with concern written on their faces. And Elena felt nothing, just a vast, echoing numbness and the lingering sensation of Cole's lips on hers. They signed the marriage certificate at a small table the minister had set up. Elena's hand cramped as she wrote her new name for the first time, Elena Morgan Hartford. It looked wrong, like someone else's signature. "Photos now," Richard commanded. "We need this documented for the announcement." The next 30 minutes were a blur of poses. Cole and Elena at the altar with their families, cutting into a small cake that had been prepared for the occasion. Smile here. Look at each other there. Hold hands for this shot. Elena played her part mechanically, but she was acutely aware of Cole beside her, the way he kept one hand at the small of her back during photos, a gesture that looked intimate but felt protective, the way he tensed whenever his father barked orders, the way he looked at his sister with genuine warmth, the only crack in his otherwise impenetrable facade. Finally, mercifully, the photos were done. "The reception dinner's at 2, Patricia announced. "That gives everyone time to change if needed." "I'm not changing," Elena said, surprising herself with the firmness in her voice. "I'm staying in this dress." Richard frowned. "But Elena can wear whatever she wants," Cole interrupted. "She's right. Why change?" As the group began moving toward the main house, Maya pulled Elena aside. "Hey, you okay?" "I don't know." Elena looked down at the rings on her finger. "Ask me in 2 years." That kiss looked not completely terrible. "It lasted half a second too long," Elena admitted. "I don't know what that means." "Maybe it means he's human under all that ice." Maya squeezed her arm. "Come on, let's get through this reception, and then I'm taking you out for real drinks. Marital obligations be damned." The reception was held in the Hartford Mansion's formal dining room, around a table that could have seated 20, but today held only 8. The 2 families plus Maya and Lily. The meal was catered by one of Boston's best restaurants, but Elena barely tasted any of it. She moved food around her plate and smiled at appropriate moments while conversation flowed around her. Cole sat beside her, and she was hyper-aware of every movement he made. The way he barely touched his wine. The way he deflected his father's attempts to discuss business. The way he occasionally looked at her, as if checking to make sure she was still there. "So, Elena," Richard said during dessert, his voice booming across the table, "Cole tells me you're planning to continue working at the museum. I hope that won't interfere with your obligations as his wife." Elena felt her spine stiffen. "My career was part of the agreement." Cole specifically. "I'm aware of what the contract states." Richard waved a dismissive hand. "I'm simply pointing out that there will be social expectations. Charity events, dinners, appearances. The Hartford name carries certain responsibilities." "Elena is perfectly capable of managing both her career and social obligations," Cole said, his voice sharp. "Just as I manage my work and these same obligations. Unless you think women are somehow less capable." "Don't be ridiculous. You're simply trying to control a situation that's already been negotiated and finalized." Cole set down his fork with deliberate calm. "Elena's career is not up for discussion. Not now, not ever. Are we clear?" The table fell silent. Thomas looked uncomfortable. Lily was trying not to grin. And Elena stared at her new husband, surprised by his vehemence. Richard's face had turned an alarming shade of red, but he nodded curtly, crystal clear. The rest of the meal passed in strained politeness. When it was finally over, Richard announced that he had business calls to make. Thomas needed to get back to Boston. The small gathering began to disperse. Elena found herself standing in the mansion's grand foyer, suddenly unsure what happened next. She was married. She'd signed the papers, said the vows, worn the dress. But what did the rest of the day look like? The rest of her life? Elena! Cole appeared beside her, having changed out his suit jacket into just a white shirt and vest. He looked more human somehow, less intimidating. "We should probably talk about tonight." "Tonight?" "Where you're staying. The contract specifies we live together, but if you need more time before moving into the penthouse, I can arrange for you to stay at your father's house a few more days." Elena thought about going back to her childhood bedroom, unpacking the overnight bag she brought, pretending this day hadn't happened. It was tempting, but it was also running away. "No," she said, "I'll come to the penthouse tonight. Might as well start this arrangement the way we'll continue it." Something that might have been respect flickered in Cole's eyes. "All right, I'll have your things brought over from your father's house tomorrow. For tonight, Lily can lend you whatever you need. I'm great at lending things, Lily announced, appearing with Maya. Also, I've been informed that I'm now in charge of making sure you two don't spend your wedding night in separate corners, avoiding each other. So here's what we're going to do. Lily, Cole warned. Nope, not listening to protests. Elena, Maya and I are taking you back to Cole's place. We're going to help you settle in, order pizza because that fancy dinner was useless, and drink the expensive wine Cole definitely has hidden somewhere. Cole, you're going to go do whatever emotionally repressed thing you need to do to process the fact that you just got married, and then you're going to come home and be a decent human being. Deal. Elena looked at Cole, who looked at Lily with a mixture of exasperation and affection. Deal, he said finally, but leave some wine for me. As they prepared to leave, Elena's father pulled her aside for one final hug. I'm proud of you, sweetheart. And if you need anything at all, you call me. I will, Dad. Cole's a good man. Give him a chance. You might be surprised. Elena wasn't sure she had the energy for any more surprises today, but she nodded anyway. The drive back to Boston was subdued. Maya and Lily made conversation in the front seat, while Elena stared out the window, watching the Connecticut landscape give way to suburban sprawl, and then to the city proper. She was Mrs. Cole Hartford now. She wore his ring, carried his name, had promised in front of God and family to honor and cherish him. And she barely knew him. Cole's penthouse was on the 48th floor of a building in Back Bay, with views of the Charles River and the city skyline. Elena had been here once before for their logistics meeting, but that had been during the day. Now, in the evening light, it felt different, larger, more imposing. Welcome home, Lily said with forced cheerfulness, unlocking the door. Okay, so Cole's suite is on the west side, and Elena, your suite is on the east. You each have your own bathroom, walk-in closet, and sitting area. The kitchen and living room are shared space. Cole's office is off-limits unless invited. Got it? Elena nodded mutely, following Lily through the sprawling space. Everything was modern and minimalist. Leather furniture, abstract art, floors that looked like they'd never been walked on. It didn't feel like a home. It felt like a showroom. Her suite, when Lily opened the door, was slightly better. Someone had already brought in fresh flowers. Not corporate arrangements, but the white roses Maya had brought to the wedding. Her overnight bag sat on the bed. Cole had everything prepared, Lily explained. He wanted you to feel like you had your own space. And see, there's a lock on the door if you want privacy. Maya tested it. Good. I was about to install one myself. For the next hour, they ordered pizza, open wine, and Lily regaled them with stories about growing up Hartford, the private schools, the family drama, Cole's teenage rebellion phase where he threatened to become a teacher instead of joining the family business. He would have been a good teacher, Lily said thoughtfully. He's actually great with kids when he lets his guard down. That's why he volunteers at the youth center. Why does he keep that secret? Elena asked, because caring about things makes you vulnerable, and vulnerability is dangerous. Or at least, that's what our father taught him after Mom died. Lily's expression darkened. Dad basically told him that loving people means losing them, so it's better not to love anyone at all. And Cole, being 12 and traumatized, internalized that completely. That's horrible, Maya said. It's Hartford family dynamics. Lily raised her wine glass. To breaking cycles and being better than our parents. They drank to that. Around 9, Maya reluctantly announced she needed to go home. I have work tomorrow, and someone needs to be responsible. She hugged Elena tightly. Call me if you need anything. I mean it, anything. I'll be here in 15 minutes with ice cream and bail money. I don't think I'll need bail money on my wedding night. You never know. After Maya left, Lily helped Elena unpack her overnight bag and find the bathroom essentials. Finally, around 10, she gave Elena a hug that felt genuinely warm. He's not as bad as he seems, Lily said quietly. I know he's all ice and walls, but underneath he's just scared. Give him time. He might surprise you. Everyone keeps saying that. Because it's true. Lily pulled back, smiling. Also, for what it's worth, I'm really glad he married you and not some vapid socialite. You seem like you might actually be able to crack through that armor. After Lily left, Elena was finally alone. She changed into the pajamas Maya had packed, soft cotton shorts and a t-shirt, and washed her face, watching her reflection in the bathroom mirror. The makeup was gone, the carefully styled hair was coming loose, and she looked like herself again, except she wasn't herself anymore. She was someone's wife, Cole Hartford's wife. Elena climbed into the unfamiliar bed and tried to sleep, but every sound in the penthouse made her jump. The hum of the refrigerator, the distant traffic noise, the elevator dinging somewhere down the hall. Around midnight, she heard the front door open. Cole, finally returning from wherever he'd gone to process his wedding day. She heard his footsteps in the living room, heard water running in the kitchen, heard a door close on the other side of the penthouse. Her husband was home. Elena lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling, and tried to imagine the next 2 years of her life. 2 years of this careful distance, this performance of marriage without intimacy. 2 years of sharing space with someone who was essentially a stranger. 2 years until she could reclaim her life. But as she finally drifted towards sleep, she kept coming back to one moment. The kiss at the altar that had lasted half a second too long. Cole's hand on her cheek. The careful way he'd pull back, like he was retreating from something that scared him. Maybe everyone was right. Maybe there was more to Cole Hartford than ice and calculations. Or maybe she was just looking for hope in a hopeless situation. Elena closed her eyes and tried not to think about the ring on her finger or the man sleeping on the other side of the penthouse. Tomorrow, she'd have to figure out how to be Mrs. Hartford. But tonight, for just a few more hours, she could still be Elena Morgan, the girl who'd made an impossible choice and was trying very hard to believe it was the right one. Chapter 4. Honeymoon in Hell. Elena woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows and, for a disorienting moment, didn't know where she was. Then memory crashed over her. The wedding, the penthouse, the strange bed in her designated suite. She was married to Cole Hartford, and according to the contract, they were supposed to spend the next week at the Hartford family's cottage on the Connecticut coast for what Richard had called essential bonding time. Honeymoon was apparently too romantic a word for a business arrangement. Elena checked her phone. 7:30. A text from Maya waited. How was night one? Still alive? Need rescue? Alive. Barely saw him. Leaving for Connecticut today. A whole week alone with the Ice King. Try not to freeze to death. Elena smiled despite herself, then dragged herself out of bed. She needed coffee and courage, preferably in that order. The kitchen was empty when she emerged, but there was fresh coffee in the pot and a note on the counter in sharp, precise handwriting. Had to handle some emails. Car leaves for Connecticut at 10. Pack for a week. Weather forecast shows rain. See, not good morning. Not hope you slept well. Just logistics and weather reports. Very cold. Elena poured coffee and stood at the windows overlooking the Charles River. Somewhere out there was her museum, her exhibition that would open in 5 weeks, her real life that felt increasingly like a dream she'd once had. Her phone rang. Her father. Sweetheart, how are you? How was the first night? Fine, Dad. We barely saw each other. That's good. Thomas sounded uncertain. Elena, I know this is difficult, but try to give Cole a chance. Get to know him during this week away. It's not a real honeymoon. It's a contractual obligation. Maybe it can be both. Thomas paused. Your mother and I, our honeymoon was when we really fell in love. Before that, we were just two people who liked each other and thought we should get married. But that week alone, really talking, really seeing each other, that's when everything changed. Elena wanted to point out that her mother had actually wanted to marry him, but she held her tongue. I'll try, Dad. After hanging up, Elena returned to her suite to pack. She'd just finished when she heard Cole's voice from the living room, talking to someone on the phone. I understand the urgency, but I'll be out of the office for a week. No, it's not negotiable, because I just got married, David, and apparently that comes with certain expectations. A pause. Yes, I can be reached by phone and email, but I won't be coming in. Just handle it. That's why you're my senior analyst. Elena emerged to find Cole in the kitchen, pouring his own coffee. He'd changed into jeans and a navy sweater, the most casual she'd seen him. Without the suit armor, he looked younger, more approachable, almost human. "Morning," she said. He turned, and for just a second, something crossed his face. Surprise, maybe, or appreciation. "Morning. Did you sleep well?" "Well enough." "You?" "Fine." He gestured to the coffee pot. "There's more if you need it." They stood in awkward silence. Two people who'd promised to spend their lives together but didn't know how to have a simple conversation over breakfast. "So," Elena said finally, "a week in Connecticut. My father's idea of essential bonding time." Cole's tone suggested exactly what he thought of that. "The house is large. We can maintain our distance if that's what you prefer." "Is that what you prefer?" "I prefer honest communication over polite avoidance." He met her eyes. "If you want space, say so. If you want to try to make this week less miserable than it could be, say that too. But don't smile and pretend everything's fine when it's not." Elena found herself appreciating his directness. "Okay, honest communication. I'm terrified, confused, and have no idea how to be married to someone I barely know. But I don't want to spend a week avoiding you. That seems like it would make everything worse." "Agreed." Something that might have been relief flickered across Cole's face. "So we try to coexist? Maybe learn something about each other?" "That sounds marginally better than a week of silent tension." High praise. Was that almost a smile? The drive to Connecticut took just over an hour. Cole drove himself, which surprised Elena. She'd assumed he'd have a driver. They listened to NPR and didn't talk much, but it was a comfortable silence rather than an awkward one. Small progress. The cottage turned out to be a sprawling beach house with walls of windows overlooking Long Island Sound. It was beautiful in a stark, modern way, all clean lines and expensive furniture and absolutely no personality. "Let me guess," Elena said as they carried bags in from the car. "Your father's decorator chose everything." "How could you tell?" "Because it looks exactly like your penthouse, like a very expensive hotel where no one actually lives." Cole looked around the living room as if seeing it for the first time. "I suppose it does. My mother used to have a house in Maine. Completely different, comfortable furniture, art everywhere, books piled on every surface. She said a house should tell you something about the people who live there." It was the most personal thing he'd shared. Elena seized on it. "What would your ideal house look like?" He seemed surprised by the question. "I don't know. I've never thought about it." "Really? Never?" "I've always focused on work. Everything else is just logistics." Cole picked up their bags. "Your room is upstairs, overlooks the water. I'm down here. There's a stock kitchen if you want to cook, or we can order from town." He was retreating again, hiding behind practicalities. Elena recognized the defense mechanism because she used it herself. "Cole," she said, "honest communication, remember? You don't have to perform for me. If this is weird for you, and it clearly is, you can just say so." He set down the bag slowly. "It's terrifying, actually. I don't do this. Share space, share life with someone. I don't know the rules or the expectations, and I'm generally very bad at situations where I don't have complete control. Join the club. I've spent the last 3 weeks having recurring nightmares about forgetting how to be myself." "How do you forget to be yourself?" "By becoming so good at being what someone else needs that you lose track of what you actually want." Elena moved to the windows, looking out at the gray water. "I've been the good daughter, the reliable curator, the person who never makes waves. And now I'm the good wife. I'm worried there's nothing left of me underneath all that." Cole was quiet for a long moment. Then, "For what it's worth, I don't need you to be anything other than exactly who you are. That was the whole point of the contract amendments. So you could keep being yourself. That's a nice theory. But we're still living a lie. We're still pretending to be something we're not. Are we?" Cole moved to stand beside her at the window. "We're married. That's legally true. We're living together. Also true. The only pretense is that we're in love. Everything else is just figuring out how to coexist." Elena considered this. So we're roommates who happen to be legally bound? Essentially. That's either very practical or very depressing. Can it be both? Despite herself, Elena laughed. You're not what I expected, you know. Neither are you. I thought you'd be more compliant, easier to manage. Sorry to disappoint. I didn't say I was disappointed. Cole's voice was quiet. If anything, it's a relief. I don't trust easy things. They're usually traps. Before Elena could respond, the sky opened up. Rain began hammering against the windows, and within seconds, it was a deluge. Well, Cole said, so much for beach walks. They spent the afternoon in careful orbit around each other. Cole set up his laptop in the downstairs study, taking calls and handling work that apparently couldn't wait. Elena explored the house, finding a library tucked away on the second floor, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, a window seat overlooking the water, the only room in the house that felt remotely personal. She was curled up in the window seat with a biography of Artemisia Gentileschi when Cole found her hours later. There you are. I thought you might have escaped out a window. Considered it, but the rain deterred me. Elena held up the book. Did you know about this library? I knew it existed. I didn't know what was in it. Cole looked around, seeming genuinely interested. These are my mother's books. After she died, my father had them moved here, said he couldn't stand seeing them in the main house. Elena noticed the titles: art history, poetry, novels, philosophy, a collection that told a story about someone who loved beauty and ideas. She had good taste. She did. Cole pulled out a volume of Neruda's poetry, running his fingers over the worn spine. She used to read to me and Lily. Even when we got older and complained it was embarrassing, she'd insist. Said poetry taught you to see the world differently. Like art, Elena said softly. Like art. Cole replaced the book carefully. I haven't been in this room in years. It felt like trespassing on her memory. Or maybe it felt like grieving, and that scared you. He looked at her sharply, but there was no accusation in his gaze, just recognition. You're observant. I've had practice reading people who don't want to be read. Elena closed her book. My mother died to remember. I know what it's like to avoid the things that remind you of what you lost. Cole sat in the armchair across from her window seat. Outside, the rain continued its assault. But in here, surrounded by his mother's books, the atmosphere felt strangely intimate. How did you handle it? He asked. The loss. Badly at first. Then I threw myself into work, into taking care of my father, into being strong, because someone had to be. Elena pulled her knees up to her chest. But I also let myself feel it. The sadness, the anger, the unfairness of it all. You can't just lock grief away, Cole. It finds you eventually. My father would disagree. He thinks emotion is weakness. Your father is wrong. Elena said it with such certainty that Cole almost smiled. I'm beginning to think you're right about that. They fell into silence, but it was different now. Not awkward or careful, but comfortable. Two people sharing space in grief and unexpected honesty. I'm hungry, Cole announced eventually. Let me see what's in the kitchen. Elena followed him downstairs, and they discovered that stock kitchen meant basics only: pasta, sauce, some vegetables, eggs. Cole stared into the refrigerator with visible dismay. I don't cook, he admitted. I have no idea what to do with any of this. Lucky for you, I do. Elena began pulling out ingredients. My mother taught me. She said cooking was like restoration work. You take raw materials and transform them into something beautiful. That's a very poetic way to describe dinner. Shut up and chop these onions. For the next hour, they worked together in the kitchen, Elena directing, Cole following instructions with the same intensity. He probably brought the boardroom negotiations. He was terrible at chopping. The onions ended up in wildly uneven pieces. But he was a diligent student, asking questions and actually listening to the answers. Why do we saute the garlic before adding it to the sauce? He asked. Because it develops the flavor, makes it less harsh. Raw garlic would overpower everything else. Cooking is complicated. So is private equity, but you manage that just fine. They ate at the dining table, overlooking the storm-dark water. Elena had made a simple pasta with tomato sauce, garlic bread, and a salad, but Cole ate like it was the best meal he'd had in months. "This is really good," he said, surprise evident in his voice. "You sound shocked." "I am. I've never had someone cook for me before. Not like this, in a home, casually, just because it was dinner time." Elena felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. "What about growing up? Didn't your mother cook?" "Sometimes, but we usually had staff." Cole set down his fork. "After she died, dinners were either catered or I ate alone in my room. Family meals weren't really a thing in the Hartford household. That's lonely. I didn't think about it much. You can't miss what you've never had." "Yes, you can." Elena thought about her own childhood, her mother's insistence on family dinners, the way meals had been sacred time together. You can know something's missing even if you don't have words for it. Cole was quiet, but something in his expression had shifted. The walls weren't exactly down, but they were lower. After dinner, they washed dishes together, Cole washing, Elena drying. It was domestic in a way that felt surreal given the circumstances of their marriage. They were playing house, Elena thought, except the house was real, and the marriage certificate was legal, and the man beside her was technically her husband. "Tomorrow, if the weather clears, I could show you the beach," Cole offered as they finished. "There's a walking path that goes for miles." "I'd like that. And maybe you could tell me more about your exhibition. You've barely mentioned it since the wedding, but I know it's important to you." Elena looked at him in surprise. "You want to hear about 16th century art restoration?" "I want to hear about something that matters to you. There's a difference." It was such a simple statement, but it landed with unexpected weight. When was the last time someone had asked about her work because they genuinely wanted to know, not because they were being polite? "Okay," Elena said, "but fair warning, I can talk for hours about this stuff." "I'll risk it." They ended up in the living room, Elena curled in one corner of the couch, Cole in the other, as she explained her exhibition concept. She talked about the women she was featuring, artists and patrons who'd shaped colonial American art despite being largely erased from history. She talked about the challenges of restoration, about revealing the original work beneath centuries of damage and poor repairs. Cole listened with genuine interest, asking intelligent questions, making connections to business concepts that actually made sense. He didn't patronize or pretend to understand things he didn't. He just listened. "You light up when you talk about this," he observed. "Your whole demeanor changes." "It's my passion. It's the thing that makes me feel most like myself. I envy that. I'm good at my job, but I'm not sure I've ever been passionate about it." "Then why do you do it?" Cole was quiet for a long moment. "Because it's what's expected. Because I'm good at it. Because when my mother died, my father threw himself into building the company, and that became our relationship, work and achievement, and proving we were worthy of the Hartford name." He looked down at his hands. "I learned early that success was the only currency that mattered in our family." "That's sad, Cole." "It's practical." But he didn't sound convinced. "No, it's sad. You deserve to have something that's yours. Not because it makes money or impresses people, but because it makes you happy. I'm not sure I remember how to be happy." He said it matter-of-factly, like he was reporting the weather. Elena felt her heart squeeze. "Then maybe that's something we can work on. Both of us." Cole met her eyes, and for just a moment, the walls were completely gone. She saw past the Ice King to the boy who'd lost his mother, and learned to armor himself against any more loss. She saw loneliness and fear, and a desperate desire to be something other than what he'd become. Then he blinked, and the moment passed. "It's late," he said, standing. "We should probably get some sleep." "Cole." "Good night, Elena." He walked toward his bedroom, then paused at the door. "Thank you. For dinner. For listening. For trying." "You're trying too. Not very successfully." "I disagree." Elena stood as well. "You're doing better than you think." After Cole disappeared into his room, Elena climbed the stairs to her own suite. She could hear the ocean now that the rain had eased, the steady rhythm of waves against shore. It was soothing, meditative. She got ready for bed and lay in the dark, thinking about the evening, the cooking, the conversation, the glimpses of the person Cole kept hidden behind his carefully constructed walls. He was complicated, damaged and defensive, but also unexpectedly thoughtful. He listened when most people in his position wouldn't. He noticed things. And that kiss at the wedding, Elena kept coming back to it. The way it had lasted just a little too long. The careful way he cupped her face, the look in his eyes when he'd pulled away, like he'd felt something he hadn't expected and wasn't sure what to do about it. Elena's phone buzzed with a text from Maya. Day 1 of honeymoon. Scale of 1 to 10. How awful. Elena thought about it, then typed, surprisingly not awful. Maybe a 4? He made me chop onions. He what? Long story. I'll tell you when I get back. Okay, now I'm concerned. Are you developing Stockholm Syndrome? It's not Stockholm Syndrome to acknowledge someone is more complex than their reputation. That's exactly what someone with Stockholm Syndrome would say. Elena smiled, setting the phone aside. She didn't have Stockholm Syndrome. She was just beginning to see that Cole Hartford wasn't the villain she'd expected him to be. He was trapped in this arrangement just like she was, trying to figure out how to navigate it without losing himself completely. Maybe they could help each other with that. Maybe a week of forced proximity wouldn't be hell after all. Maybe it would be the beginning of something neither of them had expected. Not love, perhaps, but understanding, partnership, a friendship built on shared loneliness, and the strange comfort of being seen by someone who knew exactly how it felt to wear a mask all the time. Elena drifted towards sleep with that thought, unaware that downstairs, Cole lay awake in his own bed, thinking remarkably similar things. He'd expected the week to be torture, awkward silence and forced conversations with a woman who resented him for the arrangement. Instead, he'd found someone who challenged him, who saw through his defenses, who cooked him dinner and talked about art restoration like it was the most important thing in the world. Someone who lost a parent too and understood what it meant to bury grief, so deep you forgot it was there. Cole rolled over, looking at the clock. 12:30. He should sleep. Tomorrow he'd probably retreat back behind his walls, and Elena would do the same, and they'd return to their careful distance. But tonight, for just a few hours, the walls had come down, and that terrified him more than any business deal ever had. Because if he could feel this much connection after one evening of honesty, what would happen over 6 more days? What would happen over 2 years? Cole closed his eyes and tried not to think about the answer. Chapter 5. Return to reality. The week at the beach house had passed in a strange, suspended reality. By day 3, Elena and Cole had fallen into an unexpected rhythm. Morning coffee together, Cole working in the study while Elena read or sketched exhibition layouts. Shared meals where conversation came easier each time, evening walks on the beach when the weather permitted. By day 7, Elena had almost forgotten this was an arrangement rather than a real marriage. Almost. Now, driving back to Boston on Sunday afternoon, Elena felt that fragile sense of connection straining under the weight of what came next. Tomorrow, Cole would return to Hartford Holdings and his 18-hour workdays. She'd go back to the museum and the mounting pressure of the exhibition opening. They'd slip back into their separate lives, connected only by a legal document and the charade they'd have to perform for the outside world. You're quiet, Cole observed, his eyes on the highway. Regretting not staying another day? Just thinking about tomorrow. Reality. Elena watched the Connecticut landscape blur past. The beach house felt like, I don't know, a bubble outside normal life. And now we go back to normal life. Except nothing about this is normal. Cole was silent for a moment. It doesn't have to be completely separate, you know. What we built this week, the conversations, the honesty, we can maintain that. Can we? When you're working until midnight and I'm at the museum until the opening, when we only see each other at obligatory social events where we have to play the happy couple. Elena, Cole's voice was firm. I'm not going to pretend this week didn't happen. And I'm not going to go back to treating you like a business arrangement I have to tolerate. Something in Elena's chest loosened. Okay, good. Because I actually started to like you, and it would be disappointing to find out the real Cole is the Ice King after all. The real Cole is probably somewhere between the Ice King and whoever you met this week. He glanced at her with something that might have been amusement. "But I'm willing to let you keep finding out." They arrived at the penthouse just as the October sun was setting, painting the Charles River in shades of copper and gold. Elena had barely walked through the door when her phone exploded with notifications. 17 missed calls, 32 texts, an inbox full of emails marked urgent. What the hell? She scrolled through, her stomach sinking. They were all from the museum, from her boss, from the exhibition coordinator, from the board president. Cole was checking his own phone, his expression darkening. "I have 47 messages from the office. Something's happened." Elena found the most recent voicemail from her boss, Martin Whitmore, and played it on speaker. His voice was strained, panicked. "Elena, where are you? We have a crisis. The Cavendish collection. They're pulling their loans. All of them. Every piece we needed for the Colonial Women exhibition. They called Friday, said there's been a change in institutional priorities, and they're recalling everything immediately. We have 5 weeks until opening, and we've lost half the exhibition. Call me as soon as you get this." Elena felt the blood drain from her face. The Cavendish collection had been the cornerstone of her exhibition. Paintings, sketches, documents that told the stories of women artists in colonial America. Without them, the entire narrative fell apart. "This can't be happening," she whispered. Cole was already pulling up something on his phone. The Cavendish Trust. Traditional old money. Board of trustees composed mostly of Hartford competitors and people my father screwed over in business deals. He looked up at her, understanding and anger mixing in his expression. "This is retaliation. Someone found out about our marriage and decided to punish you for it. That's insane. What does my exhibition have to do with Hartford Holdings?" "Everything, now that you're a Hartford." Cole's jaw was tight. "This is exactly the kind of petty power play that happens in our circles. Someone wants to send a message, probably to my father, using you as a messenger." Elena's hands were shaking. 5 weeks. She had 5 weeks to replace half an exhibition that had taken her 8 months to curate. It was impossible. Her phone rang. Martin Whitmore. "Martin," she answered, trying to keep her voice steady. "I just got your message." "Elena, thank God. Where have you been?" "On my honeymoon, as you knew I would be." "Right, yes, of course." "Listen, this is a disaster. The board is an emergency session tomorrow morning. They want answers. How are we going to salvage this? Whether we should postpone, whether we should cancel entirely." "We're not canceling." Elena's voice came out sharper than she intended. "I'll fix this. I'll find replacement pieces." "In 5 weeks?" "Elena, be realistic." "I said I'll fix it." She ended the call, immediately feeling guilty for snapping at Martin, but the panic was overwhelming. Cole was watching her with concern. "What do you need?" "A miracle or a time machine." Elena sank onto the couch, her mind racing. Those pieces were irreplaceable. Literally. There's nothing else like them in private collections that I have access to. "What about public collections? Museums in other cities?" "Intermuseum loans take months to negotiate. I don't have months." Cole sat beside her, and Elena was suddenly aware of how close he was, how solid and steady his presence felt. "Walk me through it. What exactly did you lose?" For the next hour, Elena explained the exhibition piece by piece. The portraits of female artists that showed their skill despite historical erasure, the letters and documents that proved their influence, the sketches that revealed their creative process. Cole listened intently, occasionally asking questions that showed he was actually understanding the scope of the problem. "Okay," he said finally, "here's what we do. Tomorrow, you make a list of every alternative piece that could work, even long shots. I'll have my team research who owns them and what it would take to secure them. Cole, your team handles corporate acquisitions, not art loans. Acquisition is acquisition. The principles are the same. Identify the asset, determine what the owner values, negotiate terms." He pulled out his phone. "I'm calling David Park. He's my best analyst, and he owes me a favor. It's Sunday night." But Cole was already dialing. "David, I need you on something first thing tomorrow." "No, it's not Hartford business, it's personal. My wife's museum exhibition is in crisis, and we need to source alternative pieces. Yes, I'm aware that's not our usual work. Consider it a professional development opportunity. Elena listened as Cole efficiently outlined the situation, amazed by how quickly he'd shifted into problem-solving mode. This was the Ice King she'd heard about. Focused, decisive, accepting no obstacles. But he was using those skills for her. After several more calls, Cole set down his phone. Okay, David and 2 junior analysts will work on this tomorrow. You give them your list. They identify owners and potential negotiation strategies. It's not a miracle, but it's a start. Why are you doing this? Cole looked at her in surprise. Because you need help, and because someone is using you to attack my family, which makes it my problem too. But your work can wait. Elena, you spent a week trying to get to know me. The least I can do is show up when you're in crisis. He stood, heading toward the kitchen. Have you eaten? You should eat. Elena realized she was starving. They ordered Thai food and ate at the dining table. Elena's laptop opened between them as she began compiling her list of alternative pieces. Cole asked questions, made notes, and by the time they finished eating, they had a strategy. You're good at this, Elena said, closing her laptop around 11. The problem-solving thing. It's actually kind of impressive. It's what I do. Cole cleared their plates, though usually for less noble purposes in saving art exhibitions. Hey, art is noble. I didn't say it wasn't. They cleaned up together, falling into the comfortable rhythm they developed at the beach house. But Elena could feel the tension underneath, the awareness that tomorrow they'd be back in the real world, with real pressures and real consequences. I should let you sleep, Cole said finally. You have an early morning. So do you. They stood in the kitchen, neither moving. The space between them felt charged with something Elena couldn't name. Not attraction exactly, but a pull she didn't quite understand. Cole, she said quietly, thank you. For today, for this week, for all of it. You don't need to thank me. I do, though. You didn't have to help. You could have treated this as my problem and gone back to ignoring me. But you didn't. Something shifted in Cole's expression. Elena, I haven't been able to ignore you since the moment we met. And after this week, he paused, seeming to struggle with the words. After this week, the idea of going back to careful distance and polite indifference sounds unbearable. Elena's breath caught. What are you saying? I'm saying maybe we stop pretending this is just a business arrangement. Maybe we try to actually be partners, not romantically necessarily, but as allies, people who support each other. He ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. I'm bad at this, at expressing what I mean without hiding behind business terminology. I think I understand. Elena stepped closer. You're saying we're friends now. Friends. Cole tested the word. Yes, I suppose that's what this is. You suppose? I've never really had friends. Just colleagues and competitors. That's depressing, Cole. I know. But he almost smiled. Will you teach me? How to be a friend? Elena felt something warm unfold in her chest. I think you're doing pretty well already. They stood there for another moment. The kitchen quiet around them. Then Cole cleared his throat and stepped back. Good night, Elena. Good night. Elena climbed the stairs to her suite, her mind spinning. The exhibition crisis was still a disaster, but somehow it felt less overwhelming knowing Cole was on her side. And that conversation in the kitchen, the careful admission that something had shifted between them, it felt significant in ways she wasn't ready to examine. She got ready for bed and checked her phone one last time. A text from Maya, back from honeymoon. How was it? Did you survive? Elena thought about how to answer, then typed, survived. Thrived, actually. Things are complicated, but good. I think we might actually be friends. Friends with your contract husband? That's a new development. I know. I'm as surprised as you are. Good surprised or bad surprised? Elena considered the question. Good, I think. Scary, but good. I want details. Coffee tomorrow? Can't. Museum crisis. But soon. Elena set down the phone and curled up in bed, listening to the familiar sound of penthouse. She could hear Cole moving around downstairs, the soft sound of his office door closing, the muted tones of what was probably another phone call. Her husband was working late to help solve her problem. Her husband, who'd spent a weekend and know her, who listened when she talked about art, who was trying to figure out how to be her friend. It was strange and unexpected, and nothing like she'd imagined when she'd signed that contract. But maybe that was okay. Maybe the best things in life were the ones you never saw coming. The next morning, Elena woke early and dressed for battle. A navy suit that Maya called her armor, heels that added 3 inches to her height, makeup that made her look more confident than she felt. She needed every advantage for the board meeting. Cole was already in the kitchen when she emerged, dressed in his own armor. A charcoal suit that probably cost more than her monthly salary, his hair perfectly styled, his expression the cool mask of the Ice King. "Ready?" he asked, handing her a travel mug of coffee. "As I'll ever be. David and his team will be at your museum by 9. Use them however you need." "Cole, I can't take up your employees' time for personal." "You're not. I'm assigning them to this project." His tone brooked no argument. "And Elena, you've got this. You're brilliant at what you do. Don't let those board members intimidate you." Elena felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you. Partners," Cole said simply. "That's what partners do." They rode the elevator down together, and Elena was aware of how they must look. The power couple, perfectly coordinated, ready to conquer the world. If only the board could see how recent and fragile this partnership really was. In the lobby, Cole's driver was waiting. "Where can I drop you?" "I can take the tea." "Elena," Cole's voice was firm. "Let me do this. Please." So she let him drive her to the museum, let him tell her again that she could handle this, let him squeeze her hand briefly before she got out of the car. Small gestures that felt enormous. The museum was already buzzing with activity when Elena arrived. Martin Whitmore met her at the door, looking haggard. "The board is in the conference room. They're not happy." "I have a plan," Elena said with more confidence than she felt. The board meeting was every bit as brutal as she'd feared. The trustees, mostly wealthy donors who loved art, but understood little about the practical realities of curating, peppered her with questions she couldn't fully answer yet. Why had she relied so heavily on one collection? How could she possibly replace those pieces in 5 weeks? Shouldn't they just postpone? "We're not postponing," Elena said firmly. "This exhibition tells an important story about women whose contributions to American art have been erased from history. Postponing sends a message that their stories don't matter enough to fight for." "But practically speaking," began one trustee, "practically speaking, I have a team working on sourcing alternative pieces right now. By end of week, I'll have a revised exhibition plan." Elena pulled up the list she compiled with Cole the night before. "We still have half the original pieces. With strategic additions, we can tell the same story, maybe even better." "A team?" Martin looked confused. "What team?" "Hartford Holdings has generously offered to assist with research and negotiations." Elena saw several board members exchange glances at the Hartford name. "My husband believes in the importance of this exhibition." The mood in the room shifted slightly. The Hartford name carried weight, and the implication that Cole Hartford was personally invested changed the calculation. "Well," said the board president slowly, "if you think you can pull this off, I know I can." The meeting wrapped up with grudging approval to proceed. Elena practically ran from the conference room to her office, where she found 3 impeccably dressed analysts waiting, David Park and 2 younger associates. "Mrs. Hartford." David greeted her. "Cole briefed us last night. We're ready to work." The next 8 hours were a blur. Elena walked them through every piece they'd lost and potential replacements. David's team was ruthlessly efficient, making calls, sending emails, leveraging connections that Elena didn't even know existed. By 5 o'clock, they had secured commitments for 3 major pieces and leads on 5 more. "How did you do this?" Elena asked, stunned. David smiled. "We told him Cole Hartford's wife needed these pieces for a cultural event that would receive significant media attention. People like to stay on Hartford Holdings' good side." Elena felt a twinge of discomfort at using Cole's name that way, but she couldn't deny the results. Her phone buzzed. "Cole, How did the meeting go? Better than expected. Your team is magic. They're just good at their jobs. And motivated by fear of disappointing me. Should I be afraid of disappointing you? A pause, then you couldn't. Not in the ways that matter. Elena stared at the message, her heart doing something complicated. Before she could overthink her response, she typed, "Same." Another pause. Then, "I have dinner plans tonight. Business. But I should be home by 9. If you're still awake, maybe we could talk about how the day went?" "I'd like that." Elena set down her phone and found David watching her with barely concealed curiosity. "He's different with you," David said. "Cole, I've worked for him for 5 years, and I've never seen him soft like this." Soft. He called me at 8 on a Sunday night to help with an art exhibition. He called in favors with people he usually refuses to talk to. All for you. David gathered his materials. "Whatever's happening between you two, it's good for him. Just thought you should know." After the team left, Elena stayed at her office, working through the revised exhibition layout. It was after 8 when Maya appeared in her doorway with takeout. "I heard you had a day," Maya said, setting down containers of pad thai. "Figured you forget to eat. You're a lifesaver." Elena grabbed chopsticks. "How did you know I was still here?" "Because I know you. When there's a crisis, you work until you fix it or collapse." Maya settled into the visitor chair. "So, want to talk about it?" Elena filled her in on the Cavendish situation. The board meeting, Cole's team swooping in to save the day. He assigned corporate analysts to help you find art. Maya's eyebrows rose. "That's actually kind of romantic." "It's not romantic. It's practical. We're partners now." "Partners." Maya studied her. "Is that what we're calling it?" "What else would we call it?" "I don't know. Friends? Allies? Two people who are maybe developing feelings they didn't expect." "We're not developing feelings." But Elena could hear the uncertainty in her own voice. "Elena, you have that look." "What look?" "The look women get when they're falling for someone but don't want to admit it yet." Maya pointed her chopsticks accusingly. "You like him. Actually like him, not just tolerate him." Elena searched for a denial but couldn't find one. "He's not what I expected. He's kind underneath all the ice. And smart, not just business smart, but emotionally intelligent when he lets himself be. And this week at the beach house, we actually connected. As people, not just as contractual obligations. And that scares you. Terrifying." Elena set down her food. "Because in 2 years, this ends. We divorce, I take my settlement, and we go back to separate lives. What's the point of developing real feelings if there's an expiration date? Maybe there doesn't have to be an expiration date. Maybe you renegotiate the contract." "Maya, I'm serious. You signed a business arrangement. But business arrangements get modified all the time when circumstances change. And circumstances have definitely changed." Elena wanted to argue, but a small part of her, the part that had started looking forward to Cole coming home, that had felt something when he'd squeeze her hand that morning, wondered if Maya was right. "It's too soon to think about that," Elena said finally. "We barely know each other. You spent a week learning each other. That's more than some people do before they get married for real." Maya grinned. "Just saying, if you accidentally fall in love with your contract husband, that's actually a pretty good rom-com plot." "My life is not a rom-com." "Not yet, but give it time." After Maya left, Elena worked for another hour before finally heading home. Home, when as she started thinking of Cole's penthouse as home. She arrived just before 9 to find Cole in the kitchen, loosening his tie and looking exhausted. "Rough day?" Elena asked. "Tedious. Dinner with potential investors who spent 3 hours talking about their vacation homes." Cole pulled off his tie completely. "How about you? Did you survive the board?" "Thanks to your team. David is terrifyingly efficient. He's good at what he does." Cole poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Elena. "I thought we could debrief, if you're not too tired." They settled on the couch, not the careful distance of strangers, but close enough that Elena could smell his cologne, could see the fatigue lines around his eyes. "Tell me everything," Cole said, So Elena did. She walked him through the board meeting, the strategy session with David's team, the breakthrough moments and the challenges still ahead. Cole listened intently, asking questions, offering suggestions that actually helped. "You'll figure it out," he said finally. "You're resourceful, and you have help now." "I'm not used to having help. I usually just push through things alone." "You don't have to anymore." Cole's voice was quiet. That was the whole point of becoming partners. Elena met his eyes, and the air between them shifted. She was suddenly very aware of how close they were sitting, how his hand rested on the couch cushion between them, how his gaze had dropped briefly to her mouth before returning to her eyes. "Cole," she whispered. "Elena." He seemed to be waging some internal battle. "I should tell you something." "What?" "I think I'm breaking my own rules. About keeping distance, about not getting involved." He ran a hand through his hair. "You're supposed to be a business arrangement, a contractual obligation, but you don't feel like that anymore." Elena's heart was racing. "What do I feel like?" "Like someone I want to come home to. Like someone whose victories matter to me as much as my own. Like someone I think about when I should be focused on work." He looked almost angry about it. "It's inconvenient and complicated, and not at all what I planned. I know the feeling." Elena's voice was barely audible. "I keep waiting for you to turn back into the Ice King everyone warned me about. But you just keep being this, kind and supportive and actually present. I'm trying." Cole shifted slightly closer. "The question is, what do we do about it?" "I don't know. The contract says 2 years and then divorce." "Contracts can be renegotiated." Maya said the same thing. Smart woman. Cole's hand moved fractionally closer to hers on the cushion. "But maybe it's too soon to talk about renegotiation. Maybe we just see where this goes. What if it goes somewhere complicated?" "Elena, we got married to save your father's company. We're already in complicated." His mouth quirked in something that might have been a smile. "What's a little more complexity between friends?" Elena laughed despite herself. "You're ridiculous. I'm practical. There's a difference." They sat there for another moment, the space between them electric with possibility. Then Cole stood, extending his hand to help her up. "It's late. We both have early mornings." Elena took his hand, letting him pull her to her feet. But instead of immediately dropping it, Cole held on for a moment longer than necessary, his thumb brushing across her knuckles. "Good night, Elena." "Good night." Elena climbed the stairs to her suite, her hand still tingling where he'd touched it. In the space of a day, they'd gone from awkward contractual spouses to partners to something else, something that felt dangerous and exciting and terrifying all at once. She got ready for bed and lay in the dark, listening to the sounds of Cole moving around downstairs. Her husband, her friend, her partner. Maybe, eventually, something more. But for now, this was enough. The knowledge that they were on the same side, that they'd chosen each other not because they had to, but because they wanted to. Elena fell asleep with a smile on her face, unaware that downstairs, Cole was lying awake with similar thoughts, wondering how he'd managed to develop feelings for someone he'd been determined to keep at arm's length, wondering if maybe, just maybe, this arranged marriage might turn into something real. Chapter 6. Cracks in the Ice. 3 weeks after returning from the beach house, Elena had almost convinced herself that the comfortable partnership she'd built with Cole was sustainable. They'd fallen into a rhythm, breakfast together when schedules allowed, texts throughout the day about mundane things like dinner plans or whether they needed milk, evenings spent in companionable silence with him working on his laptop and her reviewing exhibition materials. It felt almost normal, almost like a real marriage. Then, on a Tuesday afternoon, everything fell apart. Elena was in her office at the museum, reviewing the replacement pieces David's team had secured, when her phone rang. An unknown number. Elena Hartford? A woman's voice, official and serious. "Yes." "This is Jennifer Collins from Boston General Hospital. Your father, Thomas Morgan, was brought in about 20 minutes ago. He's had a cardiac event. What we believe is a heart attack. He's stable now, but..." Elena didn't hear the rest. The room tilted sideways. and she gripped the edge of her desk to keep from falling. Is he? Her voice came out strangled. Is he going to be okay? He's in serious condition. The doctor can tell you more when you arrive. Are you able to come to the hospital? Yes, I'm coming now. Elena's hand shook as she grabbed her bag and coat. She made it halfway to the elevator before realizing she had no idea how she was getting to the hospital. Her car was at home. She'd taken the T this morning. She could call an Uber, but that would take precious minutes she didn't have. Without thinking, she called Cole. He answered on the second ring. Elena? What's wrong? The fact that he immediately knew something was wrong should have surprised her, but it didn't. My dad, he's had a heart attack. He's at Boston General, and I need to get there, but I don't have my car and... I'm coming to get you. Stay where you are. 5 minutes. Cole, you don't have to. 5 minutes. Elena, I'm already walking to my car. He made it in 4. Elena was pacing in front of the museum when his black Audi screeched to a halt at the curb. She barely had her seatbelt on before he was pulling back into traffic. Tell me what they said. Cole's voice was calm, steady, exactly what she needed. Elena repeated what little information she had, her voice breaking on the words, cardiac event. Cole reached over and took her hand, squeezing it once before returning his focus to the road. He's going to be okay, Cole said with certainty. Thomas Morgan is one of the toughest men I've ever met. He's not going anywhere. Elena wanted to believe him, but all she could think about was her mother. How quickly cancer had taken her, how helpless she'd felt watching someone she loved slip away. She couldn't lose her father. Not like this. Not when she'd sacrificed so much to save his company. Cole navigated the Boston traffic with aggressive efficiency, running at least 2 yellow lights and taking corners faster than was probably legal. When they finally pulled up to the hospital's emergency entrance, he was out of the car before Elena could speak. Go, he said. I'll park and find you. Elena ran through the automatic doors and straight to the reception desk. Thomas Morgan. He was brought in about 30 minutes ago. Heart attack. Room 347. Cardiac unit. 3rd floor. The receptionist pointed to the elevators. Family only right now. Elena ran to the elevators, jabbing the button repeatedly as if that would make them arrive faster. When she finally reached the 3rd floor, she found a nurse who directed her to a waiting area where a doctor was already speaking with someone. It took Elena a moment to realize the someone was Richard Hartford. Mr. Hartford, the doctor was saying, as I was explaining, Mr. Morgan experienced a significant myocardial infarction. We've stabilized him for now, but he'll need emergency bypass surgery. What are you doing here? Elena's voice came out sharper than she intended. Richard turned, his expression unreadable. Elena, good, you're here. I was just getting the medical details. Why are you here? He's my father, not yours. I was at his office discussing the Morgan maritime transition when he collapsed. I came in the ambulance with him. Richard's tone was matter-of-fact, as if this were a business meeting. The doctor was just explaining that he needs surgery immediately. Elena turned to the doctor, trying to process. Surgery? How serious is this? The doctor, a woman in her 50s with kind eyes, gestured for Elena to sit. Miss Morgan, Mrs. Hartford. Richard corrected automatically. Mrs. Hartford, your father has experienced a serious heart attack. We need to perform a triple bypass surgery to restore blood flow to his heart. It's a major procedure, but Dr. Patterson is one of our best cardiac surgeons. Your father has a good chance of full recovery. A good chance. Elena heard her voice rising. What does that mean exactly? Percentage-wise, what are his odds? Every surgery carries risks, but given your father's age and overall health, I'd estimate an 85% chance of successful outcome. 15%. A 15% chance that her father could die on the operating table. Elena felt the waiting room spin. I need to see him. He's being prepped for surgery now, but you can see him briefly. Elena followed the doctor down a corridor, barely aware of Richard trailing behind. Her father was in a curtained-off area, hooked up to machines that beeped and hummed. He looked small in the hospital bed, his face gray, his breathing labored. Dad. Elena took his hand carefully, afraid she might break him. Thomas opened his eyes, managing a weak smile. "Hey, sweetheart. Sorry about this. Terrible timing with your exhibition coming up. Don't." Elena's voice cracked. "Don't apologize. Just focus on getting through surgery, okay?" "Elena, I need to tell you something. About the company. The company doesn't matter right now. It does. Listen." Thomas squeezed her hand with surprising strength. "If something happens to me, everything's in order. Cole knows the details. We discussed it last week. The company's secure. Your inheritance is protected. I made sure. Nothing is going to happen to you." Elena couldn't keep the tears from falling now. "You're going to be fine. You have to be fine." A nurse appeared. "I'm sorry, but we need to take him to surgery now." "Dad, I love you, sweetheart, and I'm proud of you. So proud." Thomas looked past her to where Richard stood. "Take care of her." "Of course," Richard said, and Elena was too distraught to question why her father-in-law was promising to take care of her. They wheeled Thomas away, and Elena stood frozen in the corridor until someone took her arm. She looked up to find Cole, his face etched with concern. "Come on," he said gently. "Let's get you somewhere you can sit down." Cole guided her back to the waiting area, settling her into a chair. Richard was on his phone, already making calls, probably to lawyers or business associates. Elena couldn't bring herself to care what he was doing. "Here." Cole pressed a bottle of water into her hands. "Drink." Elena obeyed mechanically, then looked at him. "How did you get here so fast?" "I parked illegally and ran." He sat beside her, close enough that their shoulders touched. "What did the doctor say?" Elena explained about the bypass surgery, the 85% success rate, the hours of waiting ahead. Cole listened without interrupting, and when she finished, he simply said, "Then we wait." "Cole, you don't have to stay. I know you have work." "Elena," his voice was firm, "I'm not going anywhere. We're partners, remember? That means I'm here for the hard parts too." Something in Elena's chest cracked. She turned to face him, searching his expression for signs of obligation or resentment, but found only genuine concern. "Thank you. You don't need to thank me." Cole's hand found hers, threading their fingers together. "I'm exactly where I want to be." The surgery took 5 hours. 5 hours of Elena pacing, crying, trying to distract herself with her phone, only to realize she couldn't focus on anything. Cole stayed by her side the entire time, getting her coffee she didn't drink, food she couldn't eat, offering quiet reassurances that didn't quite penetrate her panic but helped anyway. Richard remained in the waiting room too, though he spent most of the time on business calls. At one point, Elena overheard him discussing Morgan Maritime's future with someone, and anger flared through her grief. "Can you not?" she snapped. "My father is in surgery, and you're already planning the company's future?" Richard looked up, genuine surprise on his face. "I'm ensuring the company remains stable during this crisis." That's what Thomas would want. What he'd want is for you to show a shred of human emotion instead of treating this like a business opportunity. "Elena," Cole said quietly, a warning in his tone. But Elena was too raw to care about diplomacy. "No, Cole, your father doesn't get to sit here and—" "Enough." Richard's voice cut through her anger like a blade. "I understand you're upset, but I'm handling what needs to be handled. Someone has to think practically, even when emotions are running high." Practical. Right. Because God forbid a Hartford actually feel something. "Elena." Cole stood, positioning himself between her and his father. "Not now. Please." Elena saw the tension in Cole's shoulders, the careful control in his expression, and realized she was putting him in an impossible position. She sank back into her chair, wrapping her arms around herself. "I'm sorry," she whispered. I can't lose him, Cole. He's all I have left." "You're not going to lose him." Cole crouched in front of her, his hands on her knees. "And you're not alone. You have me. Whatever happens, you have me." Elena looked into his gray eyes and saw absolute certainty there. Not just obligation or contractual duty, but genuine commitment. When had that happened? When had they crossed from convenient partnership into something that felt like this? Like someone she could actually depend on? "Okay," she whispered. Cole stayed crouched in front of her for another moment, then stood as the surgeon appeared in the doorway. Elena's heart stopped. Mrs. Hartford? Elena shot to her feet. Yes. Is he? The surgery went well. We successfully completed the triple bypass, and your father is stable. He's being moved to the cardiac ICU now. You can see him in about 30 minutes once he's settled. Elena's knees gave out. Cole caught her, his arms wrapping around her as she collapsed against him. She felt his heart beating steady and strong against her cheek, felt his hand stroking her hair, heard him murmuring that it was okay. Everything was okay. Can I see him? Elena pulled back slightly. Even if he's not awake? Of course. I'll have a nurse come get you when he's ready. After the surgeon left, Elena finally allowed herself to breathe. Her father was alive. He'd made it through surgery. The danger wasn't completely past, but he was alive. Thank God, Richard said, and Elena was startled to hear genuine relief in his voice. I'll call the office. Let them know Thomas pulled through. For once, can you just sit with the good news instead of immediately making business calls? Elena's anger had burned out, leaving only exhaustion. Richard looked at her for a long moment, and something complicated crossed his face. You're right. I apologize. He sat back down, setting his phone aside. Your father is a good man. Elena, I'm glad he's going to be all right. It was perhaps the most human thing Elena had ever heard Richard Hartford say. She managed to nod. When the nurse finally came to take Elena to her father, Cole stood to go with her. I should see him alone first, Elena said. Of course. Cole squeezed her hand. I'll be right here when you get back. Thomas was pale and hooked up to even more machines than before, but his chest was rising and falling steadily. Elena sat in the chair beside his bed and took his hand carefully. You made it, she whispered. You stubborn old man, you actually made it. She sat with him for 20 minutes, just watching him breathe, reassuring herself that he was really alive. A nurse came in to check his vitals and explained that he'd probably wake up in a few hours, but that Elena should go home and get some rest. I don't want to leave him. He's going to sleep for a while, and you look exhausted. Go home, eat something, sleep. You can come back first thing in the morning. Elena reluctantly agreed. When she returned to the waiting room, she found Cole and Richard in what looked like an intense conversation. They broke off as she approached. How is he? Cole asked. Sleeping. They said I should come back tomorrow. Elena looked between them. What were you two talking about? Morgan Maritime. Richard said. Cole and I were discussing how to handle transition while Thomas recovers. There's no transition. Dad's going to be fine, and he'll go back to running his company. Eventually, yes, but recovery from this type of surgery takes months. Someone needs to manage operations in the interim. Richard's tone was carefully neutral. Cole has agreed to oversee things personally. He'll consult with your father on major decisions once he's strong enough, but he'll handle the day-to-day. Elena looked at Cole. You're taking over my father's company? Temporarily, to keep it stable while he recovers. Cole's expression was earnest. Elena, your father and I discussed this possibility last week. He was already under tremendous stress. I think that's what triggered the heart attack. He knew he needed help, but didn't want to admit it. This gives him time to heal, without worrying about the company collapsing. And you just happened to discuss this last week? Before the heart attack. Thomas called me, asked for advice on reducing his workload. Cole's voice was gentle. He was worried about his health, but didn't want to scare you. He made me promise not to tell you unless something happened. Elena felt betrayed and grateful in equal measure. Her father had been struggling and hadn't told her, but he'd trusted Cole enough to ask for help. Okay, she said finally. Okay, but you keep me informed about every major decision. This is still my father's company. Of course. Cole moved closer, his hand finding the small of her back. Come on, let's get you home. The drive back to the penthouse was quiet. Elena stared out the window, processing everything that had happened. Her father had almost died. Cole had dropped everything to be with her. Richard Hartford had shown an unexpected glimmer of humanity. And somewhere in the chaos, Elena had realized that when she'd been falling apart, the the person she needed most was Cole. "You're thinking too loud," Cole observed as they pulled into the parking garage. "Just processing. Want to talk about it?" "Not yet. Maybe later." In the penthouse, Cole guided Elena to the couch and disappeared into the kitchen. He returned with a glass of wine and a plate of cheese and crackers. "You need to eat something, even if it's just this." Elena accepted the wine gratefully. "You're taking care of me." "Yes." "Why?" Cole sat beside her, close enough that their knees touched. "Because you needed me to. Because somewhere in the last month, you became someone I care about. And because the thought of you going through this alone was unbearable." Elena set down her wine glass with shaking hand. "Cole, you don't have to say anything. I just wanted you to know." He ran a hand through his hair, disheveling it. "I know this isn't what we agreed to. I know we're supposed to be keeping things simple and professional. But I can't anymore. Elena, I can't pretend you're just a contractual obligation when you're so much more than that." "What am I then?" Cole looked at her with an intensity that made her breath catch. "You're the person I want to come home to. You're the person whose happiness matters to me as much as my own. You're someone I'm terrified of losing." He paused. "I think I'm falling in love with you. Actually, I don't think. I know I am, and it scares the hell out of me." Elena's heart was pounding so hard she thought he must be able to hear it. "Cole, You don't have to feel the same way. I'm not asking for anything. I just needed you to know, especially after today. Life's too short to not tell people how you feel." Elena reached up and touched his face, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. "I'm falling too. I didn't want to be. I tried not to be. But somewhere between chopping onions at the beach house and you holding my hand in that hospital waiting room, I fell." Cole's hand covered hers, pressing it against his cheek. "We're a mess. Completely. We were supposed to keep this simple. Too late for that." Cole leaned forward, his forehead resting against hers. "What do we do now?" "I don't know, but maybe we stop fighting it? Stop pretending this is just a business arrangement when it's clearly become something else. And in 2 years, when the contract expires," Elena pulled back to look at him properly, "then we renegotiate. Or we tear up the contract and start over with something real. But we have time to figure that out." "I don't want to hurt you," Cole said quietly. "I'm not good at relationships. I don't know how to be what someone needs." "You're doing fine so far." Elena's thumb brushed across his cheekbone. "Today, at the hospital, you were exactly what I needed. You didn't try to fix it or tell me everything would be fine. You just stayed. That's all I needed. I can do staying. I'm good at staying. Then that's where we start." Cole closed the distance between them, his lips meeting hers in a kiss that was nothing like the brief, formal one at their wedding. This was real. Tentative at first, then deeper as Elena's hand slid into his hair and pulled him closer. He tasted like coffee and something uniquely him, and Elena felt the last of her resistance crumble. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Cole rested his forehead against hers again. "I've wanted to do that for weeks," he admitted. "Why didn't you?" "Because I was terrified. Still am, actually." "Me too." Elena kissed him again, softer this time. "But maybe terrified together is better than terrified alone." "Definitely better." They stayed on the couch for a long time, Elena curled against Cole's side, his arm around her shoulders. He told her about his conversation with her father the previous week, how Thomas had admitted he was struggling with the stress, how he'd asked Cole to have a contingency plan ready. Elena told him about her mother's death, about the helplessness she'd felt, about her fear of losing her father the same way. "You're not going to lose him," Cole said with conviction. "He's going to recover, and you're going to have years more with him. I won't let it happen any other way." Elena knew he couldn't actually promise that, but she appreciated the sentiment. "You can't control everything, you know. Watch me try." She laughed to spite herself. "There's the Ice King I married. He's not completely gone, just melting around the edges. I like the melted version better." "So do I," Cole admitted. "It's terrifying, but I like it." Around midnight, Elena finally admitted she was exhausted. Cole walked her to the stairs, and they stood there awkwardly, unsure of the new boundaries they'd just established. So, Elena said, "This thing between us, we're really doing it. If you want to, no pressure. We can go as slow as you need. I want to, but Cole, what about your father? What about the contract? What about?" "We figure it out as we go." Cole tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, the gesture so tender it made Elena's chest ache. "All I know is that I'm tired pretending I don't care about you. And after today, I realize that life's too unpredictable to waste time on pretense. When did you get so wise?" "About 6 hours ago, in a hospital waiting room." He kissed her forehead. "Get some sleep? I'll drive you back to the hospital in the morning." "Cole, you don't have to." "I want to. Partners, remember?" Elena smiled. Partners who are falling in love. "Exactly." Cole's answering smile transformed his face, making him look younger, less burdened. "Good night, Elena." "Good night." Elena climbed the stairs to her suite, her mind spinning. Her father had almost died. She and Cole had just confessed developing feelings for each other. Everything had changed in the span of a single day. She got ready for bed and climbed under covers, but sleep was elusive. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw her father's gray face in the hospital bed, heard the doctor listing surgical risks, felt the terror of potential loss. Around 2 in the morning, unable to take it anymore, Elena grabbed her phone and texted Cole, "Are you awake?" The response came immediately. "Can't sleep either. Want company?" "Yes." 5 minutes later, there was a soft knock on her door. Elena opened it to find Cole in flannel pants and a T-shirt, looking rumpled and human and perfect. "Hi," she said. "Hi." He held up his phone. "I thought maybe we could just be awake together, if you want." Elena stepped back, letting him into her suite. They climbed onto her bed fully clothed, settling against a headboard. Cole pulled her against his side, and Elena rested her head on his shoulder. "Thank you," she whispered. "For today, for everything. Always." Cole's lips pressed against the top of her head. "Try to sleep. I'll be right here." Wrapped in his warmth, feeling his steady heartbeat beneath her cheek, Elena finally felt safe enough to close her eyes. Her father was going to recover. Cole cared about her, maybe even loved her. And somehow, against all odds, this impossible arrangement had become the most real thing in her life. She drifted toward sleep with Cole's arms around her, their hands intertwined, their breathing gradually sinking. And for the first time since she'd received that phone call about her father, Elena felt like everything might actually be okay. Downstairs in the living room, Richard Hartford's phone buzzed with a message from his assistant. He read it, then looked up at the ceiling, thinking about his son and the woman he'd married. Richard had orchestrated this arrangement for business reasons, never expecting real feelings to develop. But today, watching Cole drop everything to support Elena, seeing the way they held on to each other in the waiting room, it had reminded him of something he'd forgotten. Love wasn't weakness, despite what he'd told Cole all those years ago. Love was the thing that made you show up in hospital waiting rooms and hold someone's hand through terror. Love was what made his son more human than Richard had managed to teach him to be. Maybe Richard thought he'd been wrong about a lot of things. He forwarded the message to his lawyer. Prepare new documents for Morgan Maritime. Full ownership stays with Morgan family. Hartford Holdings takes advisory role only. Effective immediately. It wouldn't fix everything he'd broken over the years, but it was a start. Chapter 7, The Thaw. Elena woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows, and the warm weight of an arm draped across her waist. For a disorienting moment, she couldn't remember where she was or why Cole Hartford was in her bed. Then memory flooded back. Her father's heart attack, the surgery, the confession on the couch, Cole staying with her through the night because she couldn't bear to be alone. She turned carefully, not wanting to wake him. In sleep, Cole looked younger, the perpetual tension that lined his face smoothed away. His dark hair was mussed, and there was the faintest shadow of stubble along his jaw. Elena had the sudden, overwhelming urge to trace the line of it with her fingers, to feel the texture against her palm. As if sensing her attention, Cole's eyes opened. For a moment, they just looked at each other, and Elena wondered if he was regretting last night's confession. Then he smiled, a real, unguarded smile that transformed his entire face. "Morning," he said, his voice rough with sleep. "Morning." Elena was suddenly aware of how close they were, how intimate this felt. "You stayed. You asked me to." "I know, but I thought maybe you'd wake up and go back to your room." "Why would I do that?" Cole's hand found hers under the covers, their fingers threading together. "This is exactly where I want to be." Elena's heart did something complicated in her chest. "We should probably get up. I want to get to the hospital early." "In a minute." Cole pulled her closer, and Elena let herself melt into his warmth. "How are you feeling?" "Really, terrified, relieved, confused." Elena pressed her face against his shoulder. "Everything changed yesterday." "I know." "Cole, what are we doing? Is this real, or are we just caught up in crisis emotions?" Cole was quiet for a moment, his hand stroking slowly up and down her back. "I think it was real before yesterday. The crisis just made us stop pretending it wasn't." He was right, Elena realized. The feelings had been building for weeks, in shared meals and quiet conversations, in the way he listened when she talked about her work, in the careful way he'd learned to let his walls down around her. Yesterday had just been the catalyst that forced him to acknowledge what was already there. "Okay," she said softly. Okay, this is real. We're really doing this." Elena pulled back to look at him. "But Cole, I'm scared. What if we mess it up? What if developing real feelings makes everything more complicated?" "It will make everything more complicated." Cole cupped her face in his hand, his thumb brushing across her cheekbone. "But I'd rather have complicated and real than simple and empty. Wouldn't you?" Elena nodded, then closed the distance between them, kissing him softly. Cole responded immediately, his hand sliding into her hair as he deepened the kiss. It was different from last night, less desperate, more exploratory, like they were learning each other, discovering what made the other respond. When they finally broke apart, both breathing harder, Cole rested his forehead against hers. "We should really get up," he said. "Not moving." "We should." Neither of them moved for another 5 minutes. At the hospital, Thomas was awake and complaining about the food, which the nurses assured Elena was a good sign. His color was better, though he still looked fragile among all the machines. "Sweetheart." Thomas reached for Elena's hand. "You look exhausted. Did you sleep at all?" "Some." Elena squeezed his hand carefully. "How are you feeling?" "Like I've been hit by a truck, but apparently that's normal after heart surgery." Thomas looked past her to where Cole stood by the door. "Cole, thank you for taking care of my daughter yesterday." "Of course." Cole moved closer. "How much did the doctors tell you about the recovery timeline?" "Enough to know I won't be back at the office for months." Thomas's frustration was evident. "They're talking about cardiac rehabilitation, lifestyle changes, reduced stress. Basically everything I'm terrible at." "Then it's a good thing you have help." Cole pulled out his phone. "I've been reviewing the Morgan maritime operations. With your permission, I'd like to implement some changes, delegate more responsibilities, bring in a senior manager to handle day-to-day operations, set up systems so you can oversee things without being in the office 12 hours a day." Thomas looked relieved. "I was hoping you'd say something like that. I've been running on pride and stubbornness for too long." "Pride and stubbornness nearly killed you, Dad." Elena's voice came out sharper than she intended. "You should have told me you were struggling. I didn't want to worry you. You had the exhibition, the new marriage, enough on your plate. I'm your daughter. Worrying about you is literally my job." Elena blinked back tears. "Don't shut me out again. Please." "I won't. I promise." Thomas looked between Elena and Cole, and something knowing crossed his face. "You too. Something's changed." Elena felt her cheeks heat. "Dad." "It's all right. I'm glad, actually." Thomas smiled weakly. "When I arranged this marriage, I hoped you might eventually find some happiness together. I'm relieved to see it's happening sooner rather than later." Cole's hand found the small of Elena's back, a gesture of support. "Thomas." about the marriage contract. Forget the contract. Life's too short for contracts. Thomas waved a dismissive hand. You two figure out what you want. What makes you happy? The business arrangement is secondary to that. After visiting hours ended, Cole drove Elena to the museum. She'd been away for 2 days, and the exhibition opening was now just 3 weeks away. She needed to check in, make sure everything was on track. I'll pick you up at 6, Cole said as she got out of the car. We'll grab dinner, something easy. You don't have to. Elena. Cole leaned across the console, capturing her lips in a quick kiss that left her breathless. Stop trying to give me an out. I want to have dinner with you. I want to pick you up from work. I want all of it. Elena smiled against his mouth. Okay, 6 o'clock. At the museum, she found Martin Whitmore hovering anxiously by her office. Elena, thank God. I heard about your father. How is he? He'll recover. It'll take time, but he's going to be okay. Elena set down her bag. What's the status on the exhibition? Martin filled her in. David's team had successfully secured 6 of the 8 replacement pieces, and negotiations were ongoing for the final 2. The installation was scheduled to begin next week, and the catalog was at the printer. It's going to work, Martin said, sounding surprised. Against all odds, we're actually going to pull this off. Elena felt a surge of pride and relief. We are. And Martin, thank you for holding things together while I was dealing with family stuff. Of course, though I have to say, having Hartford Holdings resources at our disposal has been invaluable. Your husband's team is remarkably efficient. They are... Elena thought about Cole, about the way he'd immediately offered help without her even asking. I'm very lucky. The afternoon passed in a blur of emails, phone calls, and planning meetings. Elena was so focused she didn't notice the time until her phone buzzed with a text from Cole. I'm outside. Take your time. No rush. Elena glanced at the clock, 6:15. She'd lost track of time completely. She quickly gathered her things and headed downstairs, where Cole's car was idling at the curb. Sorry I'm late, she said, climbing in. You're not late. I'm early. Cole pulled into traffic. How was your day? Surprisingly productive. The exhibition is coming together. Elena settled into her seat, surprised by how natural this felt. The end-of-day check-in, the easy conversation. How about you? Meetings. Calls. The usual. Cole glanced at her. But I kept thinking about this morning. About you. Yeah. His hand found hers on the console. Is that weird? That I couldn't focus because I kept replaying waking up with you. If it is, we're both weird. I kept catching myself smiling for no reason. Cole's answering smile was soft and genuine. I like this version of us. Me too. They ended up at a small Italian restaurant in the North End. Casual, intimate. The kind of place where nobody would recognize them or care about Hartford Holdings corporate politics. Over pasta and wine, they talked about everything and nothing. Elena's exhibition plans, Cole's frustration with a difficult acquisition, their shared love of old architecture, and hatred of people who walk slowly in crosswalks. Tell me something about yourself I don't know, Elena said, twirling pasta on her fork. Something real. Cole considered. I'm afraid of birds. Elena nearly choked on her wine. What? Birds. They freak me out. The way they move their heads, the beady eyes, the fact that they can fly at your face without warning. Cole looked embarrassed, but determined to be honest. When I was 7, a seagull stole my ice cream cone, and I've been traumatized ever since. Elena couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. The ice king of private equity is afraid of seagulls. This is why I don't share personal information. But Cole was smiling. Your turn. Tell me something real. Elena thought about what to share, what would feel equally vulnerable. I can't swim. Never learned. My mother was terrified of water, so we never went to pools or beaches when I was a kid. By the time I was old enough to take lessons on my own, I was too embarrassed to admit I couldn't do something so basic. So all those walks on the beach at the house, I stayed far from the water's edge. Elena smiled ruefully, which you probably noticed and were too polite to mention. I noticed. I thought you just preferred the firmer sand. Cole's expression turned thoughtful. We could fix that, you know? I could teach you. You can swim. I was on the swim team in high school. Captain, actually. He said it matter-of-factly, not boasting. It was the one thing I did that wasn't about business or living up to my father's expectations. Just me and the water. Elena tried to imagine teenage Cole in a pool, finding freedom in movement and breath. I like that. Learning from you. Then we'll do it, maybe this summer. The casual mention of this summer, months away, far beyond the contractual obligations, made Elena's heart skip. They were planning for a future that extended past the arrangement that had brought them together. After dinner, Cole drove them back to the penthouse. In the elevator, Elena felt the air between them shift, becoming charged with awareness. They'd spent the previous night wrapped around each other, but that had been about comfort and fear. This was different. This was anticipation. Inside the penthouse, Cole hung up their coats while Elena kicked off her heels, sighing with relief. I hate dress shoes, she said. You hide it well. Cole moved closer, his hands settling on her waist. You look beautiful today. Professional and competent and absolutely gorgeous. Elena's breath caught. Cole, I'm not good with words, but I want you to know I see you, not just as my wife or my partner, but as you, Elena, the woman who loses track of time when she's working on something she cares about, who makes terrible jokes when she's nervous, who's strong enough to handle crisis and vulnerable enough to admit when she's scared. His thumb traced small circles on her hip. I see all of it, and I'm falling for all of it. Elena reached up, cupping his face in her hands. I see you too, the man behind the Ice King facade, the one who's kind and thoughtful and trying so hard to figure out how to let people in. She pulled him down until their lips were almost touching. I'm falling for that man. Cole closed the distance, kissing her with an intensity that made Elena's knees weak. She melted into him, her hand sliding into his hair as his arms tightened around her waist. This was different from their previous kisses, less tentative, more assured, like they'd both decided to stop holding back. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Cole rested his forehead against hers. We should probably talk about this, he said. About what we want, what we're ready for. Probably. Elena's fingers traced the collar of his shirt. What do you want, Cole? Honestly, I want to take you upstairs. I want to spend the night learning everything about you. What makes you sigh, what makes you laugh, what makes you fall apart in my arms. His voice was rough. But I also want to do this right. Not rush it, because we're caught up in the moment. Elena appreciated his restraint even as her body protested it. What does doing it right look like? I don't know. I've never done this before, the real relationship thing. Cole pulled back slightly. I just know that you matter too much to mess this up by moving too fast. So we take it slow. If that's okay with you. Elena kissed him softly. It's okay with me. But Cole, I'm staying in your room tonight. Just sleeping, but together. I don't want to go back to separate suites when we're clearly past that. Cole's smile was relieved and happy. I was hoping you'd say that. They got ready for bed in their separate bathrooms, then met in Cole's suite. Elena had never been in his room before. It was as minimalist as the rest of the penthouse, but there were small personal touches. A photograph of him and Lily as children, a stack of architecture books on the nightstand, a worn copy of Neruda's poetry that she recognized from his mother's library. You kept it, Elena said, picking up the poetry book. It reminds me of her, of being a kid and thinking the world was beautiful instead of brutal. Cole climbed into bed, holding the covers up for Elena. She used to say Neruda understood that love and pain were two sides of the same coin. Elena settled beside him, her head on his shoulder. Was she right? I'm beginning to think so. Cole's arm wrapped around her. Loving someone means they can hurt you, but maybe that's what makes it valuable, the risk. Very philosophical for midnight. Blame the Neruda? They lay in comfortable silence for a while, Elena's fingers tracing absent patterns on Cole's chest through his t-shirt. Cole, thank you. For yesterday, for today, for being patient with me. Thank you for giving me a chance. For seeing past the walls. Cole pressed a kiss to the top of her head. Get some sleep? Your father will want to see you early tomorrow. Elena closed her eyes, feeling safe and warm, and exactly where she was supposed to be. As she drifted toward sleep, she heard Cole whisper something that might have been, "I'm falling in love with you," or might have been her imagination. Either way, she fell asleep smiling. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of hospital visits, work, and the cautious exploration of their new relationship. Cole and Elena fell into a routine that felt simultaneously domestic and exciting. Breakfast together, texts throughout the day, evenings spent cooking dinner or ordering in and talking for hours. They went slowly, both aware that they were building something fragile and precious. Kisses in the kitchen, holding hands while watching movies, falling asleep wrapped around each other. But nothing more. Both of them wanted to be sure this was real before taking that final step. Thomas continued to improve, gaining strength daily. He was moved from ICU to a regular room, then to a rehabilitation facility. He grumbled about the restrictions but followed doctor's orders, chastened by how close he'd come to dying. The exhibition came together piece by piece. Elena worked long hours, but Cole would often show up at the museum around dinner time with takeout, sitting in her office while she worked, just keeping her company. His presence had become such a constant that Martin started setting out an extra chair for him. "You know," Martin said one evening, watching Cole hand Elena her favorite pad thai, "when you first told me about the arranged marriage, I thought it was the most unromantic thing I'd ever heard. And now," Elena asked, "now I think you two might be the most romantic couple I know. In a weird, unconventional way." Martin smiled. "The way he looks at you, Elena, that's not contract obligation. That's real." After Martin left, Elena turned to Cole. "Did you hear that?" "I did." Cole set down his own food. "He's right, you know, about how I look at you. How do you look at me? Like you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. Because you are." Elena's heart swelled. "Cole Hartford, are you being romantic?" "I'm trying. How am I doing?" "Pretty well, actually." Elena moved around the desk, settling into his lap. "Keep it up, and I might fall completely in love with you." Cole's hands settled on her waist. "Might. Fine. Definitely will. Probably already have." Elena kissed him softly. "Is that okay?" "It's more than okay." Cole's smile was brilliant. "Because I'm definitely, completely, irrevocably in love with you." There was the words they'd been dancing around for weeks, finally spoken aloud. Elena felt tears prick her eyes. "Say it again." "I love you, Elena Hartford." "I love you too." She kissed him again, deeper this time. "I love you too." They stayed like that for a long moment, wrapped around each other in Elena's tiny office, the exhibition materials scattered around them. The future suddenly looking nothing like the contract they'd signed, and everything like a choice they were making together. When Elena finally pulled back, she was smiling through tears. "We should probably finish dinner." "Probably." But neither of them moved. Outside, the October evening was turning to night, and Boston sparkled with lights. Inside, two people who'd married as strangers held each other and marveled at how unexpectedly, impossibly, they'd found something real. Something that had started as a business transaction and transformed into the kind of love that changed everything. Cole's phone buzzed with a text from Lily. "Mom would have loved her. Just thought you should know." Cole showed Elena the message, and she watched his eyes get bright. "She would have." Elena agreed softly. "And I wish I could have met her. She would have adored you. Probably would have told me I didn't deserve you." Cole pulled Elena closer. "She would have been right." "Stop that. You deserve good things, Cole. You deserve to be happy." "I am happy. For maybe the first time in my adult life, I'm actually happy." He kissed her forehead. "Thank you for that. Thank you for letting me in, for trusting me with the real you." They finished their dinner in Elena's office, talking about the exhibition opening next week, about Thomas's recovery, about Lily's latest art project in Florence. Normal things, everyday things the kind of conversations that build a life together. And as Elena walked out of the museum with Cole's arm around her shoulders, she couldn't help but think about how far they'd come from that awkward first dinner, from the Cole contract signing, from two people who'd agreed to a business arrangement. Now they were partners, friends, lovers in all but the final sense. And most importantly, they were choosing each other every day, in every small moment, in every shared smile and whispered conversation. The contract had brought them together, but love was what would keep them that way. Elena was sure of it. Chapter 8, The Sister's Perspective. Lily Hartford had seen her brother fall in love exactly once before, with a golden retriever named Biscuit. When he was 10, their father had made him give the dog away after 3 weeks, because Hartford men don't need pets, they need focus. Cole had cried for exactly 2 minutes in his room, then never mentioned the dog again. That was when Lily realized her brother had learned to love things quietly, in ways their father couldn't take away. Now, watching Cole and Elena together at Thomas Morgan's welcome home dinner, Lily recognized that same quiet love, but exponentially more powerful and impossibly more vulnerable. "You're staring," Maya whispered beside her. The two of them had gravitated together at the edges of the Morgan family dining room, both observers of the central drama. "I'm studying," Lily corrected, watching Cole refill Elena's water glass before she'd even noticed it was empty. "My brother is in love, and it's simultaneously the best and most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed." "Tell me about it." "Elena's been my best friend for 15 years, and I've never seen her like this." Maya nodded toward where Elena was laughing at something Cole had said, her hand naturally finding his on the table. "She's always been so careful with her heart, and now she's just all in." "Cole, too. It's like watching someone learn to breathe after holding their breath for years." Lily accepted a glass of wine from a passing waiter. "The question is, what happens when our father notices?" "You think he doesn't know?" "Oh, he knows. He's just waiting for the right moment to use it." Lily's voice was bitter. "That's what Richard Hartford does. He finds the things you love and figures out how to weaponize them." Maya turned to study Lily properly. "You really think he'd sabotage his own son's happiness?" "I think he'd justify it as protecting the family interests or maintaining focus on what matters. But yes, if he thought Cole's feelings for Elena were interfering with business, he'd find a way to eliminate the distraction." "That's dark." "That's my family." Lily took a long sip of wine. "Though I'm rooting for Elena. If anyone can crack through Cole's defenses and make him realize he doesn't have to live the way Dad taught him, it's her." Across the room, Thomas Morgan stood, still moving carefully, but with more strength than he'd had 2 weeks ago. He tapped his glass for attention. "I want to thank everyone for coming tonight," Thomas said, his voice still a bit thin but steady. "The past few weeks have been illuminating, nothing like a brush with death to clarify what actually matters." His gaze moved to Elena. "I spent 30 years building a company, thinking that was my legacy. But my real legacy is sitting right there, my daughter, who's brilliant and kind and stronger than I ever gave her credit for." Elena's eyes filled with tears. "And Cole," Thomas continued, turning to him, "you saved my company, yes. But more importantly, you've taken care of my daughter in ways I didn't know she needed. For that, you have my eternal gratitude." Cole looked uncomfortable with the attention, but Elena squeezed his hand, and Lily saw him relax slightly. "To family," Thomas raised his glass. "However we define it." "To family," the room echoed. As the dinner continued, Lily found herself in conversation with Elena's father, who'd been discharged from rehab that morning. "Your brother is a good man," Thomas said quietly, watching Cole help Elena carry dishes to the kitchen despite her protests. "I worried, when I arranged the marriage. I worried I was sacrificing Elena's happiness for financial security." "Were you?" Lily asked, curious to hear his perspective. "I don't think so. Not anymore." Thomas smiled. "They found something real. You can't fake the way they look at each other." "No, you can't." Lily thought about all the times she'd watched her brother with his various business associates, girlfriends his father had pushed toward him, social connections he maintained with perfect courtesy and zero genuine feeling. This was different. With Elena, Cole was present. Real. Human. You love him very much, Thomas observed. He raised me, really. After our mother died, Dad checked out emotionally, and Cole stepped up. He was only 12, but he made sure I had someone. Lily felt a familiar ache in her chest. He sacrificed so much of himself to keep me safe. This is the first time I've seen him actually want something for himself. Then we should make sure he gets to keep it. Lily studied Thomas. Are you worried about something? Richard Hartford has been very generous with Morgan Maritime. Almost too generous. Thomas's expression was troubled. He's restructured our debt, brought in excellent management, given us access to Hartford resources. But I've been in business long enough to know that men like Richard don't give anything without expecting something in return. What do you think he wants? I don't know. That's what worries me. Before Lily could respond, Elena appeared with Cole in tow. Dad, the doctor said you need to rest. Don't think we haven't noticed you yawning. I'm fine. You had open heart surgery 3 weeks ago. You're going to bed. Elena's tone brooked no argument. Cole and I will clean up. After Thomas reluctantly retired upstairs, the group dispersed. Maya heading home with promises to help Elena with final exhibition preparations, other guests making their exits. Lily lingered, helping carry glasses to the kitchen where Cole and Elena were doing dishes. You don't have to help, Elena said, but she looked grateful. I want to. Lily picked up a dish towel. Besides, I need to talk to my brother about something, and I've learned to corner him when his defenses are down. Cole raised an eyebrow. I'm right here. You could just ask. Fine. When are you coming to visit me in Florence? Cole and Elena exchanged a glance. We haven't really talked about travel. You should come for Christmas, Lily pressed. Both of you. My program has a winter break, and I found the most amazing apartment near the Uffizi. You'd love it. Elena, the art, the architecture, the history. Elena's face lit up. That sounds incredible. It's a long way to go for Christmas, Cole said carefully. So? You're ridiculously rich, and your jet is just sitting there unused. Lily wasn't backing down. Come on, Cole. When's the last time you took a real vacation? And before you say, the beach house honeymoon, that doesn't count. That was a week in Connecticut, not a vacation. Lily, she's right. Elena interjected. When's the last time you actually took time off? Cole looked between them, clearly outnumbered. I take time off. Working from home doesn't count, Elena and Lily said in unison, then laughed. Fine, we'll think about it. But Cole was smiling, and Lily knew she'd won. After the dishes were done, Cole went to check on Thomas, while Lily and Elena found themselves alone in the living room. So, Lily said, settling onto the couch, how are you really, with all of this? All of what? The arranged marriage that turned into actual love. The exhibition opening in a week. Your father's recovery. Cole's father lurking in the background like a corporate villain. Lily ticked off on her fingers. Pick any or all the above. Elena sank into the armchair across from her, looking suddenly exhausted. Honestly, I'm terrified most of the time. Terrified something will go wrong with Dad's recovery, or the exhibition will fail, or I'll wake up one day and realize Cole's feelings weren't real. They're real, Lily said with certainty. Elena, I've known my brother my entire life, and I've never seen him like this. You cracked through defenses it took him years to build. That's what scares me. What if I can't live up to whatever he thinks I am? What if I disappoint him? You won't. And even if you did, he wouldn't stop loving you. Lily leaned forward. Listen, Cole has spent his whole life trying to be perfect because Dad taught him that love was conditional, that you had to earn it through achievement and success. But with you, he doesn't have to perform. He can just be. That's everything to him. Elena's eyes were bright. I love him, Lily. I didn't expect to, didn't plan to, but I do. I know, and he loves you. Lily smiled, which is why I'm going to tell you something you need to know. What? My father is going to try to sabotage this. I don't know when or how, but it's coming. Lily's expression turned serious. Richard Hartford views emotions as liabilities. If he thinks Cole's feelings for you are making him soft or distracted or anything other than the ruthless businessman Dad wants him to be, he'll find a way to eliminate the problem. Elena paled. What kind of sabotage? I don't know. Maybe he'll try to drive a wedge between you. Maybe he'll create a situation where Cole has to choose between you and the company. Maybe he'll just apply pressure until one of you breaks. Lily reached over and took Elena's hand. But whatever he does, you need to stay strong. Don't let him convince you that Cole doesn't love you, or that you're not good enough for the Hartford name, or whatever psychological warfare he deploys. You're really worried about this. I'm terrified, because I've seen what Dad does to people who threaten his control. Lily's voice dropped. When I told him I wanted to study art in Florence, he cut off my trust fund, said if I wanted to waste my life on frivolous pursuits, I could do it without Hartford money. Elena's jaw dropped. What? But Cole said. Cole is funding my Florence program out of his own pocket. Has been from the start. He didn't tell anyone, because he didn't want Dad using it as leverage. Lily smiled sadly. That's who my brother is. He protects the people he loves, even if it costs him, especially if it costs him. Does your father know? Probably. He knows everything eventually. But Cole doesn't care. That's the first time in his life he's prioritized someone else's happiness over Dad's approval. Lily squeezed Elena's hand. You did that. You made him realize there are things more important than Hartford Holdings and Richard Hartford's expectations. Before Elena could respond, Cole returned. He looked between them suspiciously. What are you two plotting? World domination, Lily said lightly, standing. Also, I should get going. I have a flight back to Florence tomorrow, and I still need to pack. Already? You just got here. Cole's disappointment was visible. I've been here for 4 days, and I have classes next week. Lily hugged her brother tightly. Take care of yourself. And her. And each other. I will. Cole held on for an extra moment. Thank you for coming. It meant a lot. Of course. You're my brother. I'll always show up for you. Lily pulled back and turned to Elena. And you. Take care of him. He's terrible at taking care of himself. I'm learning that, Elena said with a smile. After Lily left, Elena and Cole checked on Thomas one more time. He was already asleep, looking peaceful, then drove back to the penthouse. In the car, Elena was quiet, processing Lily's warning. What did Lily say to you? Cole asked as they rode the elevator up. What makes you think she said something? Because you've had that thoughtful, slightly worried expression since I came back from checking on your father. Cole took her hand. Talk to me. Inside the penthouse, Elena kicked off her shoes and turned to face him. She warned me about your father. Said he's going to try to sabotage us. Cole's expression darkened. Did she say that specifically? More or less. She seems convinced that Richard views our relationship as a liability to your focus on business. Elena studied his face. Is she right? Would he try to break us up? Cole was quiet for a long moment. Probably, if he thought it would benefit Hartford Holdings or make me more pliable to his control. That's terrifying. It is. Cole pulled her close. But Elena, I need you to hear this. Whatever my father tries, whatever pressure he applies, it won't work. I'm not choosing the company over you. I'm not choosing his approval over your happiness. I'm choosing us every time. You say that now, but... No buts. Cole cupped her face in his hands. I spent 12 years of my life trying to be the son he wanted. Ruthless, emotionless, completely dedicated to business success. And I was miserable. You know what the past 2 months have taught me? What? That I'd rather have one day of being truly happy with you than a lifetime of empty achievements trying to please him. Cole's voice was fierce. I love you, Elena. That's not going away because my father disapproves. If anything, it makes me more certain. Elena felt tears prick her eyes. I love you too. So much that it scares me. I know. Me too. Cole kissed her softly. But we're scared together, which makes us stronger. They stood in the kitchen holding each other, and Elena tried to push away the fear that Lily's warning had planted. Cole believed they could withstand Richard's interference. And maybe he was right. Maybe love really was enough. But a small part of her wondered, what if it wasn't? The next morning, Lily sat in the back of a car heading to Logan Airport, reviewing her conversation with Elena. She'd meant what she said about their father trying to sabotage the relationship, but she hadn't mentioned her biggest fear. That Richard Hartford's interference might work not because Cole didn't love Elena enough, but because Cole had been conditioned his entire life to believe that protecting the people he loved meant pushing them away. Their mother's death had taught him that loving people meant losing them. Their father had reinforced that lesson over and over. Emotion is weakness. Attachment is liability. Success requires sacrifice. What if, when the pressure came, Cole reverted to those old patterns? What if he convinced himself that the best way to protect Elena was to let her go? Lily pulled out her phone and called the one person who might be able to help, David Park, Cole's senior analyst. They'd met a few times at Hartford functions, and she knew he was one of the few people Cole actually trusted. "Lily?" David answered, surprised. "Is everything okay?" "Not really. I need your help with something." Lily took a deep breath. "It's about Cole and Elena. And my father." "I'm listening." Lily explained her concerns, David listening without interruption. When she finished, there was a long pause. "You're right to be worried," David said finally. "I've been at Hartford Holdings for 5 years, and I've seen Richard dismantle things more carefully constructed than a relationship. But I've also never seen Cole like this. He's different with Elena, present, engaged, actually happy. That's not something he'll give up easily. But if Dad applies enough pressure, then we make sure Cole has support. People around him reminding him that Elena is worth fighting for." David's voice was thoughtful. "I'll keep an eye on things from the office side. If Richard starts making moves, I'll let you know." "Thank you. I know I'm probably being paranoid." "You're not. You're being protective of your brother. There's a difference." David paused. "Lily, Cole's lucky to have you. He doesn't always realize it, but he is." After hanging up, Lily felt marginally better. She'd done what she could, warned Elena, enlisted David as an ally, made her position clear. Now it was up to Cole and Elena to navigate whatever challenges came their way. The car pulled up at the airport, and Lily gathered her bags. As she walked toward departures, her phone buzzed with a text from Cole. "Safe flight. Thank you for coming. It meant more than I said." Lily smiled, typing back, "Love you, big brother. Take care of your wife." The real one, not the contractual one. Cole's response came quickly. "Already doing that. She's the only wife that matters." Lily boarded her flight, feeling cautiously optimistic. Her brother had found something real, something worth protecting. And maybe, just maybe, that would be enough to overcome whatever their father threw at them. But as the plane took off, carrying her back to Florence and her own dreams, Lily couldn't shake the feeling that the real battle was just beginning, and she prayed her brother was strong enough to fight it. Back in Boston, Richard Hartford sat in his office, reviewing the latest reports from Morgan Maritime. The company was performing better than expected under Cole's oversight, which was both satisfying and concerning. Satisfying because it proved his son's business acumen. Concerning because Cole was splitting his attention between the company and his growing attachment to Elena Morgan. Richard pulled up security footage from the hospital. Cole stayed with Elena through Thomas's surgery, the way they'd held hands in the waiting room, the obvious emotion on his son's face. Then footage from last night's dinner, the casual intimacy between them, the way Cole looked at her like she was the only person in the room. It was exactly what Richard had hoped to avoid. He'd arranged the marriage as a strategic alliance, expecting Cole to maintain professional distance while reaping the business benefits. Instead, his son had done something Richard had thought impossible, fallen in love. Richard should have been pleased. A genuine relationship made the alliance more stable, more difficult to dissolve. But instead, he felt the old familiar fear, the same fear that had overwhelmed him when his wife died, leaving him alone with 2 children and no idea how to process grief. Emotions made you weak. Love made you vulnerable. Richard had learned it the hard way, and he'd tried to protect his children by teaching them the same lesson. But he'd failed with Cole. Despite everything, his son had let someone in. The question was, what did Richard do about it? His phone rang. William Cavendish. Richard, I'm calling about the art collection situation. Yes. Richard's mind was already calculating. The Cavendish family had pulled their loans from Elena's exhibition weeks ago, a favor Richard had called in to test whether Cole would prioritize his wife's career over business relationships. Cole had passed the test, or failed it, depending on perspective. He'd used company resources to help Elena, chosen her crisis over strategic relationships. I'm hearing rumors that Hartford Holdings analysts have been reaching out to my competitors, securing alternative pieces from Mrs. Hartford's exhibition. Cavendish said, his tone annoyed. You told me the loan withdrawal would pressure Cole to maintain proper priorities. And it did, just not in the direction I expected. Richard made a decision. William, I need to call in another favor. As he outlined his plan, Richard told himself he was protecting his son, protecting the company, protecting the Hartford legacy. He was doing what needed to be done to ensure Cole remained focused on what mattered. He absolutely wasn't trying to eliminate a threat to his control. He definitely wasn't repeating the same patterns that had driven his wife away emotionally years before she died physically. And he certainly wasn't afraid that watching his son love someone so openly was forcing him to confront the emptiness of his own life. Richard Hartford was simply doing business. That's what he told himself, anyway, even if, deep down, he wasn't entirely sure he believed it anymore. Chapter 9, Complications. The exhibition opened on a Friday night in early November, and Elena stood in the gallery watching Boston's art world circulate through the space she'd spent 8 months creating. Critics with notepads, donors with checkbooks, students with wonder in their eyes. Everything had come together perfectly. The replacement pieces David's team had secured told the story even better than her original plan. The lighting was exquisite. The wall text was compelling. Even the weather had cooperated, providing a crisp autumn evening that felt appropriate for contemplating colonial America. Cole stood beside her, devastatingly handsome in a dark suit, his hand resting at the small of her back. He'd been there all day, helping hang the final pieces, running interference with demanding board members, reminding her to eat when she'd gotten too caught up in last-minute details. You did it, he murmured in her ear. It's brilliant, Elena. Absolutely brilliant. We did it, she corrected. I never could have replaced those Cavendish pieces without your help. You would have found another way. You always do. Cole pressed a kiss to her temple, and Elena felt warmth spread through her chest. Martin Whitmore appeared, beaming. Elena, the Globe critic just told me this is the most important exhibition on colonial women we've seen in a decade. A decade? He was practically bouncing. This is going to put the Whitmore Museum on the map. As Martin hurried off to speak with donors, Elena allowed herself a moment of pure satisfaction. She'd done it, against impossible odds, sabotage attempts, and personal crisis. She created something meaningful. There's someone I want you to meet, Cole said, guiding her toward a distinguished woman in her 60s, examining one of the portraits. Dr. Catherine Brennan. She's a director of acquisitions at the Getty Museum. Elena's heart skipped. The Getty, one of the most prestigious art museums in the world. Dr. Brennan. Cole said smoothly, I'd like to introduce my wife, Elena Hartford. She curated this exhibition. Dr. Brennan turned, her sharp eyes assessing Elena with interest. Mrs. Hartford, your work is exceptional. The narrative you constructed around these women, their influence despite historical erasure, it's exactly the kind of scholarship we need more of. Thank you, Elena managed. Try not to sound starstruck. That means a great deal coming from you. I've been following your career since your Yale thesis on Artemisia Gentileschi. Dr. Brennan handed Elena a business card. We have an opening for a curator of colonial American art at the Getty. It's a significant position, substantial budget, international platform, opportunity to shape the field. The job posting goes live next week, but I wanted to give you advance notice. I think you'd be perfect for it. Elena stared at the card, her mind reeling. The Getty, Los Angeles. Everything she dreamed about since graduate school. I'd be honored to apply, she said, finding her voice. Excellent. We'll be in touch. Dr. Brennan smiled, and moved on to examine another piece. Elena turned to Cole, still processing. "Did you know about that?" "I knew she was coming to the opening. I didn't know she'd offer you advance notice about a position." Cole was smiling, but something in his expression seemed forced. "That's incredible. Elena, the Getty is in Los Angeles," Elena finished, 3,000 miles from Boston, from her father, from Cole. "Details," Cole said lightly. "We'll figure it out." Before Elena could respond, they were pulled into separate conversations. Her with critics wanted to discuss the exhibition, him with Hartford Holdings associates who'd come to show support. The evening became a blur of champagne and compliments and the surreal feeling of professional success she'd worked toward for years. It was nearly midnight when they finally left, Elena's feet aching in her heels, her face sore from smiling. In the car, she kicked off her shoes and leaned her head back against the seat. "Exhausted?" Cole asked. "Completely, but happy." Elena reached for his hand. "Thank you for being there tonight. It meant everything." "Where else would I be?" Cole brought her hand to his lips, kissing her knuckles. But Elena noticed he was quiet the rest of the drive home, his expression thoughtful. In the penthouse, Elena changed into comfortable clothes while Cole disappeared into his office to check emails. She found him there an hour later, still in his dress shirt and pants, staring at his laptop without really seeing it. "Hey," she said from the doorway. "You okay?" Cole looked up, and Elena saw something in his eyes she couldn't quite read. "Fine. Just thinking about some business issues." "Want to talk about it?" "It's nothing urgent, just long-term strategy stuff." He closed the laptop. "Come here." Elena crossed him, and Cole pulled her onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her waist. She settled against his chest, feeling his heartbeat steady beneath her cheek. "The Getty job," Cole said quietly. "Are you going to apply?" "I don't know. It's an incredible opportunity, but it's in Los Angeles. 3,000 miles away from everything. My father, the museum here, you." Elena pulled back to look at him. "I'm not sure I want to uproot my entire life right now. Not even for your dream job." Elena heard something in his tone that made her stomach clench. "Cole, what are you really asking?" He was quiet for a long moment, his fingers tracing patterns on her hip. "I'm asking if you'd resent me if you didn't apply. If 6 months from now, you'd look at me and wish you'd taken a chance when you had it." "Where is this coming from?" "From reality." Cole's voice was careful, controlled. "Elena, we got married because your father needed to save his company, and my father wanted a strategic alliance. The 2-year contract was supposed to give us both an easy exit when the time came. But now we're in love," Elena finished, her heart racing. "Cole, you're not having second thoughts, are you?" "No. God, no." He pulled her closer. "But I am thinking about what happens when the contract expires. What happens if you want things I can't give you? What happens if staying with me means sacrificing opportunities you've worked your whole life for?" Elena cupped his face in her hands, forcing him to look at her. "Listen to me. I love you. Not the contract, not the arrangement. You, the man who stayed with me through my father's surgery. The man who helps me with dishes and remembers how I take my coffee. The man who's trying so hard to figure out how to let people in." She kissed him softly. "I'm not applying to the Getty. Not right now. Maybe someday we could talk about opportunities in other cities, but that's a conversation we'd have together." "You're sure?" "I'm sure." Cole kissed her then, deep and desperate, like he was trying to convince himself she meant it. Elena responded with equal intensity, her hands sliding into his hair, her body pressing against his. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Cole rested his forehead against hers. "I love you. So much it terrifies me." "I know. Me too." Elena stood, taking his hand. "Come to bed. Whatever you're worried about, it can wait until morning." They fell asleep wrapped around each other, and Elena tried to push away the nagging feeling that something was wrong, that Cole's questions about the Getty job had been about more than just her career. She told herself she was being paranoid. She was wrong. The next morning, Elena woke to an empty bed and voices from downstairs. She checked her phone. 8:30 on a Saturday. Cole usually slept until at least 9 on weekends. She pulled on a robe and padded downstairs to find Cole and Richard Hartford in the living room, both in business suits despite it being the weekend. The atmosphere was tense. "Good morning," Elena said cautiously. Richard turned, his expression unreadable. "Elena, congratulations on the exhibition. I heard it was quite successful." "Thank you." Elena looked at Cole. "What's going on?" "My father stopped by to discuss some business matters." Cole's voice was carefully neutral. "I'll fill you in later." "Actually," Richard said, "this concerns Elena as well. May I?" He gestured to the couch. Elena sat, suddenly very aware that she was in her pajamas, while the two Hartford men were fully dressed and armored in their business attire. Cole remained standing, his posture rigid. "I've been reviewing the Morgan Maritime situation," Richard began. "The company is doing better than expected under Cole's management, which is excellent news, of course. However, it's also creating complications." "What kind of complications?" Elena asked. "The kind where my son is stretched too thin." Richard's tone was reasonable, almost sympathetic. Cole is managing Hartford Holdings, overseeing Morgan Maritime's recovery, and trying to maintain his personal life. Something has to give. "Dad," Cole's voice held a warning. "Let me finish." Richard held up a hand. "I'm not criticizing. I'm simply stating facts. Cole, you've been working 16-hour days for weeks. You're exhausted. And while I appreciate your dedication to helping Thomas Morgan, the reality is that Hartford Holdings needs your full attention." "I'm managing fine," Cole said through gritted teeth. "Are you?" "Because I've noticed you've declined 3 major acquisition opportunities in the past month. You've delegated critical meetings to David Park. You left the Silverman negotiation early, something you've never done before." Richard's eyes moved to Elena. "I'm not blaming you, Elena, but the truth is that Cole's priorities have shifted since the marriage became personal." Elena felt ice settle in her stomach. "What are you suggesting?" "I'm suggesting that we need to restructure, bring in a professional CEO from Morgan Maritime so Cole can step back, return his focus to Hartford Holdings where it belongs." Richard's voice was calm, measured. "Thomas is recovering well. He doesn't need Cole's constant oversight anymore. And frankly, neither does his daughter." The implied criticism was clear. Elena was a distraction, a liability to Cole's professional success. "That's enough," Cole said, his voice sharp. "Elena is not a distraction, and I'm not reducing my involvement with Morgan Maritime. Thomas trusts me, and I'm not abandoning that responsibility. I'm not asking you to abandon it. I'm asking you to delegate it. There's a difference." Richard stood. "Cole, I've supported this marriage because I thought it would benefit both families, but not at the expense of everything we've built at Hartford Holdings. You need to make a choice, the company that's been your life's work, or playing house with a woman you've known for 3 months. Get out." Cole's voice was deadly quiet. "Excuse me. You heard me. Get out of my home. Now." Richard's expression hardened. "Fine. But Cole, think about what I said. Really think about it. Because if you continue down this path, you're going to have to choose. And I hope you make the right decision." After Richard left, the silence in the penthouse was deafening. Elena sat frozen on the couch, her mind racing. Cole stood by the window, his hands clenched into fists. "Cole." "He's wrong," Cole said without turning. "About all of it. You're not a distraction. I'm not stretched too thin. I can handle both companies and our relationship. But can you?" Elena asked quietly. "Cole, be honest. How much sleep did you get last night?" "Enough." "How much?" 4 hours. "Maybe." Cole finally turned to face her. "But that's not because of you. It's because I had conference calls with the West Coast, and you're exhausted. Your father's right about that much." Elena stood, wrapping her robe tighter around herself. "I've been so caught up in my own stuff, the exhibition, Dad's recovery, that I haven't noticed you're running yourself into the ground." "Elena, don't do this. Don't let him get in your head." "He's not in my head. I'm looking at the reality of the situation." Elena moved closer to Cole. Maybe we need to talk about this. Really talk about whether we're being realistic about what we can sustain. Something flickered in Cole's eyes. Hurt, maybe fear. Were you saying? I'm saying maybe your father has a point. Not about us being wrong for each other, but about you taking on too much. You can't save my father's company and run your own empire and maintain our relationship all at the same time. Something's going to break. It won't. Cole, you fell asleep in your office chair last night. I found you at 3 a.m, still dressed, your laptop open on your chest. Elena felt tears prick her eyes. I love you, but I can't watch you destroy yourself trying to be everything to everyone. Cole pulled her into his arms, and Elena felt him trembling. I'm fine. I promise. I just need to get through this transition period with Morgan Maritime. And then what? Something else will come up. Another crisis. Another obligation. Another reason to push yourself to the breaking point. Elena pulled back to look at him. Your father wants you to choose between me and the company. Don't you see? He's creating an impossible situation where no matter what you do, someone loses. Then I choose you. Cole's voice was fierce. Every time I choose you. But you shouldn't have to choose. That's the problem. Elena wiped her eyes. Maybe we need to take a step back. Not break up, but just give each other some breathing room to figure things out. No. Cole's grip tightened. Elena, please. Don't let him win. That's what he wants, to drive a wedge between us, to prove that my feelings for you make me weak. This isn't about him winning. It's about you being healthy and happy and not working yourself into a heart attack like my father. Elena's voice broke. I can't lose you that way, Cole. I can't. They stood in the middle of the living room, holding each other, both aware that Richard Hartford's visit had accomplished exactly what he'd intended. Planted doubt where there had been certainty, created distance where there had been intimacy. Elena's phone rang. Her father. She pulled away from Cole to answer. Dad? Is everything okay? Elena, I need you to come to the house. There's something we need to discuss. Thomas's voice was strained. It's about the company. And Cole, what about it? Just come, please, as soon as you can. After Elena hung up, she looked at Cole helplessly. My dad wants to see me. He says it's about you and Morgan Maritime. Cole's expression was unreadable. I'll drive you. No, I think I need to talk to him alone. Elena saw the hurt flash across Cole's face. I'm not pushing you away. I just need some clarity on what's actually happening with the company. Okay. But Cole's voice was hollow. Elena quickly dressed and called an Uber, leaving Cole standing in the penthouse looking lost. As she rode to her father's house, she tried to ignore the sick feeling in her stomach. This was exactly what Lily had warned about. Richard creating pressure, forcing situations where love felt like a liability rather than a strength. And Elena was terrified it was working. Thomas was waiting in his study when Elena arrived, looking better than he had since the surgery, but troubled. Dad, what's going on? Sit down, sweetheart. Thomas gestured to the chair across from his desk. I got a call from Richard Hartford this morning. He wants to restructure the management agreement for Morgan Maritime. He mentioned that he wants Cole to step back, bring in an outside CEO. More than that, Thomas slid a document across the desk. He's proposing that Hartford Holdings take full management control. Cole would remain on the board in an advisor capacity, but day-to-day operations would be handled by Hartford's team. Elena scanned the document, her heart sinking. This essentially removes Cole from the company he's been running for the past month. Yes, Richard's justification is that Cole's personal involvement creates conflict of interest, that as your husband, he can't make objective business decisions about your family's company. Thomas leaned back in his chair. He's framing it as protecting both companies from potential complications. It's manipulation, Elena said flatly. He's using the marriage to remove Cole from a position he's been excelling at. I know, but Elena, I need to tell you something. Thomas looked pained. Richard is also offering to forgive the remaining debt entirely. Everything we owe Hartford Holdings gone. Morgan Maritime will be completely free and clear, owned entirely by our family again. In exchange for what? In exchange for accepting the management restructuring and Thomas paused. And for you and Cole agreeing to maintain the original contract terms. 2 years, then an amicable divorce. No extensions, no renegotiations. Elena felt like she'd been punched. He's trying to buy me out of my own marriage. That's how I see it too. But sweetheart, I need to ask, what do you want me to do? If I refuse, we remain under Hartford control. If I accept, the company is ours again, but Cole and I have an expiration date. Elena felt tears threatening. Dad, I love him. This isn't just a contract anymore. We're building something real. I know. I see it every time you're together. Thomas reached across the desk to take her hand, which is why I'm not making this decision without talking to you first. Yes, it would be incredible to have the company back completely, but not at the cost of your happiness. Elena thought about Cole, about the way he'd looked this morning when she'd suggested taking a step back, about Lily's warning that Richard would find a way to sabotage them, about the impossible choice Richard was forcing, Cole's career and her father's company, or their relationship. I need to talk to Cole, Elena said finally. Of course. But Elena, whatever you decide, I support you. The company isn't worth sacrificing your chance at real love. Your mother would say the same thing. Elena hugged her father and left, her mind reeling. In the Uber back to the penthouse, she tried to figure out what to say to Cole, how to explain that his father had essentially put a price tag on their relationship. But when she walked into the penthouse, she found it empty, a note on the kitchen counter in Cole's handwriting. Elena went to the office. Need to think. We'll talk when I get back. See, not love, Cole. Just his initial. Elena sank onto the couch and let the tears come. In less than 12 hours, everything had changed. The exhibition triumph felt hollow now. The giddy opportunity felt like a test. And the man she loved was pulling away, reverting to old patterns of isolation when things got complicated. Her phone buzzed, a text from Maya. Saw the Globe review. 5 stars. You're a superstar. Elena stared at the message, unable to summon any enthusiasm. Yesterday she'd been on top of the world. Today she was watching everything fall apart. She typed back, "Can you come over? I need you." Maya's response was immediate. "On my way. Be there in 20. While she waited, Elena's mind kept returning to Cole's question from last night. Would she resent him for making her choose between her career and their relationship? But that wasn't the right question anymore. The real question was whether their love was strong enough to withstand Richard Hartford's determination to destroy it. And for the first time since they confessed their feelings, Elena wasn't sure of the answer. Chapter 10. The Breaking Point. Cole didn't come home that night. Elena waited until midnight, then 1, then 2. She called his phone 3 times, each call going straight to voicemail. She texted, "Where are you? I'm worried." No response. By 3 in the morning, she was panicking enough to call David Park. "Elena?" David answered, groggy but alert. "What's wrong? Have you seen Cole? He left this morning, and he's not answering his phone." There was a pause. "He's at the office. I saw him when I left around 11. He said he had work to catch up on." At the office, Elena felt something crack inside her. For 18 hours. "Elena, I don't know what's going on between you two, but..." David hesitated. "He's not in a good place. I've never seen him like this. Withdrawn, making mistakes, staring at his computer, without actually working. Whatever happened, it's eating him alive." After hanging up, Elena sat in the dark penthouse and tried to understand how they'd gotten here. Yesterday morning they'd been in love, planning a future. Now Cole was hiding at the office, and she was sitting alone at 3 in the morning wondering if their relationship was already over. Maya had stayed until midnight, listening to Elena explain Richard's ultimatum. The impossible choice, the way Cole had shut down and disappeared. "He's scared," Maya had said. "Men do this. When they're terrified of losing something, they preemptively destroy it, so they feel like they're in control. That's stupid. That's trauma response." Cole learned as a kid that loving people meant losing them. His dad reinforced that lesson over and over. Now Richard's threatening the relationship, and Cole's reverting to old patterns. Push Elena away before she can be taken away. So what do I do? You decide if he's worth fighting for, and then you fight like hell. Now, alone in the pre-dawn darkness, Elena made her decision. She wasn't giving up. Not on Cole, not on them, not on the life they'd started building together. But first, she needed to talk to someone who knew Cole even better than she did. Elena waited until 7, a reasonable hour for Italy. Then video called Lily. Lily answered on the second ring. Her hair messy, clearly just waking up. Elena? What's wrong? Elena explained everything. Richard's visit, the ultimatum, Cole disappearing. Lily's expression grew darker with each detail. That son of a bitch, Lily said when Elena finished. This is exactly what I warned you about. He's creating an impossible situation where Cole feels like he has to choose between you and everything else he's built. How do I reach him? How do I get through when he's shutting me out? Lily was quiet for a moment. You're asking the wrong question. It's not about reaching Cole right now. It's about dealing with our father. Richard is the one creating this mess. Until you handle him, Cole's going to keep spiraling. How am I supposed to handle Richard Hartford? The same way our mother did. Lily's smile was sad. She used to tell me that the only way to deal with Richard was to meet him on his own ground. Business, logic, strategy. Emotion never worked with him. It just confirmed his belief that feelings were weakness. But if you could show him that his approach was bad for business, he'd listen. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting you go to Hartford Holdings and negotiate. Not as Cole's wife, not as Thomas Morgan's daughter, but as a strategic thinker who understands what's at stake. Lily leaned closer to the camera. Elena, my father respects strength. Show him you're not going to be bullied. Show him that destroying your relationship with Cole will cost him more than maintaining it. I don't know if I can do that. Yes, you can. You saved an entire exhibition under impossible circumstances. You negotiated with collectors and donors and board members. This is just another negotiation. Lily's expression softened. And Elena, when you're done with my father, you need to have a come-to-Jesus conversation with Cole. He needs to understand that running away and shutting down isn't protecting you. It's destroying the very thing he's trying to preserve. After hanging up, Elena showered, dressed in her most severe business suit, the one Maya called her take-no-prisoners outfit, and called an Uber to Hartford Holdings. She texted Cole once, "We need to talk. I'm not giving up on us. But I'm also not going to watch you destroy yourself trying to do the impossible. Come home tonight. Please." Then she turned off her phone and prepared for battle. Richard Hartford's assistant looked surprised when Elena appeared at 9 o'clock demanding a meeting. "Mrs. Hartford, I don't have you on the schedule. Tell him I'm here to discuss the Morgan Maritime proposal. He'll make time." 5 minutes later, Elena was shown into Richard's office. He sat behind his massive desk, looking unsurprised and vaguely amused. "Elena, I wonder when you'd show up." "Did you?" Elena sat without being invited. "Then you know why I'm here. To tell me I'm a monster for interfering in young love?" Richard's tone was mocking. "To beg me to leave you and Cole alone?" "No, to explain why your proposal is bad for business." Elena pulled out her tablet and began outlining her points with the same methodical precision she used in exhibition proposals. First, removing Cole from Morgan Maritime Management right now, when he's implemented systems that are actually working, creates unnecessary instability. You'd be replacing someone who understands a company intimately with an outsider who'd need months to get up to speed. That's inefficient. Richard's eyebrows rose slightly. "Go on." "Second, your assertion that Cole's personal involvement creates conflicts of interest only works if you assume emotions impair judgment. But the data suggests otherwise. Morgan Maritime is performing better under Cole's management than it has in years. His connection to the family hasn't made him soft. It's made him invested in genuine success rather than just extracting maximum value. Interesting theory." "It's not a theory. It's measurable results." Elena pulled up financial reports. Revenue up 18%. Customer satisfaction at a 5-year high. Employee retention improved. These aren't flukes. They're the result of someone who cares about the company as more than just numbers on a spreadsheet. Richard leaned back in his chair, studying her. You've done your homework. I learned from the best. Cole taught me that emotion and strategy aren't mutually exclusive. They're complementary when properly balanced. Elena met Richard's gaze directly, which brings me to your actual goal. You don't really think Cole is too distracted or that I'm a liability. You're afraid. Afraid? Richard's voice hardened. Of what? Of losing control. Of your son having something in his life that matters more than your approval. Of the fact that Cole is happier now than he's been in years, and you had nothing to do with it. Elena kept her voice level. You've spent decades teaching him that love is weakness, that caring about people makes you vulnerable, and then I came along and proved you wrong. That terrifies you. Richard's jaw tightened. You think you understand me. I understand loss. I understand being so afraid of feeling something that you'd rather feel nothing at all. Elena thought about her mother, about the grief she'd carried for years. But here's what I learned that you haven't. Pushing away the people who love you doesn't protect you from pain. It just guarantees you'll be alone when the pain comes anyway. Very touching, but this is business. No, it's personal, and you know it. Elena stood. So here's my counterproposal. You withdraw the restructuring plan from Morgan Maritime. Cole continues as planned, managing the transition until my father is strong enough to resume control, then gradually stepping back. No ultimatums about our marriage. No interference in our personal lives. And in exchange, I make you a promise. Elena's voice was steel. I will never let Cole sacrifice his relationship with you for me. I will never make him choose between family and love. Because unlike you, I understand that he can have both, that he deserves both. But that only works if you stop trying to sabotage it. Richard was quiet for a long moment. You think you're different from every other woman who's tried to change a Hartford man, but you're not. Eventually, Cole will realize that the company, the legacy, the empire we built, it's more important than any temporary feeling of happiness. If you really believe that, then you've got nothing to fear from me. Elena moved toward the door. But I don't think you do believe it. I think you're terrified that Cole has found something real, and it's making you confront how empty your own life has become. Get out of my office. Gladly. But think about what I said. Think about whether destroying Cole's happiness is really worth maintaining your control. Elena paused at the door. And ask yourself, if your wife were still alive, what would she think of the man you become? Elena left before Richard could respond, her hands shaking now that the adrenaline was fading. She'd either just made things better or catastrophically worse. Her phone buzzed with messages now that she turned it back on. 3 from Maya, 2 from her father, and 1 from Cole. Where are you? Elena called him immediately. He answered on the first ring. Elena, where the hell are you? I came home, and you were gone. I was at your father's office. Silence. Then, you what? I confronted him. About the proposal. About the manipulation. About all of it. Elena climbed into an Uber. Cole, we need to talk. Are you at the penthouse? Yes, but Elena. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Don't leave. The Uber ride felt interminable. Elena rehearsed what she wanted to say, how to make Cole understand that running away wasn't the answer, that they could fight this together if he just stopped shutting her out. Cole was pacing in the living room when she arrived, still in yesterday's clothes, looking exhausted and wrecked. You confronted my father, he said without preamble. Elena, do you have any idea how dangerous that was? He could retaliate, he could what? Threaten our relationship? He's already doing that. Elena set down her bag. Cole, we need to talk about what's actually happening here. What's happening is that my father is using you to manipulate me. No, what's happening is that you're letting him. Elena kept her voice firm. Cole, I love you, but I can't be in a relationship with someone who shuts down and disappears the moment things get difficult. That's not partnership. That's you reverting to the same patterns your father taught you. Cole flinched. That's not fair. Isn't it? You disappeared for 18 hours without a word. You stopped answering my calls. You shut me out completely. Elena felt tears threatening but pushed them back. I understand you're scared. I'm scared too. But we can't survive if every time your father applies pressure, you retreat into the Ice King persona and push me away. I'm trying to protect you. From what? From your father? From the complications of being with you? Elena crossed her arms. Cole, I don't need protecting. I need a partner. Someone who trusts me enough to face problems together instead of alone. I don't know how to do that. Cole's voice cracked. Everyone I've ever loved, I've lost. My mother died. Lily almost slipped away because I held on too tight. And now I can feel it happening again. I can feel you slipping through my fingers because I'm not enough, because I can't give you everything you deserve. Stop. Elena closed the distance between them, taking his face in her hands. Listen to me. I'm not slipping away. I'm right here. But Cole, you have to let me in. All the way in. Not just when things are good, but especially when they're hard. What if I can't? What if I'm too broken from everything my father did, everything I learned about love being weakness? Then we figure out together. Elena's thumbs brushed away tears she hadn't realized were falling down Cole's cheeks. But you have to stop running. You have to trust that I'm strong enough to handle your father's manipulation, smart enough to fight my own battles, and committed enough to this relationship to weather the storms. Cole pulled her into his arms, holding on like she was the only solid thing in his world. I'm sorry. God, Elena, I'm so sorry. You're right. About all of it. I shut down, because that's what I know how to do. But it's not fair to you. No, it's not. Elena held him just as tightly. Cole, I need you to promise me something. Anything. Promise me that the next time things get difficult, and they will, you'll talk to me instead of disappearing. Promise me you'll trust me enough to be your partner, not just someone you're trying to protect. I promise. Cole pulled back to look at her. But Elena, my father's not going to stop. He's going to keep applying pressure until one of us breaks. Then we make sure neither of us breaks. Elena managed a small smile. I didn't marry the Ice King so we could have an easy life. I married him because underneath all that ice is someone worth fighting for. You married him because your father's company needed saving. Cole corrected with the ghost of a smile. Initially, yes, but I'm staying because I love you. Elena kissed him softly. And love means fighting for each other, with each other, against anyone who tries to tear us apart, even if that someone is your father. Cole kissed her back, deep and desperate, like he was trying to convey everything he couldn't quite put into words. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing hard. What did you say to my father? Cole asked. I told him that trying to destroy our relationship was bad for business, that his fear of losing control was making him irrational, and that his wife would be ashamed of the man he'd become. Cole's eyes widened. You said that? I did, and I'd say it again. Elena took his hand. Cole, your father's going to keep pushing. But we need to decide right now, are we doing this? Really doing this? Building a real marriage that goes beyond the contract? Yes. Cole didn't hesitate. Yes, I want that. All of it. I want to rip up the contract and start over with something real. Then we need a plan. Because hoping your father backs off isn't going to work. We need to outmaneuver him. They spent the next hour talking, really talking, no walls, no retreat. Cole explained the pressure he'd been under, the way his father had been gradually increasing his workload while simultaneously undermining his confidence. Elena shared the giddy offer, her fears about holding Cole back from his work, her conversation with her father about the debt forgiveness. Your father's offering to forgive the debt if we stick to the 2-year contract? Cole's jaw tightened. That's my father's work. He's using the company against us. I know, but Cole, maybe we should consider it. Cole's head snapped up. What? Not the divorce part. But what if we called his bluff? Elena's mind was racing. What if we agreed to the debt forgiveness and the management restructuring, but we refused to enforce the 2-year limit? We stay married because we want to, not because a contract says we have to. My father would lose his mind. Exactly. Because he can't control what we choose freely. Elena squeezed his hand. He can manipulate contracts and business arrangements. But he can't force us to stop loving each other. And if we make it clear that our relationship isn't dependent on his approval or his money, we take away his power. Cole was quiet, processing. You're saying we should accept his business terms but reject his personal conditions. I'm saying we should make our own terms. For us, not because of what the contract says or what he wants or what makes strategic sense, but because we choose each other. That's terrifying. I know, but it's also the only way forward that doesn't involve one of us compromising everything we want. Cole pulled her close again, and they stood in the middle of the living room, holding each other while dawn broke over Boston. The city was waking up. Cars on the street below, lights flickering on in surrounding buildings, the world continuing its relentless forward motion. I love you, Cole said quietly. And you're right. We need to stop letting my father dictate the terms of our lives. So, we're doing this? Building something real? We're doing this. Cole kissed the top of her head. But Elena, we need to talk about the Getty offer. I already told you I'm not applying. You should. Elena pulled back to look at him. What? You should apply. It's your dream job. Cole's expression was earnest. I meant what I said last night. I don't want you resenting me in 6 months because you passed up an incredible opportunity. But Los Angeles is 3,000 miles away. I know. But Elena, if you get the job, we'll figure out. Maybe I can set up a Hartford Holdings office in L.A. Maybe we split time between coasts. Maybe it doesn't work out and you stay here. But the point is, we make those decisions together, based on what we want, not on what we're afraid of. Elena felt tears prick her eyes. You'd move to Los Angeles? I'd move to Mars if it meant being with you. Cole smiled, though I prefer L.A. Better weather, fewer aliens. Elena laughed through her tears. You're serious. Completely. Elena, one of the things I love about you is your passion for your work. I'm not going to be the person who holds you back from your dreams. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Besides, Hartford Holdings could use some West Coast expansion. It's actually sound business strategy. You're impossible. I'm practical. There's a difference. They kissed again, and Elena felt the fear that had been choking her for the past 24 hours finally start to ease. They weren't out of the woods yet. Richard wasn't going to give up easily, and there were still difficult conversations ahead. But they were facing it together now as partners. I need to call my father, Elena said. Tell him about our decision regarding the debt forgiveness. And I need to call mine. Cole's expression hardened. Make it clear that his manipulation stops now. Do you think he'll listen? Probably not. But I need to try. For me, not for him. Cole stood, pulling Elena with him. But first, I need about 12 hours of sleep. I'm exhausted. Then let's go to bed. Elena took his hand, leading him toward the stairs. They fell into bed still half-dressed, too tired for anything but holding each other. Cole's arms wrapped around Elena, her head on his chest, and for the first time in days, she felt like maybe, just maybe, they were going to be okay. Elena? Cole's voice was drowsy. Thank you for not giving up on me when I was being an idiot. Elena smiled against his chest. You're welcome. Just don't make a habit of it. I'll try. He pressed a kiss to her hair. I love you. I love you too. They drifted toward sleep, exhausted but together. Outside, the city continued its morning rhythm, indifferent to the small victory happening in the penthouse 48 floors above the street. It wasn't over, not by a long shot. Richard Hartford wasn't the type to accept defeat gracefully, and there would be more challenges ahead. But Elena and Cole had survived their first real crisis as a couple. They'd been pushed to the breaking point and chosen each other anyway. And that, Elena thought as sleep finally claimed her, was everything. The contract that had brought them together was becoming irrelevant. What mattered now was a choice they made every day. To stay, to fight, to love each other despite the complications. That was the real marriage. Everything else was just paperwork. Chapter 11, Separate Paths. The morning after their reconciliation, Cole and Elena woke tangled together, sunlight streaming through the windows. For a moment, everything felt perfect. Then Cole's phone rang. Hartford Holdings, naturally, and reality reasserted itself. "I have to take this," Cole said apologetically. Elena kissed his shoulder. "I know. Go be the Ice King. I'll make coffee." But as Cole disappeared into his office for what turned into a 2-hour call, Elena sat in the kitchen alone and realized something important. Loving each other wasn't going to be enough. They needed to actually build lives that could coexist, not just survive in the same space. When Cole finally emerged, looking harried, Elena had made a decision. "I'm applying to the Getty," she announced. Cole stopped mid-reach for his coffee mug. "You're serious?" "Completely. You were right. It's my dream job, and I regret not trying." Elena leaned against the counter. "But I'm also applying to the MFA in Boston and the Med in New York, keeping options open, seeing what actually materializes." "That's..." Cole crossed to her, pulling her into his arms. "That's amazing. You're amazing. We'll figure out the logistics if any of them actually offer me a position." Elena looked up at him. "But Cole, you need to do something for yourself too. Something that's not about your father or the company or living up to expectations." "Like what?" "I don't know. What would make you happy? If you could do anything, what would it be?" Cole was quiet for a long moment. "I've never really thought about it." "Then think about it now." Elena squeezed his hand. "Because we can't build a life together if we're both just going through the motions of what we think we're supposed to do." Over the next 2 weeks, they fell into a new rhythm. Cole began attending therapy twice a week, something he resisted for years but finally admitted he needed. Elena threw herself into applications and follow-up correspondence with the museums that had expressed interest in her work. They made a pact: no business talk after 8 p.m., no phones during dinner, and at least one night a week dedicated to just being together, cooking, watching movies, talking about anything except work and family drama. It was hard. Cole's instinct was still to work 18-hour days. Elena's tendency was to disappear into her research. But they were learning, slowly, how to be partners who supported each other's growth instead of just coexisting. 2 weeks after their breakthrough, Cole came home with news. "I talked to my father today," he said over dinner. "Told him we're rejecting his ultimatum about the marriage contract." Elena set down her fork. "How did he take it?" "About as well as expected. Threats, manipulation attempts, implications that I'm throwing away everything he built." Cole's expression was carefully neutral. "But I also told him something else." "What?" "That I'm stepping back from Morgan Maritime. Gradually, over the next 3 months. But definitively, your father's strong enough to resume control, and it's time I stopped using it as an excuse to avoid dealing with my own company." Elena felt a mix of relief and concern. "How do you feel about that?" "Terrified. Relieved. Both." Cole ran a hand through his hair. "I've been using Morgan Maritime as a buffer, something that felt important and meaningful in a way Hartford Holdings hasn't for a long time. But you were right. I can't keep dividing myself into pieces trying to be everything to everyone. So what are you to do?" "I'm restructuring my role at Hartford Holdings, delegating more, focusing on strategy instead of daily operations. And," he paused, looking almost embarrassed, "I'm starting a foundation for youth programs, education initiatives, the kind of work I do at the center but on a larger scale." Elena's face lit up. "Cole, that's incredible. It's impractical and probably won't make much money." "It's perfect. It's exactly the kind of thing you should be doing." Elena moved around the table to hug him. "Your mother would be so proud." Cole's arms tightened around her. "I keep thinking about what you said to my father, about her being ashamed of who we become. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to wake up at 65 and realize I've built an empire, but have nothing that actually matters." "You won't, because you're already choosing differently." They held each other in the kitchen, the dinner getting cold, and Elena felt something settle in her chest. They were going to be okay. Not because everything was perfect, but because they were both trying, actually trying, to build lives that made them happy instead of just successful. 3 weeks later, Elena got the call. "Mrs. Hartford, this is Catherine Brennan from the Getty Museum." Elena's heart leaped into her throat. Dr. Brennan. Hello. I'm calling with good news. We'd like to offer you the position of curator of colonial American art. The compensation package details are being emailed to you now, but I wanted to deliver the news personally. Elena sank into her office chair, her mind spinning. The Getty, Los Angeles. Everything she dreamed about since graduate school. I'm honored, she managed. Truly honored. We're very impressed with your work at the Whitmore Museum. The exhibition was extraordinary, exactly the kind of scholarship we want to champion. Dr. Brennan paused. I understand this would require relocation, and I saw you're recently married. We're prepared to offer a generous relocation package and can be flexible with your start date to accommodate any personal arrangements. Thank you. That's very thoughtful. Elena's mind was already racing ahead. Cole's off a move, the Hartford Holdings LA expansion plan, the logistics of appending their entire lives. Take some time to discuss with your husband. But Elena, I hope you'll seriously consider this. You have a gift for bringing forgotten voices to light. The Getty would be privileged to support that work. After hanging up, Elena sat in stunned silence. She'd done it. They'd actually offered her the job. Her phone buzzed with a text from Cole. How's your day going? Elena stared at the message, then typed. Can you come home early? We need to talk. Everything okay? Yes. Actually, everything's pretty incredible. But I want to tell you in person. On my way. Cole arrived 30 minutes later, slightly out of breath, looking worried. What happened? You scared me with that text. The Getty offered me the job. Cole stopped mid-motion. They what? They offered me the position. Full curator role, incredible budget, everything I've ever wanted professionally. Elena watched his face carefully. It starts in 4 months if I accept. Cole crossed the room and swept her into his arms, lifting her off the ground and spinning her around. Elena, that's amazing. God, I'm so proud of you. When he set her down, Elena searched his expression for any sign of reservation or fear. You're sure? Because this means Los Angeles. This means uprooting everything. I'm sure. Cole cupped her face in his hands. Elena, listen to me. I meant what I said. If you want this job, we're going to L.A. I've already started preliminary work on expanding Hartford Holdings to the West Coast. It makes good business sense anyway. But your father can run the Boston office. Or not. I don't actually care anymore. Cole's smile was genuine. Elena, for the first time in my life, I'm making decisions based on what I want, not what I think I'm supposed to want. And I want to support your dreams. Especially if it means leaving Boston. What about Lily? Your mother's memory? The life you built here? Lily's in Florence, living her own dreams. My mother would want me to be happy. And the life I built here, Cole paused. It's been successful but hollow. Maybe it's time to build something new. Something that's actually ours. Elena felt tears prick her eyes. You're serious about this? Completely. Cole kissed her softly. Though I have one condition. What? When we get to L.A., we find a house. Not a penthouse. Not an investment property. A real house with character and a kitchen you can cook in and a garden. Something that feels like a home. Elena laughed through her tears. That's your condition? A house with character? My mother used to say that houses should tell stories. I want to find one where we can write our own. Cole pulled her close. What do you think? Ready to start a new chapter? I think. Elena pulled back to look at him. I think I need to make a counterproposal. Cole's eyebrows rose. I'm listening. I accept the Getty position. But I negotiate a delayed start. 6 months instead of 4. That give your father time to adjust, gives us time to find a house and actually move properly, and gives me time to finish some restoration projects at the Whitmore that I don't want to leave incomplete. That's very reasonable. And in exchange, Elena took a breath. In exchange, we get married again. For real this time. Not a contract signing with lawyers, and your father manipulating everything. A real wedding with people we love, vows we actually write ourselves, and absolutely no business arrangements involved. Cole was very still. You want to marry me again? I want to choose you again. Publicly, intentionally, with no ulterior motives or family pressure. Elena took his hands. The first wedding was a transaction. But Cole, I want to marry you because I love you, because I choose this life with you. Is that something you'd want? Cole's answer was to kiss her deeply, pulling her against him with an intensity that made Elena's knees weak. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Cole rested his forehead against hers. Yes, 1,000 times yes. His voice was rough. When? I don't know. Sometime before we move? Something small but meaningful. Elena smiled. Maybe Lily could come home from Florence. Maybe we could do it at the beach house where we first really got to know each other. I love that idea. Cole kissed her again, softer this time. Elena, I don't think I've ever been this happy. Me neither. They spent the rest of the evening making plans, calling Dr. Brennan to accept with a 6-month delay, sketching out timelines for the move, fantasizing about what kind of house they'd look for in L.A. It felt surreal and exciting and terrifying all at once. Around midnight, Elena's phone rang. Her father. Dad? It's late. Is everything okay? Everything's fine, sweetheart. I just got off the phone with Cole's father. Thomas's voice was strange, amused and satisfied. He called to tell me that the Hartford Holdings investment in Morgan Maritime is being restructured again. What do you mean? He's forgiving all remaining debt, completely, and returning full operational control to me, with Hartford Holdings shifting to a minority advisory role only. Thomas laughed. Elena, your father-in-law just gave me back my company. No strings attached. Elena looked at Cole, who was already pulling out his phone to text someone. Did he say why? He said, and I quote, I'm too old to keep fighting battles I've already lost. Thomas paused. What does that mean? It means we won, Elena said softly. Or maybe that Richard finally realized controlling everyone around him was making him miserable. After hanging up, Elena found Cole reading a text from his father. Cole's expression was complicated. Relief, sadness, something that might have been hope. What did he say? Elena asked. He says I was right. About love not being weakness. About Mom. Cole's voice was thick. He says he's sorry, not just for the recent manipulation, but for everything. For teaching me that emotions were liabilities. For pushing me to be someone I'm not. Cole, I know it doesn't fix everything. Years of damage can't be undone by one text message. Cole set down his phone. But maybe it's a start. Maybe he's finally willing to try to be different. Elena wrapped her arms around him from behind. What do you want to do? I want to have dinner with him. Soon, without business discussions or power plays. Just talk. See if there's any way to rebuild something real. Cole turned to face her. Is that naive? No. It's hopeful. And brave. Elena kissed him. I'm proud of you. I learned from the best. You're the one who confronted him about being afraid. Cole pulled her close. Everything good in my life right now is because you pushed me to be better. That's not true. It is. Cole's voice was firm. Before you, I was going through the motions. Successful but empty. You made me want more. You made me believe I deserved more. They held each other in the quiet penthouse, and Elena thought about how far they'd come. From strangers bound by a contract to partners planning a future. From a marriage of convenience to something so real it had survived every attempt to destroy it. Her phone buzzed with a text from Maya. Please tell me you're coming to girls' night this week. I haven't seen you in forever. Elena smiled, typing back, I'll be there. And I have so much to tell you. Good news or bad news? Good. Really, really good. The next morning, Cole had breakfast with his father for the first time in months. Elena stayed home, giving them space to talk without her presence complicating things. Cole returned 3 hours later, looking emotionally exhausted, but lighter somehow. How did it go? Elena asked. It was hard, uncomfortable. There were long silences and awkward attempts at connection. Cole sank onto the couch beside her. But we talked, really talked, about Mom, about the past, about the people we become. And he's going to try to be less controlling, to respect boundaries, to actually have a relationship with me that's not just about business. Cole ran a hand through his hair. I don't know if it'll work. We have decades of dysfunction to overcome. But Elena, I think he actually wants to change. Maybe your confrontation really did get through to him. Or maybe watching you choose happiness over his approval made him realize what he was losing. Maybe both. Cole pulled her close. He asked about the wedding, the real one we're planning. What did you tell him? That he's invited. If he can attend as my father, not as Richard Hartford, the corporate titan, try and control everything. Cole smiled slightly. He said he'd try, that he wants to be there. How do you feel about that? Terrified, hopeful, the usual complicated mix. Cole kissed the top of her head. But I'm glad we're giving him a chance. For better or worse, he's my father. And maybe it's time we figured out what that can mean without all the business entanglements. Over the following weeks, pieces started falling into place. Elena negotiated her exit from the Whitmore Museum, securing agreements to complete her restoration projects remotely. Cole began working with architects on plans for a Hartford Holdings West Coast office. They hired a realtor in L.A. who specialized in historic homes and started looking at properties virtually. Lily booked a flight home for Christmas, ecstatic about being part of a real wedding. Maya agreed to be Elena's maid of honor again, joking that she'd done such a good job the first time. David Park volunteered to be Cole's best man, saying someone needed to make sure he actually showed up for his own wedding. Thomas was recovering beautifully, back at Morgan Maritime part-time, and already talking about succession planning that did involve selling the company. He and Cole met weekly for lunch, rebuilding trust and transitioning management responsibilities smoothly. Even Richard seemed to be making an effort. He showed up to one of Cole's therapy sessions at Cole's invitation, awkward and uncomfortable but present. He stopped calling with work emergencies at all hours. He asked about Elena's museum work with what seemed like genuine interest. It wasn't perfect. Old patterns didn't disappear overnight, but it was progress. One evening in early December, Cole and Elena sat on the couch, her feet in his lap while he massaged them absently, both scrolling through house listings in L.A. This one has a library, Cole said, turning his phone toward her. Original built-ins, window seat, the whole thing. Elena looked at the photos. A 1920 Spanish colonial with terracotta roof tiles, arched doorways, and a garden filled with citrus trees and bougainvillea. It's beautiful. It has character. Stories waiting to be told. Cole's expression was soft. I can see us there. Can you? Elena imagined waking up in that house, making coffee in that kitchen, building a life that was entirely theirs. Yes, I can absolutely see us there. Should we fly out next weekend? See it in person? Yes. But Cole, Elena set aside her phone. Before we do this, move across the country, start completely over, I need to ask you something. What? Are you sure this is what you want? Not what you think I want, or what makes sense strategically. What you actually want for your life. Cole was quiet for a moment, considering. Then he smiled, genuine and unguarded. A year ago, if you'd asked me what I wanted, I wouldn't have had an answer. Success, maybe. My father's approval. Proving I was worthy of the Hartford name. He took her hands. But now, I want to wake up next to you every morning. I want to build a company that does meaningful work instead of just maximizing profits. I want to have dinner with my father and not feel like I'm at war. I want to watch you transform museums with your brilliant scholarship. I want a house with character and a life with meaning. That's a lot of wants for someone who used to think emotions were liabilities. I've learned from an excellent teacher. Cole pulled her into his lap. Elena, you asked me once what would make me happy. This, us, building something real together. Choosing love over obligation. This makes me happy. More than any business deal or family approval ever could. Elena kissed him, slow and deep, pouring everything she felt into it. When they finally broke apart, both were smiling. So we're really doing this. Elena said, new city, new jobs, new life. Together, Elena agreed, as they returned to scrolling through house listings. planning their future. Elena thought about the contract that had brought them together, a business arrangement designed to last 2 years, with built-in exits and carefully negotiated terms. That contract was still legally valid. They had 6 more months before it expired, but it didn't matter anymore, because they'd already chosen something better, a partnership built on love, respect, and the courage to build the lives they actually wanted instead of the ones they thought they were supposed to have. The arranged marriage had become the real thing, and that, Elena thought, was the best surprise of all. Chapter 12, The Gala. The Hartford Holdings annual charity gala was a social event of the Boston winter season. 500 of the city's most influential people gathered in the ballroom of the Four Seasons, wearing designer gowns and writing checks that would fund youth programs across New England for the coming year. Elena had attended plenty of formal events since marrying Cole, but this was different. This was Cole's event. The culmination of months of work restructuring Hartford Holdings' charitable foundation into something more meaningful than a tax write-off. This was him, putting his values into action, and Elena was determined to support him perfectly. "You're fidgeting," Maya observed, adjusting Elena's necklace in a hotel suite they'd used as a staging area. "Stop fidgeting. You look incredible." Elena looked at herself in the mirror. The gown was deep emerald silk, Cole's favorite color on her, cut simply but elegantly. Her hair was swept up, diamond earrings that had belonged to Cole's mother catching the light. She looked like she belonged in this world. The question was whether she felt like it. What if I say the wrong thing? What if I embarrass Cole in front of all these people? Elena smoothed her hands over the silk. "You won't. You've been doing this for months now. You're a natural." Maya squeezed her shoulder. "Besides, Cole's not the Ice King anymore. Everyone knows he's madly in love with his brilliant wife. You could probably spill wine on the mayor, and people would find it charming. Please don't give me ideas." A knock at the door, and Cole entered, stopping dead when he saw Elena. "Wow. You clean up pretty well yourself," Elena said, taking in his tuxedo. He looked devastating, elegant and powerful in hers. Cole crossed the room and kissed her softly, careful not to disturb her lipstick. "Ready for this?" "As ready as I'll ever be." Elena took his offered arm. "Let's go raise some money for kids." The ballroom was already filling when they arrived, a sea of tuxedos and evening gowns, champagne flutes, and the hum of conversation that always accompanied events like this. But Elena noticed something different this year. People were genuinely engaged, reading the materials about the youth programs, asking questions about outcomes and impact. Cole had transformed the gala from a social obligation into something that actually mattered. Mrs. Hartford, Dr. Brennan from the Getty appeared, resplendent in navy silk. "I'm so glad you could attend. I wanted to thank you again for agreeing to the delayed start date. It shows real dedication to completing your work properly. Of course, I want to make sure the Whitmore Museum is positioned well for whoever takes over my role." Elena smiled. "Have you met my husband, Cole?" Mr. Hartford. Dr. Brennan extended her hand. "Your foundation's work is impressive. We should discuss potential partnerships. The Getty is very interested in educational programming that brings art to underserved communities." Elena watched Cole's face light up as he discussed his vision for the foundation. This was him at his best, passionate, articulate, using his business skills for something meaningful. She felt a swell of pride. They were separated throughout the evening. Elena pulled into conversations with museum donors, Cole managing the auction and program presentations. But they kept finding each other across the room, exchanging smiles, a touch on the arm in passing, small moments of connection. Around 9, Richard Hartford took the stage for his speech. The room quieted, everyone aware that Richard rarely spoke at these events. He typically let Cole handle the public-facing elements while he worked the room privately, closing deals in corners. "Good evening," Richard began, his voice carrying across the ballroom. "For those who don't know me, I'm Richard Hartford, CEO of Hartford Holdings and father to Cole, who's done an exceptional job organizing tonight's event." Polite applause. Elena found Cole in the crowd. He looked tense, clearly unsure where his father was going with this. "I'm not typically one for public speeches," Richard continued. I prefer to keep my personal life private and my business relationship straightforward. But tonight, I want to break that pattern." He paused. 6 months ago, my son married Elena Morgan. It was ostensibly a strategic alliance between two families. I arranged it, I negotiated the terms, and I expected it to function like any other business arrangement. Elena felt her stomach drop. What was Richard doing? But something unexpected happened. Richard's voice softened slightly. My son fell in love. And more importantly, he found the courage to choose that love over everything I'd taught him was important. Success, control, the Hartford legacy. The room was completely silent now. Elena could see Cole frozen, his expression carefully blank. For decades, I believed that emotion was weakness, that caring about people made you vulnerable, and vulnerable meant defeated. I taught my children that lesson, particularly my son, and I told myself I was protecting them from the pain I'd experienced when my wife died. Richard looked directly at Cole. I was wrong. About all of it. Elena saw tears in Cole's eyes. Watching Cole and Elena together, watching my son become someone who's happy instead of just successful, has forced me to confront some difficult truths about the man I've been and the father I failed to be. Richard's voice was rougher now. I've spent the past months trying to sabotage their relationship because I was afraid of losing control, afraid of admitting I've been wrong, afraid of feeling the kind of love that makes you vulnerable. Someone in the audience, Elena thought it might be David Park, started clapping. Others joined in, and Richard held up a hand. I'm not telling you this for applause. I'm telling you this because tonight is about supporting programs that help young people build better lives. And I realize that if I want to claim I support that mission, I need to start by acknowledging the damage I've done to my own family and taking steps to repair it. He looked at Cole again. Son, I know a public apology doesn't fix years of teaching you to armor yourself against emotion, but I want you to know I'm proud of the man you become, not because of your business success, but because you had the courage to be happy, to choose love, to be better than I taught you to be. Richard stepped back from a microphone as the room erupted in genuine applause. Elena watched Cole move through the crowd toward the stage, climbing the steps to face his father. They stood there for a moment. Two men who'd spent decades at war with each other, and then Cole pulled Richard into a hug. Richard stiffened briefly, then embraced his son, and Elena saw both men's shoulders shaking with emotion they'd suppressed for too long. Maya appeared at Elena's elbow, wiping her own eyes. Okay, I did not have Richard Hartford Public Redemption Arc on my bingo card for tonight. Me neither. Elena was crying openly now, not caring that she was smudging her mascara. Maya, did that really just happen? It really just happened. And girl, every society reporter in Boston is going to write about this tomorrow. You and Cole just became the couple of the charity circuit. After Richard's speech, the energy in the room shifted. The gala had been transformed from a social obligation into something genuine. People were making larger donations, asking more questions about the programs, engaging with real enthusiasm. Cole worked the room with Richard at his side, the two of them actually functioning as partners for the first time Elena had witnessed. Around 11, Elena found herself on the balcony overlooking the city, needing a moment of quiet after the emotional intensity of the evening. There you are. Cole joined her, loosening his bow tie. I've been looking for you. Just needed some air. Elena turned to him. Cole, what your father said. I know. I'm still processing it. Cole leaned against the railing beside her. Part of me is angry that it took so long, that he had to nearly destroy us before he was willing to change. But the other part is grateful that he's trying. Yes. Cole took her hand. Elena, when I was standing on that stage looking at him, I realized something. I've spent my whole life waiting for him to say exactly what he said tonight. And now that he has, I don't know what to do with it. You don't have to figure out tonight. This is just the beginning of rebuilding your relationship. It'll take time. Elena squeezed his hand. But Cole, I'm so proud of you, of this event, of the foundation, of the way you become someone who cares openly instead of hiding behind walls. I learned from you. Cole pulled her close. A year ago, I would have been mortified by that speech. All that public emotion, all that vulnerability. But tonight, I realized I don't care about maintaining the Ice King image anymore. I care about being real. They stood together on the balcony. The city lights spread out below them, and Elena thought about how much had changed since their wedding night. They'd started as strangers bound by obligation. Now they were partners who'd chosen each other through every challenge, every obstacle, every attempt to tear them apart. "Dance with me," Cole said suddenly. "There's no music out here." "I don't care." Cole pulled her into his arms, and they swayed together under December stars, creating their own rhythm. "Elena, I need to tell you something." "What?" "I talked to a realtor in L.A. today. Made an offer on that Spanish colonial we loved." Cole looked nervous. "I probably should have discussed it with you first, but I wanted it to be a surprise, and we got it." Elena pulled back to look at him. "Pending inspection and all that, but yes, if everything goes through, we'll have a house in L.A. by February." Cole smiled. "Our house. The one where we'll write our own stories." Elena kissed him, deep and joyful, and she could hear cheers from inside the ballroom. Apparently someone had noticed him on the balcony. Cole laughed against her mouth, and they pulled apart to wave at their audience before retreating back into the party. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of congratulations, donations, and dancing. Elena found herself talking with Richard at one point, an awkward but genuine conversation about art and his late wife's collection. "She would have liked you," Richard said quietly. "Catherine always said the Hartford men needed someone strong enough to challenge them. Cole found that in you." "Thank you. That means a great deal." Elena hesitated. "Mr. Hartford, Richard, thank you for tonight. For what you said. It took courage. It took too long." Richard's expression was regretful. "But I'm trying to be different. For Cole, for myself. It's harder than I expected, but your confrontation in my office helped me see what I was losing." As midnight approached, the gala began to wind down. Checks had been written, programs had been funded, and Cole's vision for meaningful philanthropic work had been validated by Boston's elite. Elena found Cole talking with David Park and a group of potential foundation board members. She caught his eye, and he immediately excused himself. Crossing to her. "Ready to go home?" he asked. "Past ready. My feet are killing me." Elena leaned into him. "But Cole, tonight was perfect. You should be so proud." "We should be proud. You were amazing. I watched you win over at least a dozen major donors." Cole kissed her temple. "Plus, you look absolutely stunning in that dress. You mentioned that earlier. I'm mentioning it again. And I'll probably mention it several more times before the night is over." Cole's smile was warm and suggestive. "Shall we?" They said their goodbyes. Hugs from Maya and Lily, who'd flown in as a surprise, handshakes from donors, and an unexpectedly warm embrace from Richard, who whispered, "Thank you," to Elena as they parted. In the car back to the penthouse, Elena kicked off her heels and curled against Cole's side. "Big day tomorrow," Cole said. "Final walkthrough at the Whitmore for your restored pieces. And you have that meeting with the L.A. commercial real estate agent about office space. We're really doing this, building a whole new life. Are you scared?" Elena asked, terrified, excited, hopeful. Cole's arm tightened around her, all of it at once. "But Elena, mostly I'm grateful. A year ago, I didn't even know what I was missing. Now I can't imagine my life without you in it. Good thing you don't have to." Elena tilted her face up to kiss him. "Because I'm not going anywhere." They arrived at the penthouse, and Cole scooped Elena up, carrying her across the threshold despite her laughing protests. "What are you doing?" "Practicing. For when we move into our actual house." Cole set her down carefully. "Though I should probably work out more if I'm going to make a habit of this." "You're ridiculous. You love me. I really do." Elena wrapped her arms around his neck. "Cole Hartford, I love you so much." Elena Hartford, Cole said, testing her name with the surname she'd be keeping even after they moved. "I love you more." "That's not possible." "It's absolutely possible. I've loved you longer. I fell first." "That's not how this works." Cole silenced her with a kiss, deep and claiming, and Elena forgot what they'd been arguing about. When he finally pulled back, both were breathing hard. Bedroom? Cole suggested. Definitely bedroom. They stumbled toward the stairs, leaving a trail of Cole's jacket, Elena's earrings, his bow tie, her necklace. By the time they reached the bedroom, most of the formal attire was gone, replaced by touches and kisses, and the kind of intimacy that had nothing to do with contracts or obligations. Later, wrapped in sheets and each other, Elena thought about the gala, Richard's speech, the community support, the feeling of being part of something larger than themselves. Cole? She whispered into the darkness. Tonight, when your father was talking about you choosing love, I realized something. What? I used to think love was something that happened to you, like luck or fate, something outside your control. Elena propped herself up on her elbow to look at him, but it's not. Love is a choice. Every day, in every small moment, you choose it. You choose to be vulnerable, to trust, to show up even when it's scary. Cole's hand traced patterns on her back. Is there a point to this philosophy? The point is, I choose you. Not because a contract says I should, not because it's convenient or strategic or makes sense. I choose you because you're you, because you make me laugh and challenge me to be better and hold me when I'm scared, because you're learning to be vulnerable even though it terrifies you, because you're becoming the person you were always meant to be. Cole pulled her down for a kiss. I choose you too, every day, every moment, for the rest of my life. They fell asleep wrapped together, the city quiet around them, and Elena felt completely, perfectly at peace. Tomorrow they'd start packing for L.A., planning the real wedding, building the next chapter of their lives. But tonight, they were simply here. Two people who'd found each other through the strangest circumstances and chosen to stay through everything that tried to tear them apart. The arranged marriage was over. The real marriage was just beginning. And Elena couldn't wait to see what came next. Chapter 13, Building Something Real. January brought snow to Boston and a flurry of activity to the penthouse. Elena and Cole had set their second wedding date for the last Saturday of the month, exactly 1 year after their contractual marriage, and the move to L.A. was scheduled for mid-February. This is insane, Maya said, standing in the middle of Elena's closet surrounded by boxes. You're planning a wedding, packing to move across the country, finishing restoration projects, and somehow maintaining your sanity. How? I'm absolutely not maintaining my sanity, Elena admitted, carefully wrapping a piece of colonial pottery in tissue paper. But Cole's been amazing. He's handling most of the move logistics, while I focus on wedding and museum work. Speaking of Cole, how's he doing with leaving Boston? Elena paused in her packing. Better than I expected, honestly. I think part of him is relieved to be starting fresh, somewhere his father's shadow doesn't loom quite so large. And the Hartford Holdings L.A. office is already coming together. David Park is moving out to run it with him. David's moving too? He jumped at the chance. Apparently, he's been wanting to leave Boston for years, but never had a good excuse. Elena smiled. Cole's building a team of people who actually want to work for the foundation side of the business, not just the profit-maximizing corporate raider stuff. Maya sat on a box, watching her friend work. You know what's wild? A year ago, you were standing in your museum office, terrified about an arranged marriage to a man you'd never met. And now you're moving across the country with him, planning a real wedding, building an actual life together. I know. Sometimes I still can't believe it's real. Elena looked at her engagement ring, not the one from the contract, but a new one Cole had given her when he proposed for real on Christmas morning. A simple band with 3 stones representing past, present, and future. Maya, what if I mess this up? What if we get to L.A. and it all falls apart? It won't. You too have survived everything. Family sabotage, career pressures, your father's heart attack. If you can make it through all that, you can make it through anything. Maya stood, pulling Elena into a hug. Besides, I'll come visit constantly. L.A. has better weather anyway. That evening, Cole came home with paint samples for the L.A. house. I know we haven't moved in yet, he said, spreading them across the dining table. But I was thinking about the library. What if we did it in this warm cream color? It would show off the original woodwork better than white. Elena studied the samples, then looked at her husband. He'd loosened his tie, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and had that expression he got when he was excited about something boyish and open. This was the Cole she'd fallen in love with, the one who existed underneath the Ice King facade. I love it. And Cole, can we talk about the wedding for a minute? Of course. Cole set aside the paint samples. What's on your mind? I want your father to walk me down the aisle. Cole's eyebrows rose. What? My dad's still recovering. He's strong enough to attend, but I don't want to put that physical strain on him. And your father. Elena took Cole's hand. He's been trying so hard to change. This would mean something to him. And to you, I think. Cole was quiet for a long moment. Elena, you don't have to do that for me. I'm not doing it just for you. I'm doing it because Richard is becoming someone I actually respect. Because he's my family too now. And because I want this wedding to represent all the ways we've all changed over the past year. Elena squeezed his hand. But only if you're comfortable with it. I think. Cole's voice was rough. I think my mother would have loved that. The symbolism of it. My father giving you to me. Choosing to support our happiness instead of controlling it. So it's okay? It's more than okay. Cole pulled her into his arms. Have I mentioned lately that I'm marrying the most extraordinary woman in the world? You mentioned it this morning, but I don't mind hearing it again. The wedding was planned for the beach house in Connecticut, the place where Elena and Cole had first really connected, where the walls had first started coming down. It would be small, just 40 people, mostly family and close friends. No business associates. No society reporters, no one who didn't genuinely care about them. Lily arrived from Florence a week before the wedding, immediately taking charge of details Elena had been too busy to finalize. Flowers are handled, Lily announced, checking her list. The caterer confirmed for 50 people. I invited extra, because you know someone will bring a +1. The string quartet is booked, and I found the most perfect vintage tablecloths for the reception. Thank you. Elena said, feeling overwhelmed with gratitude. I don't know what I'd do without you. Probably have a much less coordinated color scheme. Lily grinned. So, have you written your vows yet? Elena bit her lip. I'm working on them. Elena, I know, but every time I try to write down how I feel, it sounds wrong. Too formal or too casual or just not enough. Elena sank onto the couch. How do you put a whole year of transformation into a few sentences? You don't. You just speak from the heart. Lily sat beside her. What's the one thing you want Cole to know? The core of it. Elena thought about it. About the journey they'd taken from strangers to partners, from contract to choice, from fear to love. I want him to know that he saved me too, Elena said quietly. Everyone talks about how I changed him, how I help him open up and be vulnerable. But he did the same for me. I was so busy being what everyone needed me to be that I'd forgotten what I actually wanted. Cole helped me find that again. That's it. That's your vow. Lily squeezed her hand. Write that. The night before the wedding, Elena stayed at her father's house, while Cole remained at the penthouse, honoring the tradition of not seeing each other before the ceremony. Elena lay in her childhood bed, staring at the ceiling, too excited and nervous to sleep. Her phone buzzed with a text from Cole. Can't sleep. Me neither. Are you having second thoughts? About marrying you? Never. About whether I'll cry during my vows? Definitely. I'll probably cry too. Maya told David to have tissues ready. We're going to be a mess. The best kind of mess. Elena smiled, typing, I love you. See you at the altar. I love you too. Sleep well, almost wife. You too, almost husband. The next morning arrived bright and cold, winter sun glinting off snow. Elena woke to Maya bursting through the door with coffee and pastries. Wedding day. Maya announced, no backing out now. I don't want to back out. Good, because I already helped your dad into a suit, and it took 20 minutes. We're committed now. Elena laughed, feeling the nervousness transform into excitement. Today she was marrying Cole, not because anyone told them to, not because of contracts or family pressure, but because they'd chosen each other through everything. The transformation from Elena to bride took 3 hours. Hair styled in soft waves, makeup natural but luminous, and finally the dress. She'd chosen something completely different from her first wedding, a flowing gown in champagne silk with delicate lace sleeves. It felt romantic and timeless, more fairy tale than business arrangement. "You look beautiful," Thomas said when he saw her, his eyes bright with tears. "Your mother would be so proud." "Thanks, Dad." Elena hugged him carefully. "Are you sure you're up for this? We could find you a chair." "Elena, I'm walking you down that aisle if it kills me, which it won't because I'm stronger than you think." Thomas smiled. "Though I'll admit, I'm glad Richard is taking over halfway through. Good compromise." The drive to the beach house felt surreal. Elena kept expecting something to go wrong. Traffic, a wardrobe malfunction, cold feet. But everything went smoothly, and before she knew it, she was standing in the upstairs bedroom of the beach house, hearing the string quartet begin to play. "Ready?" Maya asked, adjusting Elena's veil. "So ready." They'd set up the ceremony in the library. Cole's mother's library, full of books and history and the ghosts of better times. 40 chairs faced a simple arch decorated with winter greenery and white roses. And at the end of the aisle, Cole waited with David beside him. Cole looked devastating in his dark suit, his expression a mix of anticipation and barely controlled emotion. When he saw Elena at the doorway, his entire face transformed, wonder and love and absolute certainty. The music shifted, and Elena began her walk. Thomas beside her, moving slowly but steadily. Halfway down the aisle, as they planned, Richard stepped forward. Thomas placed Elena's hand in his with a nod, and Richard continued to walk, delivering her to his son. "Thank you," Cole whispered to his father. "Take care of her," Richard whispered back, and there were tears in his eyes. The ceremony was officiated by a friend of Thomas's, a retired judge who'd known Elena since childhood. He began with the traditional words about marriage as a journey, a partnership, a choice made daily. "Cole and Elena have asked to share their own vows," the judge said. "Cole, would you like to begin?" Cole took both of Elena's hands, looking at her like she was the only person in the world. "Elena, a year ago, I married you because I thought I had to, because of a contract, because of family obligation, because it made strategic sense. I stood at an altar and said words I didn't mean to a woman I didn't know." Cole's voice was steady but thick with emotion. "Today, I stand here completely by choice. I know you now. Your brilliant mind, your kind heart, your terrible jokes, your passion for forgotten artists, the way you sing off-key in the shower when you think I can't hear." Elena laughed through her tears. "You taught me that vulnerability isn't weakness. It's the only way to truly connect with another person. You showed me that love isn't something to be feared, but something to be chosen every single day, even when it's scary." Cole's thumb brushed across her knuckles. "I choose you, Elena, today, tomorrow, and every day after. Not because a piece of paper says I should, but because my life is infinitely better with you in it. Because you're my partner, my best friend, the person who makes me want to be braver and kinder and more honest. I love you, completely, irrevocably by choice." Elena was openly crying now, not caring that her mascara was probably running. "Cole, when we first met, I thought you were exactly what everyone said, cold, calculating, impossible to reach. But over the past year, I've learned that the person everyone sees is just armor you wear to protect the most tender heart I've ever known." Cole's eyes were bright with tears. "You taught me what it means to be truly seen by another person. Not the version of myself I present to the world, not the dutiful daughter or the competent curator, but me, messy and uncertain and sometimes scared, but always trying. You made me believe I deserved to want things for myself, not just for other people." Elena squeezed his hands. "I choose you too. Not because you're perfect, you're not, and neither am I, but because you're perfect for me. Because you challenge me and support me and make me laugh even when I'm stressed. Because you're learning to let people love you, and I'm honored to be one of those people. I love you, Cole Hartford, by choice, by commitment, by the kind of love that transforms everything." The judge cleared his throat, visibly moved. "Well, I think we can all agree these two are serious about this marriage. Cole, do you take Elena to be your wife, to love and to cherish, in joy and in sorrow, in sickness and in health, for as long as you both shall live? I do. Cole's voice rang clear. Elena, do you take Cole to be your husband, to love and to cherish, in joy and in sorrow, in sickness and in health, for as long as you both shall live? I do. The rings, please. David handed Cole a simple platinum band, Elena's choice, elegant and timeless. Cole slid it onto her finger with reverent care. With this ring, I marry you by choice. Lily handed Elena Cole's matching band. She slid it onto his finger, completing the pair. With this ring, I marry you by choice. By the power vested in me by the state of Connecticut, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Again. The judge smiled. Cole, you may kiss your bride. For real this time. Cole cupped Elena's face in his hands and kissed her with a passion that made several people whoop and cheer. It was nothing like the brief, formal kiss at their first wedding. This was claiming and promising and celebrating all at once. When they finally broke apart, both were beaming. Ladies and gentlemen, the judge announced, I present to you Cole and Elena Hartford, married by love this time. The small gathering erupted in applause. Elena and Cole walked back down the aisle hand in hand, and Elena caught glimpses of the people who mattered. Her father crying openly, Richard smiling with genuine warmth, Lily radiating joy, Maya filming everything on her phone while also crying. Outside the library, Cole swept Elena into his arms and kissed her again. We did it, he said against her lips. We really did. Elena was laughing and crying simultaneously. Cole, you made me cry through my whole vow. You made me cry first. That's because you went first. Details. The reception was held in the beach house's living room, which had been transformed with flowers and candles and those vintage tablecloths Lily had found. The food was excellent. The wine flowed freely, and the mood was joyful in a way their first wedding had never been. During dinner, Richard stood to give a toast. I'm going to keep this brief, he began, because I already made one public speech about my son's marriage, and that was probably more than enough emotional revelation for everyone. Laughter rippled through the room. But I want to say this, Cole, Elena, what you two have built over the past year is extraordinary. You took something that began as a transaction and transformed it into something real and lasting. That takes courage, commitment, and a willingness to be vulnerable that I'm still learning from you. Richard's voice grew thick. My wife, Catherine, used to say that the measure of a life well lived wasn't in accomplishments or wealth, but in relationships and love. I forgot that lesson for a very long time. Watching you two has reminded me what actually matters. Thank you for that. He raised his glass. To Cole and Elena, may your marriage continue to be defined by choice, by love, and by the courage to keep choosing each other every single day. To Cole and Elena, the room echoed. After dinner, the furniture was pushed aside for dancing. The first dance was to a Norah Jones song that had been playing at the beach house the night Cole and Elena had first really talked. Neither could remember which night exactly, but it felt right. I can't believe we're doing this, Elena said as they swayed together. Moving to L.A., starting completely over. Are you scared? Terrified, but also excited. Elena looked up at him. Cole, I know the past year has been intense. The drama with your father, my dad's heart attack, all the external pressure. But I want you to know, even with all that, this has been the best year of my life. Mine, too. Cole kissed her forehead. And I have a feeling the next chapter is going to be even better. They danced through several songs, then were joined by others. Elena dancing with her father, carefully. Cole with Lily. Maya cutting in to spin Elena around while making her laugh. It felt like celebration, like family, like the beginning of something beautiful. Around 11, Cole and Elena snuck away from the party, walking down to the beach despite the cold. The ocean was loud and dark, waves crashing against the shore. A year ago, we walked on this beach, Cole said, wrapping his coat around both of them. You were so nervous about being alone with me. You were terrifying. All ice and control and perfect composure. I was scared out of my mind. Scared of feeling something. Scared of letting you see who I really was. Cole pulled her closer. I'm not scared anymore. No. Well, I'm still scared of birds. And of something happening to you. And of whether we remembered to cancel the catering for the Boston apartment. Cole smiled. But I'm not scared of loving you. Not anymore. Elena turned in his arms, rising on her toes to kiss him. Good. Because you're stuck with me now. No contract with an exit clause this time. Best decision I ever made. They stood on the beach for a long while, holding each other while the party continued in the warm house behind them. Tomorrow they'd fly to L.A. to begin settling into their new home. Next week, Elena would start at the Getty. In a month, Cole would officially launch the West Coast office and the expanded foundation. But tonight, they were simply here. Two people who'd found each other through impossible circumstances and chosen to stay through everything that followed. The arranged marriage was over. The contract had expired. The obligation had been fulfilled. But the love, the real, chosen, fought for love, that was just beginning. And as they walked back to the house hand in hand, Elena knew with absolute certainty that choosing Cole Hartford was the best decision she'd ever made. Not because it was easy, not because it made sense, but because it was real. And real was everything. Chapter 14, The Test. Los Angeles in February was a revelation. Elena woke on their first morning in the new house to sunlight streaming through windows that overlooked a garden filled with orange trees and jasmine. Cole was already awake beside her, propped up on one elbow, watching her with a soft expression. "Morning," he said, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "How does it feel to wake up in our house?" "Surreal. Perfect. Like a dream I'm afraid to wake from." Elena stretched, looking around the bedroom they'd spent the past week painting together. The warm cream Cole had chosen, with original hardwood floors and windows that opened to let in the scent of citrus blossoms. "I can't believe this is real." "Believe it." Cole kissed her softly. "Come on, I'll make coffee. We have time before your first day at the Getty." Elena's first day, after a week of settling in, unpacking boxes, and exploring their new neighborhood. Today she would officially begin as the Getty's curator of colonial American art. The dream job, the career she'd worked toward for years. So why did she feel so nervous? Over coffee in their sun-drenched kitchen, Cole seemed to sense her anxiety. "Talk to me. What's going on in that brilliant brain of yours? What if I'm not good enough? What if they realize they made a mistake hiring me?" Elena wrapped her hands around her mug. "Cole, this is the Getty. It's not the Whitmore Museum. The expectations are so much higher. And you've already exceeded expectations everywhere you've worked." Cole took her hand across the table. "Elena, you're brilliant at what you do. They're lucky to have you. You're going to transform that department. You have to say that. You're my husband. I'm saying it because it's true." Cole squeezed her hand. "You've got this. And tonight when you come home, I'll have dinner ready, and you can tell me all about your first day." Elena looked at him. Her husband, who'd moved across the country to support her dreams, who was learning to cook because he wanted to take care of her the way she'd taken care of him. "I love you. I love you too. Now go show the Getty why they made the best hiring decision of the decade." The Getty was everything Elena had imagined. Sprawling architecture, world-class collections, and a staff of scholars who were passionate about their work. Dr. Brennan gave her a tour, introducing her to colleagues, showing her the conservation labs, explaining the resources available. "Your office is here," Dr. Brennan said, opening a door to a space with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the gardens. "I know it's not as large as some, but the view is spectacular." "It's perfect," Elena breathed. Better than perfect. A space that was entirely hers, with room for research and planning and the creative work she loved. Her first day was a whirlwind. Orientation sessions, meetings with the curatorial team, preliminary discussions about upcoming exhibitions. Everyone was welcoming, but Elena could feel the pressure of expectations. She was the youngest curator in the department, the one who'd come from a small regional museum. She had something to prove. By the time she got home at 7, she was exhausted but exhilarated. "How was it?" Cole asked, emerging from the kitchen with flour on his shirt and a slightly manic expression. Wait, before you answer, I tried to make lasagna, and something went wrong. I'm not sure what. It might be inedible. Elena laughed, the tension of the day dissolving. I'm sure it's fine. It's not fine. There's cheese everywhere. I think it exploded. Cole gestured helplessly toward the kitchen. I was trying to do something nice, and I created a disaster. Elena walked into the kitchen to find what could only be described as a cheese crime scene, layers that had somehow separated, tomato sauce on the backsplash, and what appeared to be an entire roll of paper towels deployed in damage control. Okay, Elena said, trying not to laugh. So we're ordering pizza. I'm sorry. I wanted to have a nice dinner ready for you. Elena cut him off with a kiss. Cole, this is perfect. You trying, you caring enough to attempt lasagna. That's everything. The fact that it exploded just makes it funnier. Cole visibly relaxed. You're not disappointed? I'm the opposite of disappointed. I'm married to a man who destroys kitchens trying to make me dinner. That's pretty great. Elena pulled out her phone. I'll order pizza. You clean up the cheese. And then I'll tell you all about my first day. Over pizza eaten on their patio under California stars, Elena described the Getty, the people, the collections, the project she'd be working on. Cole listened with genuine interest, asking questions, making her laugh with commentary about the academic politics she was already navigating. So this Dr. Reynolds, the one who made the passive-aggressive comment about regional museum perspectives, he sounds delightful. Cole said, he's threatened by me. I get it. I'm young, I'm new, and I have the ear of the director. Elena shrugged, but I'll win him over eventually. I always do. That's my wife, conquering one skeptical scholar at a time. Cole raised his wine glass. To your first day at the Getty, the first of many. They clinked glasses, and Elena felt the last of her anxiety fade. This was going to work. The new city, the new job, the new life they were building together. It was all going to work. Over the next month, they fell into a rhythm. Elena threw herself into her work at the Getty, developing exhibition proposals, building relationships with donors, beginning the long-term projects that would define her tenure. Cole managed the West Coast expansion of Hartford Holdings, while also launching a youth foundation with David Park's help. They were both working long hours, but they made time for each other. Morning coffee before work, dinners together at least 4 nights a week, weekends exploring their new city and their new home. I think we should adopt a dog, Elena announced one Sunday morning as they were painting the guest bedroom. Cole looked up from the wall. He was rolling. A dog. Yes, a dog. Dogs make houses into homes. And look at this yard. Elena gestured out the window at their garden. It's perfect for a dog. A big one, maybe, or a rescue that needs a second chance. You've given this some thought. I've given it extensive thought. I even researched breeds. Elena pulled out her phone, showing him photos she'd saved. What do you think? Cole studied the photos, and Elena saw his expression soften. I think, yes, let's get a dog. But I have one condition. What? We adopt from a shelter. Give some animal a better life, the way you gave me one. Elena's heart melted. Cole Hartford, you're going to make me cry. That seems to be my specialty. They spent the afternoon at a local animal shelter, walking through rows of kennels, meeting dogs of every size and temperament. Elena fell in love with Golden Retriever mix, but Cole seemed drawn to a scruffy mutt-in-the-back corner. Clearly part German Shepherd, part several other things, with one ear that stood up and one that flopped over. This one, Cole said, crouching in front of the kennel. The dog, listed as Duke, age 3, found as a stray, approached cautiously, sniffing Cole's outstretched hand. He reminded me of me, a little rough around the edges, not sure if he can trust people. Elena knelt beside Cole, watching the dog slowly warm to him. What do you think, Duke? Want to come home with us? Duke's tail began to wag, tentatively at first, then with increasing enthusiasm. Cole looked at Elena with such hope in his expression that she had to blink back tears. We're taking him home, Elena decided. An hour later, they were loading Duke in the back of their car with a bed, toys, food, and enough supplies to outfit a small army of dogs. Duke sat in the back seat, looking between them with what Elena swore was gratitude. "We have a dog," Cole said, sounding slightly stunned. "We bought a house and adopted a dog. We're full-on domesticated adults now. Is that okay?" Elena asked, suddenly worried he was having regrets. "It's perfect. It's everything I never knew I wanted." Cole reached over to take her hand. "Thank you." "For what?" "For making me believe I could have this. A real life, not just a successful career. A home, not just a place to sleep between business trips. A family." Cole's voice was thick. "You've given me everything, Elena. You've given me the same thing." Elena squeezed his hand. "We've given it to each other." But their domestic bliss was interrupted 6 weeks later by a phone call that changed everything. Elena was at the Getty, deep in research for an exhibition on women printmakers. When her phone rang, her father, "Dad, is everything okay?" "Elena, sweetheart." Thomas's voice was strained. "I'm at the hospital. I had another episode, chest pains, shortness of breath. The doctors are running tests now." Elena's blood ran cold. "Another heart attack. They don't know yet. But Elena, they're saying..." Thomas's voice broke. "They're saying if it is another heart attack, I might need more extensive surgery. Possibly a transplant. I'm coming home. I'm booking a flight right now." "No, don't. Not yet. Let's wait to see what the tests show. I don't want you panicking and flying across the country if this turns out to be nothing." Thomas tried to sound reassuring. "Besides, you have that big donor presentation this week." "Dad, I don't care about the presentation. You're more important. And you'll be here if I need you. But right now, I need to take a breath and let the doctors do their work." Thomas paused. "How's married life treating you? How's the new house?" Elena recognized a deflection, her father trying to distract her from panicking. She played along, telling him about Duke, about the gardens they were planting, about Cole's increasingly successful cooking attempts. But her mind was racing with worry. After hanging up, Elena sat in her office, staring at nothing. Her father had almost died once. She couldn't go through that again. She couldn't lose him. Her phone buzzed with a text from Cole. "How's your day going?" Elena's hands shook as she typed. "My dad's in the hospital. Possible heart attack. They're running tests." The response was immediate. "I'm coming to get you." "You don't have to. I'm already in the car." 20 minutes later, Cole appeared at her office door. Elena stood and walked into his arms, finally let herself break down. "He can't die," she whispered against Cole's chest. "Cole, I can't lose him." "You're not going to lose him." Cole held her tight. "We're going to book flights to Boston tonight. You're going to be with your father. And whatever happens, we'll handle it together. But your meetings are not more important than your father. Or you." Cole pulled back to look at her. "Elena, you moved across the country to support my dreams. Now I'm supporting yours, and that includes being there when your family needs you. We're partners, remember?" That night, they flew to Boston. Maya picked them up from the airport and drove them straight to the hospital, where they found Thomas in a private room, hooked up to monitors but looking stable. "Sweetheart." Thomas reached for Elena's hand. "I told you not to come. And I told you I don't take orders well." Elena squeezed his hand gently. "What did the tests show?" "Not a heart attack, thankfully. But my heart isn't as strong as it should be. They're adjusting my medications and talking about more intensive cardiac rehab." Thomas looked at Cole. "Thank you for bringing her, and for not letting me be stubborn about it." "Of course." Cole settled into the chair beside Elena. "Whatever you need, Thomas. We're here." Over the next 3 days, they stayed in Boston, while Thomas underwent more tests and consultations. Elena video conferenced into meetings at the Getty, apologizing for the absence. Cole worked remotely, managing Hartford holdings from a laptop in hospital waiting rooms. It wasn't the heart attack Thomas had feared, but it was serious. The doctors recommended lifestyle changes, reduced stress, and stepping back from Morgan Maritime entirely. "It's time," Thomas admitted on their last day in Boston. "I've been holding on because I didn't want to admit I couldn't do it anymore. But Elena, I'm selling the company. Dad, not to Hartford Holdings or any corporate raider. To the management team I've built. They love this company the way I do. They'll take care of it. Thomas managed a smile. And the proceeds will give me enough to retire comfortably and set up a trust for your future children. Speaking of which, any grandchildren on the horizon? Elena laughed despite herself. Dad, we've been married 4 months. That's plenty of time to start thinking about it. Thomas's expression turned serious. Elena, I'm proud of you, of the life you've built with Cole. Your mother will be so proud, too. Thanks, Dad. On the flight back to L.A., Elena was quiet, processing everything. Cole reached over to take her hand. What are you thinking? He asked. That I'm grateful. That my father's going to be okay. That I'm lucky to have a husband who drops everything to fly across the country with me. Elena looked at him. And that I'm also terrified. What if this happens again? What if next time it's worse? What if... Elena! Cole's voice was firm. You can't live in the what-ifs. Trust me, I spent years doing that. What if I let someone in and they leave? What if I'm vulnerable and get hurt? What if I choose happiness and lose it? But all that does is guarantee you never actually live. When did you get so wise? Around the time I married someone who taught me that love is worth the risk. Cole brought her hand to his lips. Your father is going to be fine. You're going to build an incredible career at the Getty. We're going to raise Duke and plant those gardens and eventually have kids who will terrorize us and be wonderful. All of it. You want kids? With you? Absolutely. Maybe not right now. We just got Duke, and I'm still figuring out how to keep a dog alive. But someday, yes, I want the whole thing. The messy, complicated, beautiful life. Elena leaned her head on his shoulder, feeling the fear begin to subside. Cole was right. They couldn't control everything. All they could do was show up for each other every day and trust that they were strong enough to handle whatever came. I love you, she whispered. I love you too. Always. Back in L.A., Elena threw herself back into work with renewed focus. Life was short. Her father's health scare had reminded her of that. If she was going to work the long hours that Getty demanded, it needed to be for projects that mattered. She proposed an ambitious exhibition, Women Artists of Colonial Era, Reclaiming Lost Voices. It would take 2 years to mount, would require loans from museums around the world, and would be the most comprehensive show of colonial women artists ever assembled. It's ambitious, Dr. Brennan said when Elena presented the proposal. Perhaps too ambitious for someone so early in their tenure here. With respect, Dr. Brennan, if not now, when? Elena kept her voice steady. These women have been overlooked for centuries. They deserve a major platform, and the Getty has the resources to give them one. I can do this. I know I can. Dr. Brennan studied her for a long moment. You remind me of myself at your age. Passionate, determined, unwilling to accept no for an answer. She smiled. All right, let's do it. But Elena, this is going to define your career. Make it count. I will. I promise. That night, Elena came home to find Cole and David in the living room, surrounded by papers and charts. Duke was asleep at Cole's feet, living his best life. Don't mind us, David said cheerfully. We're just planning world domination through strategic philanthropy. How's that going? Elena asked, scratching Duke's ears. Surprisingly well. Cole's foundation model is attracting attention from other companies who want to do meaningful work instead of just writing checks. David grinned. Turns out when you actually care about impact, people notice. Cole looked up, and Elena saw the excitement in his expression, the same look he'd had when talking about his mother's art collection, when planning their wedding, when they'd adopted Duke. He was genuinely happy, doing work that mattered. I got approval for the exhibition, Elena announced. 2 years to mount it, full support from the director. It's happening. Cole was on his feet immediately, pulling her into a congratulatory kiss. That's incredible. Elena, that's going to be amazing. It's going to be insane. But yes, amazing. Elena hugged him tight. Cole, is this what happiness feels like? Doing work we love with people we love. I think it might be. Cole rested his forehead against hers. Who knew, right? All we had to do was let ourselves be vulnerable and trust that someone would show up for us. Sounds simple when you put that way. It's not simple. It's terrifying. Cole smiled, but it's worth it. As the weeks turned into months, Elena and Cole built their life in Los Angeles. Work they care about, a home they'd made their own, a dog who decided both of them were worth trusting. They flew to Boston monthly to visit Thomas, who was following doctor's orders and seemed healthier for it. They video chatted with Lily in Florence and Richard in Boston, maintaining the family connections they'd worked so hard to repair. It wasn't perfect. There were still hard days, exhibition setbacks, business challenges, moments when old fears resurfaced. But they faced them together, with the kind of partnership that comes from choosing each other every day. One evening in late April, Elena came home to find candles lit throughout the house and music playing softly. Cole stood in the dining room, looking nervous. "What's all this?" Elena asked. "Remember a year ago, we got married for real at the beach house?" Cole took her hands. "I was thinking about what you said in your vows, about choosing each other every day. And I realized I want to keep choosing you. Not just once, but constantly. So..." He pulled out a small velvet box and opened it to reveal a necklace, a delicate chain with a pendant that held 3 small diamonds. "Past, present, and future," Cole explained, "like your engagement ring. But this time, I wanted to give you something to mark this moment. 1 year of real marriage, of building a life together, of proving that love is a choice we make every day." Elena's eyes filled with tears. "Cole, it's beautiful. Not as beautiful as you." Cole fastened the necklace around her neck. "I love you, Elena Hartford. Today, tomorrow, and every day after. By choice. I love you too. By choice, by commitment, by every definition of love there is." They kissed in their candlelit dining room, Duke wandering in to investigate the commotion, and Elena thought about the journey that had brought them here. From strangers forced together by circumstance to partners who built something extraordinary through intention and effort and the courage to keep showing up. The contract that had started all had expired months ago, meaningless paperwork in a file somewhere. What remained was a choice, the daily, deliberate choice to love, to trust, to build a life together. And that, Elena knew, was everything. Chapter 15. The Choice. 2 years to the day after their contract wedding, Elena woke to sunlight filtering through the bedroom curtains and the sound of Duke's tail thumping against the hardwood floor. Cole was already awake, watching her with that soft expression he still got sometimes, like he couldn't quite believe she was real. "Morning," she murmured, stretching. "Why are you awake so early?" "Because today's the day." Cole's voice was quiet. Elena's brain took a moment to catch up. Then she remembered. Today, 2 years exactly since they'd signed that contract in Richard Hartford's office, agreeing to marry for business reasons with a built-in expiration date. Today, according to the original agreement, their marriage was supposed to end. "Oh," Elena said. That... Cole traced patterns on her shoulder. "We should probably discuss it." "Probably." Elena propped herself up on one elbow. "Cole Hartford, do you want a divorce?" "Absolutely not." His answer was immediate and certain. "Good, because I'm not going anywhere either." Elena kissed him. "So I guess we're staying married." Just like that. Just like that. The contract expired, but the choice doesn't. We choose to stay. Elena smiled. "Unless you had some elaborate plan for this moment, I might have had some thoughts." Cole reached into his nightstand and pulled out an envelope. The original contract. She realized, the one they both signed 2 years ago. "I was thinking we could do something symbolic. Burn it, maybe, or frame it as a reminder of how far we've come. Or..." Elena took the envelope and tore it in half, then in quarters. "We could just destroy it, because it's meaningless now. What matters isn't what we signed 2 years ago. It's what we choose today." Cole grinned, taking some of the pieces and shredding them further. "I love the way you think." They spent the next few minutes gleefully destroying the contract, Duke watching with confusion as paper scraps fluttered to the floor. When they were finished, Elena gathered the pieces and held them in her cupped hands. "What should we do with them?" she asked. "Plant them in the garden. Let them decompose and become part of the soil that grows our orange trees." Cole wrapped his arms around her from behind. "Transform the obligation into something that bears fruit. That's surprisingly poetic for 7 in the morning. I've been practicing." They buried the contract pieces in the garden while Duke supervised, then stood together watching the sun climb higher over the Los Angeles skyline. "You know what I just realized?" Elena said, "We're free. Actually, truly free. No contract, no obligation, no expiration date hanging over us. Just us choosing each other because we want to. How does it feel?" "Perfect." Elena turned his arms. "Terrifying. Like jumping off a cliff without knowing if there's water below." "There's water. We've already proven that." Cole kissed her forehead. "Elena, we've been through your father's heart attack, my father's manipulation, career changes, moving across the country. We've already survived everything that was supposed to break us. This, staying together because we choose to, is the easy part. Nothing about marriage is easy. No, but it's worth it. You're worth it." They stood in their garden, surrounded by the citrus trees they planted together, the vegetables Elena was attempting to grow, the roses Cole had insisted on because his mother had loved them. This was their life, built brick by brick, choice by choice, into something real and lasting. "I have something for you," Cole said suddenly. "Wait here." He disappeared into the house, returning a moment later with a small wrapped box. Elena opened it to find a key, ornate and old-fashioned, clearly vintage. "It's the key to the library at the beach house," Cole explained. "My mother's library where we got married. I had it made into a necklace charm. Thought you could add it to the chain with the past, present, future pendant." Elena's eyes filled with tears. "Cole, that's a reminder that we found each other a room full of books and stories, that we built something real in a place that held my mother's memory, that every ending can become a new beginning if you're brave enough to turn the page." Elena threw her arms around him, crying into his shoulder while Duke circled them anxiously, unsure why his people were sad happy. "I love you so much. I love you too. Forever. By choice." That evening, they'd planned a celebration dinner, just the two of them, at the restaurant where they'd had their first real conversation a lifetime ago in Boston. Except the restaurant had closed 6 months ago, and they'd forgotten to make a backup reservation. "So much for our romantic anniversary dinner." Elena laughed as they stood outside the shuttered building. "Plan B?" Cole suggested. "There's that Thai place near the museum we've been meaning to try." They ended up at a tiny restaurant with plastic tablecloths and incredible food, surrounded by families and college students and the beautiful chaos of real life. It was nothing like the elegant dinner Elena had imagined, but somehow it was perfect. To us, Cole raised his glass of cheap wine. 2 years of marriage that started as business and became the realest thing in my life. To choosing each other, Elena countered. Every day, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. They clinked glasses, and Elena thought about the journey that had brought them here. 2 strangers forced together by circumstance, learning to trust, to love, to build a partnership that had weathered every storm. "You know what I've been thinking about?" Cole said, twirling noodles on his fork. "Kids." Elena's eyes widened. "Kids. Not immediately, but eventually, maybe in a year or 2. Cole looked almost shy. "I know we haven't really talked about it seriously, but—" "I want kids too," Elena interrupted. "I've been thinking about it too. Little humans who have your eyes and my stubbornness and absolutely no sense of self-preservation. That sounds terrifying." "It does, doesn't it?" Elena grinned, "but also kind of amazing. Teaching them about art and business, and how to be kind even when it's easier to be cold. Raising them in a house full of love instead of obligation. Breaking cycles." Cole's voice was soft. "Exactly." They talked about it through the rest of dinner. Hypothetical children, what kind of parents they wanted to be, how they'd balance work and family. It felt less like planning and more like dreaming, sketching the rough outline of a future they'd build together. As they walked back to their car, Elena's phone rang. Dr. Brennan. Catherine, is everything okay? Elena, I'm sorry to call so late, but I wanted you to hear this from me first. The board met today about your exhibition proposal, the Comprehensive Women Artists Show. Elena's stomach clenched, and they've approved full funding. $2 million for acquisitions, conservation, and programming. Elena, this is the largest budget we've ever allocated to a colonial art exhibition. Dr. Brennan's voice was warm. You've earned this. Every bit of it. After hanging up, Elena stood frozen on the sidewalk, trying to process. $2 million. Her exhibition, her vision for bringing forgotten women artists into the spotlight, was really happening. Elena, Cole's voice cut through her shock. What is it? They approved it. The whole thing. Full funding. Elena looked at him, tears streaming down her face. Cole, it's really happening. Everything I've dreamed about since graduate school. Cole swept her into his arms, spinning her around on the sidewalk while pedestrians navigated around them. I'm so proud of you. So incredibly proud. I can't believe it's real. Believe it. You've worked for this. You've earned every bit of this. Cole set her down, but kept his arms around her. Elena Hartford, you're extraordinary. And I'm the luckiest man alive to get to witness your brilliance. They drove home in a happy daze, Elena already mentally organizing timelines and loan requests. In the house, Duke greeted them with his usual enthusiasm, and Elena sank onto the couch while Cole opened a bottle of good champagne they'd been saving. To the future, Cole said, handing her a glass, which is looking pretty damn bright. To the future, Elena echoed. They sat together on their couch, Duke sprawled across both their laps, and talked until past midnight about everything and nothing. The exhibition timeline. Cole's plans to expand the foundation to other cities. Whether they should renovate the guest bathroom. What to name their hypothetical children. I like Sophie, Elena said drowsily, her head on Cole's shoulder. Sophie Hartford. That's good. What about for a boy? Thomas, after my dad. Cole's arm tightened around her. Thomas Hartford. You like that? Cole. Thank you. For all of this. For moving here. For supporting my dreams. For being the partner I didn't know I needed. Elena tilted her face up to kiss him. 2 years ago, I thought marrying you was the end of my life as I knew it. Turns out it was just the beginning. Best beginning ever, Cole murmured against her lips. The next morning, Elena woke to an email from Lily with the subject line. Open immediately. Inside was a video. Elena clicked play to find Lily's face filling the screen, her expression mischievous. Happy 2-year anniversary, you adorable married people, Lily said. I'm making this video because I wanted you to have something to commemorate this day, the day your contract expired, and you chose to stay together anyway. Because that choice, that's the real magic. Cole, I've watched you transform over the past 2 years from someone who was afraid to feel anything into someone who loves openly and bravely. Elena did that for you, yes, but you did it for yourself too. You chose vulnerability over safety. You chose love over control. I'm so proud of the man you become, the man Mom always knew you could be. And Elena, thank you for seeing past the Ice King to my actual brother. Thank you for pushing him to be better, for refusing to let him hide behind his walls, for loving him enough to make him believe he was worth loving. You've given him the life he always deserved but never thought he could have. You, too, are proof that arranged marriages can work, Lily grinned, as long as you both decide to fall in love anyway. Here's to many more years of choosing each other. Love you both. Now go do something disgustingly romantic to celebrate. The video ended. Elena wiped her eyes and showed it to Cole, who was reading something on his tablet beside her. Your sister is pretty great, Elena said. She really is. Cole smiled. Though I think she's giving us too much credit. We just got lucky. It wasn't luck. It was work. Choosing each other even when it was hard. Showing up even when we were scared. Trusting even when every instinct said to run. Elena took his hand. We built this, Cole. Together. You're right. Cole set aside his tablet. And speaking of building things together, I have a proposal for you. I'm already married to you. I can't marry you again. Not that kind of proposal. Cole's expression turned serious. I've been thinking about the foundation, about how to make a real, lasting impact. And I keep coming back to art, the way it transforms people, opens minds, creates connection. Your work at the Getty proves that. Okay, what if we partnered? The Hartford Foundation funding arts education programs, working with the Getty and other museums to bring art to underserved communities. You bringing the curatorial expertise, me bringing the business infrastructure and funding. Cole was talking faster now, excited. We could create something meaningful together, not just in our marriage, but in our work. A legacy that's actually about making the world better. Elena felt excitement building. That's brilliant. We could develop programs that reach kids who'd never otherwise have access to museums, who'd never see themselves represented in art history. Exactly. And it plays to both our strengths, your knowledge and passion, my organizational skills and resources. Cole took both her hands. What do you think? Want to change the world with me? I've been changing the world with you since the day we met. Elena kissed him. Let's make it official. They spent the rest of the day sketching out ideas, calling contacts, researching existing programs they could model or improve upon. By evening, they had the rough outline of what would eventually become the Hartford Morgan Arts Initiative, a comprehensive program bringing art education, museum access, and cultural enrichment to low-income schools across California. We should tell my dad, Elena said, exhausted but exhilarated. He'll love that his name is attached to something that actually helps people instead of just ships cargo. They video called Thomas, who was in his Boston apartment looking healthier than he had in years. Retirement suited him. He'd taken up painting of all things and was thriving. An arts foundation? Thomas's face lit up. With my name on it? Elena, sweetheart, that's wonderful. Your mother would be so proud. I know, Dad. Elena felt tears prick her eyes. I wish she could see all of this. She can, Thomas said firmly. I believe that. And she's thrilled that you found someone who supports your dreams the way your mother always supported mine. After hanging up, Elena found Cole on the patio, Duke at his feet, looking out at their garden as the sun set. Penny for your thoughts? Elena asked, settling beside him. Just thinking about how much has changed. 2 years ago, I was this closed-off workaholic who thought emotions were liabilities. Now I'm sitting in my garden with my wife and our rescue dog, planning an arts foundation that won't make any money, but will hopefully change some lives. Cole shook his head. If you told me this was my future back then, I would have laughed. Would you change anything? If you could go back? Not a single thing. Every challenge, every obstacle, every moment of fear, it all led here. To this life, to you. Cole pulled her close. Elena, I used to think love was a weakness, something that made you vulnerable to pain. And you know what? I was right. Love does make you vulnerable, but it also makes you brave, strong, better than you ever thought you could be. Look at you, getting all philosophical. I learned from the best. Cole kissed the top of her head. So, wife of mine who I'm married to entirely by choice and not at all because of a contract, what do you want to do for the rest of our anniversary? Honestly, I want to stay right here, with you and Duke in our garden and this life we've built. Elena leaned into him. Maybe order pizza, drink good wine, and fall asleep on the couch watching terrible television. That sounds perfect. And it was. They ordered pizza from their favorite place, opened a bottle of wine from their wedding, and spent the evening doing absolutely nothing of consequence. Duke sprawled across their laps. The television played shows neither of them really watched. They talked and laughed and existed in the comfortable intimacy of two people who knew each other completely. Around midnight, as they were heading to bed, Elena paused in the hallway where they'd hung photos from the past 2 years. Their real wedding at the beach house. The day they bought the L.A. house. Adopting Duke. Cole at the youth center with kids from the foundation. Elena at her exhibition opening. Thomas recovered and healthy. Richard smiling genuinely at a family dinner. We did okay, didn't we? Elena said. Cole wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder as they looked at their life in photographs. We did better than okay. We took something that was supposed to be temporary and transactional and turned it into something permanent and real. The contract said 2 years. The contract was wrong. Cole turned her to face him. Elena Hartford, I'm choosing you for the rest of my life. Not 2 years. Not 10 years. Forever. Is that okay with you? It's more than okay. Elena stood on her toes to kiss him. It's everything. They went to bed wrapped around each other, Duke settling into his bed in the corner, and Elena thought about the strange path that had brought them here. An arranged marriage that nobody expected to work. A contract designed with an expiration date. 2 people who were supposed to stay strangers, learning instead to be partners, friends, lovers. The business arrangement had ended exactly on schedule. But the love, the real, chosen, fought for love, that was just hitting its stride. And as Elena drifted towards sleep, Cole's heartbeat steadied beneath her cheek. She knew with absolute certainty that this was where she was supposed to be. Not because a contract said so. Not because family pressure demanded it. But because she chose it. Because they both did. Every single day. The arranged marriage was over. The real marriage would last forever. And that was the best choice either of them had ever made. Epilogue. 5 years later. Elena Hartford stood in the Getty Museum's newest exhibition space, watching as the final pieces were installed for women artists of colonial era, reclaiming lost voices. 3 years of work, $2 million in funding, loans from 23 museums across 4 continents, and more sleepless nights than she cared to count, all culminating in this moment. Mom, can I touch this one? Elena turned to find her 3-year-old daughter Sophie standing on tiptoes, reaching toward a painting that was decidedly not a toddler height. Elena scooped her up, settling her on her hip. No touching, remember? We look with our eyes, not our hands. But it's pretty. Sophie's green eyes, Cole's eyes, were wide with wonder. Who painted it? A woman named Sarah Perkins. She lived over 300 years ago, and she'd painted this portrait of her daughter. Elena pointed to the details. See how carefully she painted the lace on the dress? That took hours and hours of work. Like when Daddy works on his computer for hours and hours. Elena laughed. Exactly like that. Cole appeared around the corner, their 9-month-old son Thomas strapped to his chest in a carrier, Duke trailing behind on a leash. Cole looked slightly hairy but happy. The expression of a man who'd learned to juggle fatherhood, marriage, and running 2 companies without losing his mind entirely. There you are. Sophie, you can't just run away from Daddy like that. Cole spotted where they were standing and smiled. Though I should have known you'd be looking at the art. She's got good taste, Elena said, kissing him hello. How's Thomas? Asleep, finally, and Duke is deeply offended that we brought him to a museum where he's not allowed to sniff things. Cole scratched Duke's ears apologetically. The dog was graying around the muzzle now, moving a bit slower, but still loyal as ever. Dr. Brennan approached, looking pleased. Elena, the lighting in Gallery 3 is perfect, and I just got word. The Times is sending their chief art critic for tomorrow's opening. This is going to be huge. Thank you, Catherine, for everything. For believing in this project when it was just a crazy idea. Elena adjusted Sophie on her hip. I couldn't have done it without your support. You would have found a way. You always do. Dr. Brennan smiled at Sophie. And who's this young lady? I'm Sophie Hartford, and I'm 3 years old, and I'm going to be an artist when I grow up. Sophie announced with the confidence only a toddler could muster. An artist? How wonderful. Dr. Brennan looked at Elena with amusement. I see she's inherited your passion. And her father's confidence, Elena added. After Dr. Brennan left, Cole set down the diaper bag he'd been carrying. So, tomorrow's the big day. How are you feeling? Terrified. Excited. Like I might throw up. Elena watched the installation crew carefully position a particularly fragile piece. Cole, what if people don't care? What if I've spent 3 years on this and it falls flat? It won't. Cole's voice was certain. Elena, you brought 37 women artists out of obscurity. You've told their stories with scholarship and passion, and the kind of curatorial genius that makes people stop and really see art. Tomorrow, this exhibition is going to change how people think about colonial American art. I guarantee it. How can you be so sure? Because I've watched you work on this for 3 years. I've seen the late nights, the meticulous research, the way you fight for every detail. That kind of dedication shows in the final product. Cole leaned in to kiss her. You've got this. Sophie wiggled to be put down, immediately running over to admire another painting. Elena watched her daughter, this tiny human she and Cole had created, point at details with the same excitement Elena felt about art. Thomas stirred in the carrier against Cole's chest, making small baby sounds before settling again. Can you believe this is our life? Elena asked quietly. 5 years ago, we were 2 people trapped in a contract marriage. Now we're standing in my exhibition with our kids and our dog, and I'm about to open the biggest show of my career. And tomorrow night, the Hartford Morgan Arts Initiative is hosting its annual gala, where we'll announce expansion to 10 more cities. Cole shifted Thomas carefully. We've come a long way from that awkward first dinner at Juliana's. We have, haven't we? They stood together watching Sophie examine the paintings with serious concentration, this tiny art critic in miniature, and Elena felt overwhelmed with gratitude. For this life, for this family, for the choice they'd made 5 years ago to stay together when the contract expired. Her phone buzzed. A text from Maya. Can't wait for tomorrow. Flying in tonight. Do you need me to bring anything besides wine and emotional support? Elena smiled, typing back, just yourself. See you soon. Maya's coming tonight, Elena told Cole. She's staying with us through the weekend. Good. Sophie's been asking about Annie Maya. Cole checked his watch. We should probably head home soon. Thomas needs to eat, and I have a video call with David about the Foundation's Chicago expansion. They gathered their family. Sophie protesting loudly that she wanted to stay and look at more paintings. Duke happy to leave. Thomas blissfully unaware of anything beyond his next nap. As they walked through the Getty's gardens toward the parking lot, Elena looked back at the museum. Tomorrow, her exhibition would open. Tomorrow, hundreds of people would see these forgotten women artists. Tomorrow, she'd stand in front of press and donors and scholars and share the work that had consumed her for 3 years. But today, she was just Elena Hartford, wife, mother, curator, heading home with her family to start dinner and give baths and read bedtime stories. The ordinary magic of a life she'd never planned but couldn't imagine living any other way. That night, after the kids were in bed and Duke was snoring on his cushion, Elena and Cole sat on their patio with wine, enjoying the warm California evening. Maya had arrived and immediately taken over their kitchen, insisting on making dinner while they relaxed. I can't believe you two have 2 kids now, Maya called from inside. Actual tiny humans who depend on you for survival. It's terrifying and adorable. Mostly terrifying, Cole called back. Sophie's 3 going on 33. And Thomas has already figured out that crying gets him whatever he wants. They're perfect, Elena corrected. Exhausting, but perfect. Maya emerged with 3 plates of pasta, settling into the 3rd chair. So, big day tomorrow. Are we nervous? Excited? Planning to fake our deaths and flee to Mexico? All of the above, Elena admitted. Maya, what if... Stop. No, what ifs? We've been friends for 20 years, and I'm telling you, this exhibition is going to be extraordinary. You're going to get reviews that make other curators weep with jealousy. The Getty is going to renew your contract with a raise. And tomorrow night, you're going to stand there with your hot husband and feel incredibly smug about how far you've come. Cole raised his wine glass. I like her plan. Of course you do. It involves you being hot. Maya turned to Elena. Speaking of which, what are you wearing to the opening? I haven't decided. The navy dress or maybe the emerald one. Emerald, Cole and Maya said simultaneously. It's settled then. Maya took a bite of pasta. So, Cole, how's the Foundation expansion going? Really well. We're opening youth centers in Chicago, Portland, and Austin next year. Each one with full arts programming. Painting, sculpture, music, creative writing. The Hartford Morgan model is working. Cole's expression was animated in the way it always was when he talked about the foundation, and Elena has been consulting on the museum partnership component. We're creating pathways for kids to actually work in museums if they want to pursue art careers. You two are disgustingly successful, Maya said with affection. Remember when Elena was a terrified curator at a tiny museum and you were the ice king of private equity? I prefer not to remember that version of me, Cole said, though I suppose he had his uses. He landed me an arranged marriage to the love of my life. Smooth, Maya approved. 5 years of marriage has made you almost tolerable, Hartford. Almost. Don't push it. They ate and talked late into the night. About Maya's latest dating disasters, about Cole's father Richard, who'd surprised everyone by dating a woman he'd met at a museum gala and seemed genuinely happy, about Lily's upcoming art show in New York, about whether Sophie should start preschool in fall. Around midnight, Maya headed to the guest room, and Cole and Elena did their nightly routine, checking that doors were locked, setting up the coffee maker for morning, looking in on their sleeping children. Sophie was sprawled across her toddler bed, surrounded by stuffed animals and art books. Thomas was in his crib, one tiny fist curled near his face, breathing softly. Elena watched them both, these perfect little humans, and felt her heart expand. They're so beautiful, she whispered. They are, just like their mother. Cole wrapped his arms around her from behind. Come on, you need sleep. Big day tomorrow. In bed, Elena curled against Cole's side, his arm around her shoulders, and thought about the journey that had brought them here. An arranged marriage. A contract with an expiration date. Two people who were supposed to stay strangers, learning instead to be partners, lovers, parents. Cole? She whispered into the darkness. Thank you. For all of this. For choosing me. For building this life with me. For being the kind of father our kids will brag about instead of needing therapy to recover from. Cole's chest shook with quiet laughter. That's a low bar, but I'll take it. He pressed a kiss to her hair. Elena, you transformed my life. Gave me permission to be someone who feels things, who loves openly, who builds instead of just acquires. I'm the one who should be thanking you. We saved each other. We did. Cole's arm tightened around her. Now get some sleep. Tomorrow, you're going to show the art world exactly how brilliant you are. Elena closed her eyes, feeling safe and loved and exactly where she belonged. Tomorrow would be intense. The exhibition opening, the press, the scrutiny. But tonight, she was simply here, with her husband and her children sleeping down the hall, and her best friend in the guest room. The arranged marriage had ended 5 years ago. But the love story, their love story, was still being written one chosen day at a time. The exhibition opening was everything Elena had dreamed and more. 300 people filled the galleries, examining the paintings and sculptures and documents that told the stories of women who'd been erased from art history. The Getty's director gave a speech praising Elena's scholarship. Dr. Brennan announced a companion book that would reach an even wider audience. And the Times critic spent 2 hours making detailed notes, which would mean either disaster or triumph. Cole stood beside Elena throughout, Sophie on his shoulders so she could see over the crowd. Thomas passed between him and Maya, depending on who the baby decided he preferred at any given moment. Richard had flown in from Boston and surprised everyone by being genuinely engaged with the artwork, asking intelligent questions, and telling anyone who'd listened that his daughter-in-law was transforming the field. Elena, this is magnificent, Thomas said, embracing her carefully. He'd flown in with his girlfriend Margaret. They'd been dating for a year now, and Elena was thrilled to see her father happy and in love. Your mother would be so proud. I am so proud. Thanks, Dad. Elena held on tight. I wish Mom could see this. She can, sweetheart. I believe that. Thomas pulled back, his eyes bright. And she's thrilled that you've built this beautiful life. The career, the family, the marriage. You've exceeded every dream we had for you. Lily rushed over, practically bouncing with excitement. Elena, the L.A. Times critic just told me this is a paradigm-shifting exhibition that will redefine how we understand women's contributions to colonial art. Paradigm-shifting. Do you know how huge that is? I really? Elena felt dizzy. Really? You did it. You actually did it. Lily hugged her. I'm so glad I got to be here to see it. As the evening wound down, Elena found herself standing in front of her favorite piece in the exhibition, a self-portrait by a woman named Martha Blake, painted in 1757. Martha looked out from the canvas with intelligent eyes and a slight smile, as if she knew that someday, centuries later, her work would finally be seen and appreciated. What are you thinking? Cole asked, appearing at her side with a sleeping Thomas in his arms. That I hope I did them justice. These women, their stories, their art. I hope I told it right. You did more than that. You brought them back to life. Cole gestured to the crowd still examining paintings, reading wall text, discussing what they were seeing. Look at how many people are engaged, learning, caring about these artists who've been forgotten for so long. That's your legacy. Elena, not just the exhibition, but the way you've changed how we see history. Elena leaned against him, careful not to wake Thomas. 5 years ago, I was terrified about an arranged marriage. Now I'm standing at my dream exhibition with my husband and kids, and I've never been happier. Funny how life works out. It's not funny. It's intentional. We chose this, Cole. Every day, we choose each other. We choose this life. And that's what makes it beautiful. Sophie ran up, followed closely by Maya, who looked exhausted from chasing her. Mommy, can we come back tomorrow? I want to see the paintings again. We can come back as often as you want, sweetie. And can I be an artist like the ladies in the paintings? Elena crouched down to Sophie's level. You can be anything you want to be. Artist, scientist, chef, anything, as long as you're happy and kind and brave enough to chase your dreams. Like you did. Like we both did, Cole added, ruffling Sophie's hair. Your mom and I had to be very brave to build the life we have. Sophie considered this seriously. Okay, I'll be brave too. They gathered their family and friends, saying goodbye to colleagues and donors, thanking the museum staff who'd made the exhibition possible. As they walked out into the warm Los Angeles night, Elena looked back one more time at the Getty's iconic architecture, illuminated against the darkening sky. Tomorrow, the reviews would come out. Her exhibition would be judged by critics and scholars and the court of public opinion. But tonight, she was just grateful for this career, this family, this life she'd stumbled into through an arranged marriage and chosen to keep through love. In the car, Sophie chattered about her favorite paintings while Thomas slept in his car seat. Duke rode in the back, his head on Cole's shoulder. Maya scrolled through photos on her phone, already planning her Instagram posts about the evening. And Elena sat in the passenger seat, watching Los Angeles speed by, and thought about how impossible it all seemed. That a contract designed to last 2 years had become the foundation for everything good in her life. That a man she'd been terrified to marry had become the love of her life and the father of her children. That duty had transformed into joy, obligation into choice. What are you smiling about? Cole asked, glancing over at her. Everything. All of it. This beautiful, impossible life we've built. It is pretty great, isn't it? It's perfect. Not perfect like flawless. Perfect like exactly right. Exactly what we needed, even when we didn't know we needed it. Cole reached over and took her hand, threading their fingers together. Here's to arranged marriages that become love stories. Here's to choosing love every single day. As they drove through the Los Angeles night, heading home to their house with the library and the garden and all the memories they created there, Elena knew with absolute certainty that this was where she belonged. Not because a contract said so, not because family pressure demanded it, but because she'd chosen it, because they both had. Every day, in every small moment, they chose each other. And that choice, that commitment, that love made all the difference. The arranged marriage had ended years ago, but the love story, that was forever. The end.